Imagine dawn breaking over an endless savanna, your heartbeat matching the thrum of prehistoric drums. You wake to the soft amber glow filtering through the cave entrance, though wake might be too generous a word. That's right, you've woken up in the Paleolithic age as a caveman. This was a period prior to the existence of farming cities and brunch. Humans roamed the land with stone tools, animal skins, and an intense daily mission in motion. Don't get eaten. So before you get comfortable as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, please let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, dim your lights and turn on a fan to create some background noise. Let's start. Sleep wasn't quite the uninterrupted 8-hour luxury you once knew in another life. Instead, you dozed fitfully between the sounds of night, the distant howl that made your spine tingle, the rustle of something large moving through the brush outside, and the gentle snoring of your cavemates curled around the dying embers of last night's fire. Your bed is a carefully arranged pile of furs and dried grasses, positioned just far enough from the cave mouth to avoid the morning chill, but close enough to make a quick escape if needed. Yes, escape plans were part of interior decorating back then. The stone beneath you has been worn smooth by countless nights of human bodies seeking comfort, and honestly, it's not terrible once you pile on enough mammoth hide. Stretching your arms carefully, because that shoulder you wrenched wrestling a particularly stubborn root vegetable last week still protests, you notice the familiar ache in your lower back. Living in the Paleolithic era was essentially a continuous low-intensity exercise regimen that would leave modern fitness enthusiasts feeling both envious and exhausted. The fire pit still glows faintly in the centre of your cave home. Keeping it alive through the night was everyone's responsibility, because starting a new fire from scratch was about as fun as performing surgery with stone tools, which, come to think of it, sometimes happened. You pad over on bare feet that have developed soles tougher than any boot leather, adding a few small branches to coax the flames back to life. The morning ritual begins with checking your body for new aches, cuts, or mysterious bruises that appeared overnight. Living near nature often results in it leaving its mark on your shin or forearm. Today's inventory reveals a scratch on your thumb from yesterday's flint napping session and a tender spot on your hip where you misjudged the height of a boulder. This is a common occurrence. Your stomach announces itself with a rumble that echoes slightly off the cave walls. Breakfast isn't waiting in a refrigerator, mainly because refrigerators won't be invented for another 40,000 years or so. Instead, your morning meal depends entirely on yesterday's success at gathering, hunting, or the ancient art of convincing someone else to share their food. You peer outside the cave entrance, squinting against the growing daylight. The world stretches out before you in endless green, broken by rocky outcroppings and the distant glimmer of the river that serves as your neighbourhood's main street, grocery store and community centre, all rolled into one. The air carries the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and something that might be smoke from another group's fire miles away. Weather prediction was a survival skill back then, not casual conversation. You scan the sky with the intensity of a meteorologist, reading cloud patterns like a morning newspaper. Those wispy streaks to the west suggest wind later, which could mean rain by evening. The thought makes you mentally catalogue the cave's water containers, mostly animal bladders and carefully shaped gourds that took weeks to perfect. A sound from deeper in the cave indicates your companions are stirring. There's Grack, whose snoring could wake the dead and occasionally did wake the living at inconvenient moments. He's already sitting up, running thick fingers through hair that defies any attempt at styling. Not that styling products were readily available. Beside him, Mira stretches like a cat, her movements graceful despite sleeping on stone and fur. The day ahead holds the usual uncertainty. Food needs to be found, tools require maintenance, and somewhere out there, opportunities and dangers wait in equal measure. But first, there is the simple joy of living in a world where each sunrise feels like a tiny triumph against the challenges. Your feet find their way to the cave entrance, and you stand there for a moment, breathing in the morning air that tastes cleaner than anything you could imagine. The sun climbs higher, promising warmth later, and somewhere in the distance, a bird calls with the kind of pure joy that makes you remember why being alive, even in the Stone Age, has its moments of absolute perfection. Finding breakfast in the Paleolithic era was like playing the world's most consequential treasure hunt game. where the treasure was edible and losing meant going hungry. You step outside the cave, bare feet immediately registering the temperature and texture of the ground, information your modern brain would dismiss, but your ancient instincts catalogue automatically. The morning dew has settled on everything, turning spiderwebs into jewelled masterpieces and making certain rocks slippery enough to turn a casual stroll into an impromptu tumbling session. Having experienced this lesson firsthand several times, you now walk with a measured gait, understanding that gravity remains the same in the Stone Age as it does everywhere else. Your stomach rumbles again, more insistently this time. You've noticed that the human digestive system doesn't care about the historical significance of your situation. It simply craves food, ideally as soon as possible. This morning's breakfast menu depends entirely on your knowledge of what's edible versus what's decorative versus what's deadly. It's like being a contestant on the world's most dangerous cooking show. 20 yards from the cave, you spot a cluster of berry bushes that wasn't there yesterday. Actually, they were there yesterday, but your brain is still learning to see food sources instead of just green stuff. The berries are small and dark purple and pass the preliminary tests. Birds have been eating them without falling over, and they smell right. You taste one carefully, letting the flavour register fully before committing to a handful. They are sweet, slightly tart, and have a texture that suggests they won't cause immediate digestive rebellion. Success. Gathering enough to satisfy your hunger, you remain vigilant for potential opportunities. Breakfast in the Stone Age was often a progressive meal, eaten as you found it rather than sitting down to a prepared plate. Near the berry bushes, a cluster of what you've learned are edible roots pokes through the soil. Digging them up requires the sharp stick you carved last week, and excavating roots turns out to be excellent exercise for muscle groups you didn't know existed. The roots are starchy, filling, and taste vaguely like potatoes if potatoes had been designed by someone who'd only heard a rough description of what food should taste like. A flash of movement catches your eye. A rabbit is frozen in the peculiar way that rabbits pretend to be invisible by remaining absolutely still. Your hand moves slowly toward the throwing stick tucked into your woven grass belt. Rabbit would be a protein upgrade to this morning's vegetarian fare, but hunting requires a combination of skill, luck, and the kind of patience that doesn't come naturally when your stomach is demanding immediate attention. The throwing stick is a marvel of Stone Age engineering, basically a carefully balanced wooden projectile that you've practiced with until your shoulder aches. The rabbit remains motionless, probably calculating its odds of escape versus the energy cost of sudden movement. You shift your weight slowly, raising the stick with movements smooth enough not to trigger the rabbit's flight response. Then a branch cracks somewhere behind you, probably Grack stumbling around looking for his breakfast, and the rabbit vanishes in a blur of brown fur and indignation. Your throwing stick sails through empty air and lands with a disappointed thud against a tree trunk. So much for upgraded protein. You retrieve the stick, mentally adding practice hunting in areas with fewer clumsy companions to your growing list of survival improvements. The berries and roots will have to suffice for now, supplemented by the memory of yesterday's successful fish-catching expedition. Walking back toward the cave, you notice Mira has discovered a bird's nest with eggs, the kind of find that makes everyone's morning significantly brighter. Eggs are perfect food packages, assuming you can convince their parents that you need them more than the unhatched occupants do. The negotiation typically involves quick hands and faster feet, especially when the parents are larger birds with strong opinions about egg ownership. The morning meal shapes up to be a combination of your berries and roots, shared eggs, and some leftover fish that Grack managed not to eat entirely yesterday. It's not exactly a gourmet breakfast, but it contains calories, nutrients, and the satisfaction of having successfully gathered it yourself from a world that doesn't deliver food to your door. Sitting on a sun-warmed rock outside the cave, you eat slowly, savouring flavours that are simple, direct, and somehow more satisfying than you expected. The food tastes like work, like success, like the peculiar pride that comes from feeding yourself through knowledge and effort rather than convenience. Your stomach settles into contentment, and the day ahead seems more manageable with breakfast accomplished. The sun rises higher, warming the rocks on your shoulders. Somewhere in the distance you can hear the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of morning bath that wakes up every nerve ending at once. After breakfast, your attention turns to the daily maintenance tasks that keep Stone Age life functional. Your toolkit needs inspection. and in a world where the nearest hardware store won't exist for several millennia, tool maintenance isn't optional, it's survival. You settle onto a flat rock that serves as your workbench, spreading out your collection of implements with the care of a surgeon arranging instruments. There's the knife you chipped from flint 2 weeks ago, its edge still sharp enough to slice through hide but showing tiny nicks from yesterday's root digging expedition. You've bound the spear tip, which required 3 attempts to perfect, to its wooden shaft with such meticulous sinew wrapping that it almost appears decorative. Flint knapping, the art of striking stone with stone to create sharp edges, requires the kind of focused attention that makes meditation look like multitasking. You choose a piece of flint, testing its weight and density with fingers that have learned to read stone like others read books. The hammerstone fits perfectly in your palm, its surface worn smooth by countless impacts. The first strike sends a small chip flying, landing near your feet with a tiny click. Success! You turn the flint slightly, visualizing the blade hidden inside the raw stone, waiting to be revealed through patient, precise work. Strike, turn, examine, strike, turn, examine. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic, each impact calculated to remove exactly the right amount of material. Somewhere around the 15th strike, your concentration wavers for just a moment, and the hammerstone catches the flint at the wrong angle. Instead of a clean chip, a large chunk breaks away, taking half your emerging blade with it. The flint now looks less like a future tool and more like evidence of why patience isn't just a virtue. It's a requirement. You set the ruined flint aside and reach for another piece, reminding yourself that failure is just another word for practice. The second attempt goes better, partly because you've already made today's mistake and partly because your hands remember the proper rhythm. Gradually, a serviceable blade emerges from the raw stone, its edge sharp enough to make you respect it immediately. Tool maintenance extends beyond just making new implements. Your spear shaft has developed a small crack near the binding, the kind of flaw that could turn a hunting trip into a disaster if left unattended. You unwrap the sinew carefully, it's too valuable to waste, and examine the crack more closely. The split runs with the wood grain, which is positive news. A cross-grain crack would mean starting over with a new shaft. You select a thin strip of wet hide and wrap it tightly around the damaged area, pulling the wood fibres back together. Once it dries, the hide will shrink, creating a repair stronger than the original wood. It's the Stone Age equivalent of duct tape, minus the adhesive and the tape. Fire maintenance demands its attention. The coals from last night have settled into a bed of embers, perfect for cooking but needing encouragement to flame up again. You add small kindling, dry grass, thin twigs, strips of birch bark that catch fire like they were designed for the purpose. The flames respond eagerly, crackling to life with the kind of enthusiasm that makes you appreciate humanity's ancient partnership with controlled combustion. Keeping the fire alive was a community responsibility that rotated among the cave's inhabitants. Today is your turn to be the firekeeper, which means feeding it regularly, banking the coals for cooking, and most importantly, never letting it die completely. Starting a fire from scratch using flint and steel, or rather flint and iron pyrite, since steel won't be invented for quite a while, is possible but exhausting. You practice the fire-starting technique anyway, because redundancy keeps you alive. Strike flint against pyrite, directing the sparks into a nest of the finest, driest tinder you can prepare. Cedar bark worked into soft fibres, birch fungus, and dried grass so fine it's almost powder. The sparks catch, glowing like tiny stars in the tinder nest. Gentle breath coaxes them into flame, and suddenly you have fire created from nothing but skill and persistence. Success gives you a quiet satisfaction that's hard to describe. In a world where most things are uncertain, being able to create fire on demand feels like having superpowers, which, from the perspective of any other animal, you suppose it is. Your morning's work spreads out around you. Newly sharpened tools, repaired weapons, a healthy fire, and the kind of competence that builds confidence. These aren't glamorous tasks, but they form the foundation that makes everything else possible. Every sharp edge, every strong binding, and every glowing coal represents the difference between thriving and merely surviving. The sun has climbed higher while you worked, and the warmth feels good on your shoulders. In the distance, you can hear water running over rocks, the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of cooling bath that makes hot work worthwhile. The river beckons with the sound of water moving over stones, a constant murmur that serves as the soundtrack to your daily life. You gather your fishing equipment, a spear with a particularly point, a net woven from plant fibres that took weeks to complete, and the kind of optimism that comes from successful fishing experiences mixed with realistic expectations about fish behaviour. The walk to your favourite fishing spot takes you through terrain that changes subtly with each day's weather. Today, the path has become slightly muddy due to yesterday's brief rain, causing footing to become uncertain in areas where the clay soil has turned into a slippery surface. You've learned to read these conditions automatically, adjusting your gait to avoid the kind of spectacular fall that looks amusing in hindsight, but feels considerably less funny when you're picking mud out of uncomfortable places. Your fishing spot is a bend in the river where the current slows and deepens, creating a natural pool where fish tend to gather. The location also offers a large flat rock that serves as your observation post, positioned perfectly for both seeing into the water and maintaining the kind of motionless patience that successful fishing requires. Settling onto the rock, you peer into the water with the focused attention of a meditation master. The surface mirrors the skiing clouds, yet beneath that reflection is a completely different world. Fish move through their domain with the casual confidence of creatures who belong exactly where they are, unaware that you're studying their patterns with the intensity of a behavioural scientist. A large trout, you've learned to distinguish species by their movement patterns and preferred depths, holds position near the far bank, its fins making tiny adjustments to maintain its place in the current. It's perfectly positioned for a spear throw, assuming you can manage the complex physics of refraction, water resistance, and the fish's likely escape route, all while maintaining the balance necessary not to fall off your rock into the river. You raise the spear slowly, muscles remembering the thousands of practice throws that have taught your arms the proper arc and release point. The fish remains steady, focused on something upstream that might be food drifting down with the current. This is the moment when patience and preparation meet opportunity, assuming your aim has improved since yesterday's somewhat embarrassing performance. The spear leaves your hand with the smooth motion of long practice, cutting through air and then water with barely a splash. Success appears certain for a moment. Then physics asserts itself in the form of water refraction, and your spear passes harmlessly beneath the fish, which vanishes in a swirl of indignant motion that somehow manages to look reproachful. Retrieving the spear requires wading into water that's shockingly cold despite the warm air. The river bottom is a collection of smooth stones, some steady and reliable, others perfectly designed to shift unexpectedly and send waders sprawling into deeper water. You move carefully, your feet testing each step before committing your full weight. The spear has lodged between two rocks in deeper water, requiring a wade that brings the river level to mid-thigh. The cold is invigorating in the way that makes you immediately understand why some people voluntarily take cold showers, while simultaneously making you question their sanity. Your muscles tense against the temperature, and retrieving the spear becomes a matter of quick efficiency rather than careful technique. Back on your rock, you settle in for another attempt, water dripping from your legs onto sun-warmed stone. The net offers different possibilities, less precision required, but demanding perfect timing and the ability to read fish behaviour well enough to predict their movements. You study the water again, looking for the subtle signs that indicate where fish are likely to swim. A school of smaller fish moves through the shallows, their bodies flashing silver as they turn in unison. They're following some underwater logic that makes perfect sense to them and appears completely random to you. The net requires positioning downstream from their path, then patience while they swim into range. You slip into the water again, moving with exaggerated care to avoid sending vibrations through the riverbed that would scatter your targets. The fish continue their mysterious choreography, occasionally coming tantalizingly close to your net's range before veering away as if they've suddenly remembered important appointments elsewhere. Finally, the school's wandering path brings them directly toward your position. You raise the net slowly, waiting for the moment when the maximum number of fish occupy the minimum amount of space. The technique necessitates precise timing. If you act too early, the fish will scatter, and if you act too late, they will have already passed through. Now, the net sweeps through water and fish with satisfying efficiency, and suddenly you're holding breakfast, lunch, and possibly dinner in woven plant fibres. The fish flip and struggle with understandable urgency, and you wade quickly to shore to transfer them to the woven basket that serves as your portable container. Success tastes like cold river water, and feels like the quiet satisfaction of having fed yourself through skill and patience. The morning's fishing has provided enough protein for the day, plus extra to share with your cave mates who may have had less luck with their own food gathering expeditions. Walking back toward the cave, basket of fish in one hand and wet fishing gear in the other, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction of having succeeded at something your ancestors would recognise and approve of. There's something deeply right about providing food through your own efforts, even when those efforts occasionally involve falling into cold water while chasing fish that seem to mock your hunting skills. The afternoon sun has reached that perfect angle where it warms without burning. Your successful fishing expedition has left you feeling confident enough to venture further from the cave than usual. Today seems like an ideal time to explore the valley beyond the ridge, where rumour, delivered by a travelling group last week, suggests there might be fruit trees and possibly deposits of the particularly good flint that makes superior tools. You gather exploration supplies with the methodical care of someone who's learned that preparation prevents most disasters, and improvisation handles the rest. Your pack consists of a large hide bag containing water in a bladder, dried meat from last week's successful hunt, the multi-purpose knife that's sharp enough to be useful but not so precious you'd weep if you lost it, and cordage woven from plant fibres that serves approximately 600 different functions in Stone Age life. The ridge requires a climb that would be considered moderate exercise in modern terms, but feels more like a full-body workout when you're carrying supplies and watching for loose rocks that could turn an afternoon hike into a medical emergency. Your route follows what might charitably be called a path, really just a series of animal tracks connected by your own optimistic assumptions about the best way up steep terrain. Halfway up the ridge, you pause to catch your breath and immediately understand why your ancestors developed such impressive cardiovascular systems. Every activity in Paleolithic life was essentially a fitness program, designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour and a deep commitment to building character through physical challenge. The view from the ridgetop makes the climb worthwhile. The valley spreads below you like a green carpet dotted with silver streams and dark patches that might be groves of the fruit trees you're seeking. In the distance, smoke rises from what's probably another group's fire, reminding you that you're not alone in this vast landscape, just temporarily out of the shouting range of your neighbours. Descending into the valley proves trickier than the ascent. Gravity assists your progress with the kind of helpful enthusiasm that occasionally threatens to turn a controlled descent into an uncontrolled tumble. You pick your way carefully down the slope, using trees and rock outcroppings as handholds, and trying not to think about how much easier going down is than climbing back up will be. The valley floor reveals itself to be a mixture of opportunity and complexity. Yes, there are fruit trees, several varieties you recognise and a few that require the kind of careful testing that determines whether they're food or decoration. The good news is many trees are heavy with ripe fruit. The challenging news is that you're apparently not the first to discover this resource. Fresh tracks in the soft earth near the largest fruit grove tell a story that makes your survival instincts pay closer attention. The large paw prints, indicating a predator rather than prey, are so recent that their edges remain sharp. Bear, most likely, and probably still in the area since bears tend to stay near excellent food sources until they've exhausted them completely. This scenario creates what you might call a tactical situation. The fruit represents valuable calories and nutrients that would improve everyone's diet significantly. The bear represents the kind of conversation partner who settles disagreements through methods that don't typically end well for the smaller participant. Wisdom suggests retreat. Hunger suggests negotiation. Pride suggests you're probably overthinking the whole situation. You compromise by gathering fruit from trees on the periphery of the grove, working quickly but quietly, ears tuned for any sound that might indicate you're about to have an unexpected encounter with the local bear population. Every fallen branch that cracks underfoot sounds like a gunshot in the afternoon stillness, and every rustle of leaves brings a momentary pause to listen for approaching footsteps that weigh considerably more than yours. The fruit gathering goes well until you reach for a particularly promising cluster growing just out of easy reach. Stretching toward it requires shifting your weight onto a branch that seemed sturdy enough when you tested it, but apparently has strong opinions about supporting human body weight. The branch surrenders with a sharp crack that echoes through the grove like a dinner bell ringing for every predator within miles. You land in a heap of bruised dignity and scattered fruit, momentarily more concerned about the noise than the impact. The grove falls into the kind of absolute silence that suggests every creature with ears is now listening intently to determine what just announced its presence so dramatically. After several heartbeats of holding your breath and straining your ears, you conclude that immediate danger seems unlikely. Gathering the scattered fruit with hands trembling slightly from adrenaline rather than injury, you come to the conclusion that discretion is a crucial aspect of fruit gathering. Your pack now contains enough fruit to supplement several meals, plus the kind of story that will improve with each retelling around the evening fire. The discovery of the flint deposits proves anticlimactic after the fruit tree adventure. Yes, the stone is excellent quality, better than what you've been working with. Yes, there's enough to supply your tool-making needs for months. And yes, it's located in an easy-to-access outcropping that doesn't require negotiating with large carnivores. You gather several prime pieces of flint, testing each for quality and selecting those most likely to produce superior tools. The additional weight in your pack reminds you that the return journey will be more challenging than the trip down, but a good flint is worth the extra effort. The afternoon light has begun its slow slide toward evening by the time you start the return climb. Your pack, now heavy with fruit and stone, makes the ascent feel like a full body strength training session, designed by someone who believes suffering builds character. Each step up the ridge requires deliberate effort, and you find yourself developing a new appreciation for the concept of pack weight distribution. The return to your cave feels like coming home after a successful adventure, your pack heavy with the day's discoveries, and your body pleasantly worn out from useful exertion. The late afternoon light filters through the trees with that golden quality that makes everything look like it's been painted by someone who understands the beauty of natural illumination. Your cave mates have been busy during your absence. Mira has constructed what appears to be a fish-drying rack from carefully arranged branches, and several of yesterday's catch hang in neat rows, slowly transforming into preserved protein that will last much longer than fresh fish. Grack has been working on something involving a great deal of scraped hide and what looks like sinew, though his projects often remain mysterious until they reach completion. The fruit you've gathered creates immediate excitement. Fresh fruit has been scarce lately, and the variety you've brought back includes several types that none of you have tasted before. This leads to the careful ritual of testing new foods. Small amounts first, attention paid to flavour and any immediate reactions, then waiting to see if your digestive system approves of the innovation. The unknown fruits turn out to be pleasantly sweet with a slightly tart finish, and your stomach accepts them without protest. Success. Dinner will be considerably more intriguing than usual. The remaining fruit can be dried using techniques that transform perishable food into long-term storage solutions. Your flint discovery generates a different kind of enthusiasm. Grack examines each piece with the focused attention of an expert, testing density and grain structure with techniques you're still learning. Good flint means better tools, which means more successful hunting and gathering, which means improved odds of thriving rather than merely surviving. As evening approaches, the ritual of fire building begins. Today's fire will be larger than usual, partly for cooking the varied foods you've all gathered, partly for the social warmth that comes from sitting around flames while sharing the day's experiences. You add a portion of fuel, and soon the cave entrance glows with cheerful light, pushing back the growing darkness outside. Cooking in the Stone Age requires timing, attention, and acceptance that precision isn't always possible. The fish cook quickly on hot stones placed near the fire, their flesh turning from translucent to opaque, with the kind of straightforward honesty that makes you trust the process. Roots require longer cooking. They are buried in coal and covered with more coal until the hard starch becomes something approaching tender. The fruit needs no cooking, but some of it gets wrapped in leaves and placed near the fire's edge, where gentle heat concentrates the flavours and creates something resembling a primitive dessert. The result tastes like concentrated summer, sweet and warm and satisfying in ways that make you understand why humans developed such elaborate relationships with food preparation. Mealtime in your small community follows informal protocols that balance individual needs with group harmony. Everyone shares the food based on their contributions and needs. Today's successful fishing expedition earns you a larger portion of the evening meal, while your fruit discovery means everyone enjoys flavours that wouldn't otherwise have been available. The conversation that accompanies dinner revolves around the day's experiences, challenges and discoveries. Grack describes his hide-working project, which is apparently intended to become a more comfortable sleeping arrangement. an innovation that everyone endorses enthusiastically. Mira explains her fish-drying technique, learned from a group they encountered several weeks ago, who came from a region where preservation methods had evolved to handle seasonal variations in food availability. Your adventure in the fruit grove gets recounted with the kind of embellishment that turns a minor mishap into an entertaining story. The branch-breaking incident becomes slightly more dramatic in the telling, the bear track slightly fresher, and your escape slightly more narrow. This is how oral tradition begins, not with deliberate exaggeration, but with the natural tendency to make experiences more engaging when sharing them with others. As full darkness settles outside the cave entrance, the fire becomes the centre of your small world. Its light creates a circle of warmth and safety that makes the vast night seem manageable rather than threatening. The flames dance with hypnotic patterns that capture attention in ways that television won't manage to duplicate for several thousand years. The evening's work continues around the fire. You begin shaping one of the new flint pieces into what will eventually become a superior knife. The careful chip-by-chip process made easier by good light and comfortable seating on fur-covered rocks. Mira works on cordage, twisting plant fibres into strong rope using techniques that require consistent tension and rhythm. Grak continues his hide project, scraping and softening the material with tools designed specifically for the purpose. The work requires patience but produces results that make the effort worthwhile. Soft, durable material that insulates better than woven grass, and lasts longer than most alternatives available to Stone Age craftspeople. The fire settles into steady coals as the night deepens, and conversation gradually gives way to the quiet satisfaction of useful work accomplished in good company. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight offers the simple pleasure of warmth, food, and the security that comes from being part of a group that works together successfully. Outside the cave, night sounds begin their ancient chorus, owls calling across the valley, the distant splash of something large moving through the river, and the rustle of small creatures going about their nocturnal business. The sounds aren't threatening when heard from the safety of your firelit cave. They're simply the soundtrack of a world that continues its complex business regardless of human concerns. The transition from active evening to restful night happens gradually in your Stone Age world, marked not by clocks or schedules but by the natural rhythm of fire settling into coals and bodies, growing heavy with the day's accumulated fatigue. The work around the fire continues, but at the relaxed pace of people who understand that some tasks are improved by patience rather than hurried completion. Your flint knapping project has progressed to the delicate stage where each strike must be precisely calculated. The emerging blade shows promise, straight edge, good thickness, the kind of balance that will make it useful for detailed work. The rhythm of stone striking stone creates a gentle percussion that blends with the soft sounds of your companion's activities and the crackling whisper of the dying fire. Mira's cordage work has produced several arm lengths of strong rope, twisted with the consistent tension that comes from practiced hands and focused attention. She tests each section by pulling against it with her full strength, nodding with satisfaction when the fibres hold without stretching or breaking. Good rope means better nets, stronger bindings, and countless other applications that make daily life more manageable. Grak's hide preparation has reached the stage where the material needs to rest overnight before the final softening process. He rolls it carefully and places it where morning dew won't reach, but air can continue to circulate around it. His movements have the unhurried precision of someone who's learned that rushing this particular process leads to disappointing results and wasted effort. The fire has settled into the perfect state for banking, hot coals that will retain heat through the night, while being easily coaxed back to flame when morning comes. You arrange the coals carefully, covering them with a layer of ash that will insulate without smothering, then surrounding the whole arrangement with stones that will radiate absorbed heat long after the flames disappear. Your sleeping area beckons with the promise of rest after a day filled with successful activities. The furs have been arranged for maximum comfort, with extra padding beneath your hip and shoulder, the pressure points that determine whether you wake refreshed or spend the night shifting position in search of elusive comfort. As you settle into your sleeping arrangement, the day's experiences replay in your mind with the satisfaction that comes from time well spent. The morning's successful fishing, the afternoon's fruit and flint discoveries, and the evening's productive work around the fire each activity connected to the others in the seamless web of interdependence that characterises Stone Age life. The sounds of your companions settling into their sleeping arrangements create a comfortable background of familiar noises, soft movements as furs are adjusted, the quiet breathing that indicates relaxation, and the occasional contented sigh that suggests everyone is pleased with the day's accomplishments. These are the sounds of security, of belonging to a group that functions well together. Outside the cave, the night world continues its ancient patterns. An owl calls from somewhere across the valley, its voice carrying clearly through air that's grown cool and still. The river murmurs its constant song, a liquid soundtrack that's as reliable as sunrise and equally soothing. Somewhere in the distance a wolf howls, not the threatening sound of nearby danger, but the distant communication of creatures going about their own business in their territory. The darkness beyond your cave entrance isn't empty. It's full of life following rhythms older than human memory. Nocturnal hunters pursue nocturnal prey, night-blooming plants release fragrances that attract night-flying insects, and the complex web of relationships that sustains this ecosystem continues without pause or fanfare. From your perspective, enveloped in warm furs, with a banked fire nearby and trusted companions within reach, the night feels protective rather than threatening. Your cave has become home in the most fundamental sense, a place where you belong, where you're safe, where you can rest without constant vigilance. Sleep approaches with the gentle inevitability of tides or seasons, natural processes that don't require your participation or permission. Your breathing deepens, matching the slow rhythm of complete relaxation. The day's minor aches and tensions dissolve into the kind of profound rest that comes from physical work, fresh air, and the satisfaction of having lived fully within your circumstances. Dreams, when they come, are filled with the textures and colours of your waking world. The sound of running water over smooth stones, sunlight filtering through leaves, and the satisfying weight of well-made tools in your hands all contribute to these dreams. These aren't the anxious, disconnected fragments that trouble more complex minds. They're the peaceful processing of a life lived in harmony with immediate, tangible realities. The fire settles deeper into coals, radiating steady warmth that makes the cave's air comfortable throughout the night. The banked heat will last until morning, ready to kindle into flame when the new day begins its cycle of challenges and opportunities. Tomorrow will bring its own weather, its own possibilities for success and failure, and its own moments of satisfaction and frustration. But tonight offers the perfect rest that prepares mind and body for whatever comes next. Your breathing slows to match the rhythm of deep sleep, and the last conscious thought is gratitude for the simple completeness of a day well lived in humanity's most essential mode. The night embraces you with the vast stillness of a world where artificial light hasn't yet pushed back the darkness, where silence isn't broken by mechanical sounds, where rest comes naturally when the sun sets, and work resumes when it rises. This is sleep as it was designed to be, profound, restorative, and perfectly aligned with the natural world that remains your home, your challenge, and your endless source of both struggle and wonder. In the depths of night, your cave becomes a pocket of human warmth in the vast coolness of the world. The banked fire glows like a gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring. Your breathing synchronizes with the ancient rhythms that have guided human rest for countless generations. Slow, deep, peaceful breaths that carry away the day's tensions and prepare your body for tomorrow's adventures. The furs beneath you hold the day's accumulated warmth, creating a cocoon of comfort that makes the stone floor feel almost luxurious. Your muscles relax completely, releasing the subtle tensions that come from constant awareness, constant readiness, and constant engagement with a world that demands your full attention during waking hours. Sleep, when it finally claims you completely, is the kind of rest that modern humans rarely experience, uninterrupted by artificial lights, electronic sounds, or the mental chatter of complex schedules and abstract worries. It's sleep that serves its fundamental purpose, complete restoration of body and mind, preparing you for another day of the most essential human activities, finding food, creating shelter, making tools, and maintaining the relationships that make survival not just possible, but meaningful. The night passes peacefully around your small community. Each of you settled into the kind of deep rest that comes from days filled with purposeful activity and evenings spent in productive companionship. Outside, the natural world persists in its nocturnal activities, while within your cave 3 humans slumber peacefully, rooted in the ancient rhythms of earth and sky, seasons and weather, work and rest. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new discoveries, and new opportunities to exercise the skills and knowledge that keep you thriving in humanity's most fundamental environment. But tonight offers the perfect gift of complete rest, deep sleep, and the profound peace that comes from a life lived in harmony with the natural world that remains, now and always, your truest home. So, what was life like as a Paleolithic caveman? In a word, exhausting. You spent your day chasing dinner with a stick and hoping dinner wasn't chasing you. There were no blankets, no coffee, and the closest thing to DoorDash was watching a mammoth walk by and realising you forgot your spear. Communication, mostly grunts, entertainment, fire, bathroom. The bathroom should be wherever nature permits. If you're still awake, don't worry. You're not sleeping in a damp cave tonight. There's no saber-toothed tiger sniffing around outside. Instead of flickering torchlight, you'll find soft sheets, warm pillows, and the comforting glow of a screen. We always have other stories placed here, old and new, to help out if this one isn't enough. Now I'll be over by the fire, a modern one thankfully, sipping tea, grateful we've moved past the age of a rocks as pillow. Sweet dreams, my friends, and as always, sleep tight and good night. Frederic Chopin's story begins in the modest village of Żelazowa Wola, Poland, where he was born around March 1st, 1810, though some documents note February 22nd. The region was steeped in cultural richness and political upheaval, with Warsaw nearby and the territory under the shadow of the Russian Empire. Chopin's father, Nicholas, was a Frenchman teaching language and manners to Polish nobility, while his mother, Justina, was a Polish gentlewoman whose calm sense of tradition anchored their household. In that setting, Polish folklore mingled with European musical forms. Even in infancy, Chopin absorbed these influences, as if the rhythmic footsteps of villagers and distant folk melodies wove into his subconscious. Though unremarkable at first glance, the family's small home resonated with reverence for art. The piano, a battered upright, became young Frederic's first beloved companion, opening onto imaginative worlds he'd conjure in quiet mornings. Around 6, Chopin's prodigious talent drew attention from family friends and local aristocrats. In a society that revered salon culture, a gifted child at the piano was mythic. He played short pieces at gatherings, shyly but assuredly, winning over curious onlookers who watched in mild disbelief. Even then, his playing transcended mere youthful charm. He displayed a depth that hinted at hidden wells of sensitivity. His teacher, Wojciech Żywny, noted the boy's special relationship with melody, which seemed to flow through him without the stiffness typical of child prodigies. Beyond his domestic sphere, Poland itself was navigating a fragile identity. The Napoleonic Wars had left scars across Europe. Although too young to grasp politics, Chopin sensed the patriotism and longing carried by adults around him. Through his mother's lullabies and whispered family stories, the notion of a lost homeland became a melodic thread weaving through his emerging consciousness. Chopin's sister, Ludwika, often joined him at the piano. Family duets turned into moments of shared creativity, honing Frederic's ability to communicate through sound. Here, his earliest compositions took shape, short, sometimes clumsy preludes to the refined expressions he would later craft. Yet these embryonic works already displayed what would become his hallmark: graceful lines and a certain bittersweet tension between major and minor. He performed publicly for the first time around age 7, playing a concert in Warsaw. Though such appearances could be dismissed as novelty, Chopin avoided the fate of child prodigies who fade once the novelty wanes. He possessed a seriousness and poetic restraint rare in children. Observers began to regard him as a symbol of Poland's hopes, a delicate, steadfast light for a land overshadowed by external forces. Despite the growing acclaim, the Chopin household valued stability. Nicholas and Justina refused to exploit their son's talent, allowing only select performances while ensuring a rigorous academic education. Literature, history, and language formed the backdrop to Chopin's musical studies. broadening his imagination and refining his sensibilities. Piano practice remained constant, punctuating daily life. Occasionally, he would present a short polonaise or mazurka at family gatherings, each piece tinged with local rhythms reframed through his evolving style. Youthful curiosity led him beyond his surroundings. Brief visits to Warsaw introduced a more cosmopolitan musical scene. Though still young, he encountered professional musicians, aristocrats, and intellectuals in salons. These glimpses of city life left a strong impression. He realized that an artistic future might extend beyond village confines. Yet he retained a deep tie to Poland's cultural soul. This duality, rooted in Poland's provincial heart while edging toward Europe's wider possibilities, would shape his entire career. For the moment, though, he was just a boy at the piano, enthralled by the promise of music that echoed far beyond any single room. Whispers about this gentle prodigy stirred questions. Could he be Poland's next great musical figure, a voice of national identity wrapped in delicate harmonies? Only time and Chopin's unfolding genius would reveal the answer. In these formative years, no one could anticipate the complex trajectory that lay ahead. But in the whispers of the local gatherings where merchants and travelling performers converged, an unspoken consensus emerged. Young Frederic was different, far from the typical parlour show-off. He conveyed a delicate empathy through his keyboard that spoke to people's private joys and sorrows. Each note he played seemed to carry a gentle sense of yearning, as though bridging the gap between ephemeral childhood and the adult complexities lurking beyond the horizon. His parents, though pleased by the modest celebrity he garnered, were deeply protective. Those who watched felt stirred in his recitals, as if Poland spoke through his hands. Chopin's teenage years were marked by a widening world, one in which he began to see the possibilities and pressures that came with his growing reputation. By the time he was in his early teens, Warsaw itself had become a kind of secondary classroom. He frequented the city more often, absorbing the salon culture in ways that surpassed mere piano demonstrations. He observed how aristocrats, intellectuals, and artists interacted, not just in the formal sense of performance, but in their private, candid conversations about politics, literature, and the future of the nation perpetually under watch. In these salon gatherings, Chopin was at first a curiosity, an unassuming, somewhat delicate figure who produced music that seemed too profound for his youthful appearance. But as he refined his style, he earned respect as a musician, rather than just a novelty. His performances, often intimate affairs, displayed a sensitivity that was starting to take shape in his original compositions. While still shaped by the classical frameworks he'd studied, his work also blended Polish musical elements with a new harmonic language. This evolution thrilled those who heard him, and the novelty of his youth gave way to genuine admiration of his craft. By 1826, Chopin enrolled at the Warsaw Conservatory under Józef Elsner. Elsner, a composer of some renown, recognized the uniqueness of his students' musical instincts. Rather than imposing rigid expectations, Elsner fostered a gentle discipline, guiding Chopin toward an understanding of form and counterpoint that would serve as the backbone for his stylistic experimentation. In so doing, Elsner fulfilled two crucial roles. He acted both as a guardrail, preventing Chopin from drifting into mere fanciful improvisations, and as a doorway, encouraging the young musician to trust his own artistic impulses. Yet Chopin's life in Warsaw was not all about study. He mingled with peers, engaged in spirited debates, and, according to some letters, even enjoyed the light-hearted distractions typical of youth: dances, outdoor excursions, late-night banter. This balance between earnest scholarship and playful socializing kept him grounded. Friends who remembered him from that time recalled a gentle, witty personality who could draw out laughter just as easily as tears with his piano playing. Still, a restlessness stirred within him. Poland's political situation seemed forever precarious, and he felt a tug to experience life beyond Warsaw's boundaries. A trip to Berlin in 1828 offered a hint of what awaited him outside his homeland. Though brief, it introduced him to broader circles of culture and music, sparking a sense of wanderlust. Upon returning, he began formulating plans to travel more extensively, both for artistic growth and for practical reasons. Warsaw, supportive though it was, could only offer so much in terms of career prospects. In 1829, he journeyed to Vienna, The Austrian capital, with its illustrious musical lineage, Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert, was a magnet for ambitious young composers. Chopin found himself in a bustling hub where concerts and operas were daily fare. Overwhelmed yet inspired, he tested his mettle by giving performances, each carefully arranged to capitalise on the city's appetite for novelty. Although he was met with critical approval, he also confronted the reality that audiences here were accustomed to spectacle and virtuosity on a grand scale. Chopin's style, intimate and subtly shaded, was unusual by comparison. Nonetheless, local critics praised his nuanced touch and originality. Encouraged, he contemplated making Vienna his base for a longer stretch, but events in Poland soon demanded his attention. Rumours of upheaval floated through Europe, hinting that the Polish struggle for autonomy might erupt into open conflict. Torn between an ambition to explore foreign stages and loyalty to his homeland, Chopin briefly returned to Warsaw in late 1830. Around that time, the November Uprising, an armed rebellion against Russian rule, shattered the foundations of Polish society. While Chopin debated his next steps, friends and family urged him to secure his future abroad, believing that fulfilling his musical potential would serve Poland's cultural pride just as effectively as taking up arms. Thus began the departure that would define his life. In the autumn of 1830, Chopin left Poland for Vienna once again, carrying with him a small box of earth from his native soil, an emblem of his deep attachment to his homeland. As he travelled, he felt a swirl of emotions: excitement, trepidation, sorrow. He watched the landscapes shift as he crossed borders, his piano improvisations echoing the uncertainties of a life in transit. Yet at this point, few realised how profoundly this step would echo in Chopin's life. By the early 1830s, Paris had emerged as the glittering epicentre of European art, intellect and revolution. For Frederic Chopin, who recently arrived from Poland in turmoil, the city felt both overwhelming and inviting. He entered a community of writers, painters and fellow composers, all converging in the capital's salons, those vibrant, often unpredictable hives of conversation and performance. To a young exile burdened by homesickness, Paris offered both a refuge and a blank canvas on which to shape his public identity. Almost immediately, Chopin sensed the city's dual nature. It was as much a whirlwind of self-promotion and social manoeuvring as it was a crucible of high art. Hostesses of these gatherings vied for intriguing guests, and initially, Chopin's Polish origins and refined keyboard approach made him a sought-after novelty. Yet he soon learned that success in Paris demanded more than raw talent. It required a flair for presentation and the ability to navigate cliques. Determined to avoid being overshadowed by showier performers, he maintained his intimate style while allowing curious audiences to glimpse his romantic mystique. Fortunately, his music spoke on his behalf. Listeners were entranced by the delicate interplay of melody and harmony that defined his early works. Paris, still reeling from the July Revolution and swept up in a romantic fervour, was primed to celebrate emotion in art. Chopin's pieces, simultaneously subtle and impassioned, fit this cultural moment. Amid the murmur of conversation in cramped drawing rooms, he introduced a distinctly Polish flavour through his mazurkas and polonaises. These forms, coloured by folk rhythms and patriotic longing, offered a window into a homeland many Parisians knew little about. However, achieving financial stability was not an effortless task. Chopin turned to teaching piano, an enterprise he approached with meticulous care. Unlike typical drills, his lessons emphasised musical poetry, guiding students to hear the emotional undercurrent in every phrase. News of his abilities as an instructor spread, and soon wealthy families sought him out. Teaching, though time-consuming, ensured a steady income that freed him from the strain of large-scale concertising, a format he never fully embraced. Indeed, Chopin's preferred venue was not the grand concert hall, but the intimate salon, where he could sense the subtle reactions of a small audience. His approach, sometimes described as whisper-like, asked listeners to lean in rather than lean back. Critics who anticipated bravura criticised him for his lack of force. Yet among the growing group of admirers, there was consensus that force was never his aim. In an era enthralled by personal expression, Chopin's delicate phrasing offered a different kind of power, one that was internal, reflective, and quietly revolutionary. During these formative years in Paris, He forged relationships that would shape his legacy. One such bond developed with Franz Liszt, a flamboyant Hungarian pianist whose colossal sound and stage theatrics contrasted sharply with the Chopin's reserve. Nevertheless, the two men found common ground, admiring each other's artistry and occasionally playing together. Their contrasting styles reflected the diversity of Romantic music, Liszt's dramatic scale balanced by the Chopin's interior landscapes. Chopin also crossed paths with figures like Hector Berlioz, whose sweeping symphonies embodied the era's thirst for grandeur. While their creative visions diverged, these encounters deepened Chopin's understanding of music's many possibilities. In a city teeming with restless minds, he soaked up discussions of aesthetics, politics, and philosophy. Late-night gatherings could spark friendships or feuds, but for Chopin they offered continual insight into the forces shaping contemporary thought. Yet under the polished routine of teaching and performing, Chopin carried the weight of displacement. Letters reveal his lingering sorrow over Poland's struggles, an ache that wove itself into his most poignant compositions. Even as he gained acclaim in Paris, he wrestled with guilt at having left his homeland. This tension between a new life of opportunity and an old world in turmoil fueled his artistic spirit. Ultimately, it was this confluence of exile and acceptance, longing and fulfillment, that birthed his most enduring works. In the midst of this growing success, however, Chopin had no inkling that a dramatic personal relationship would soon reshape his life in ways even his music could barely foretell. It was within these circles of artists and intellectuals that Chopin encountered the writer George Sand, a presence as paradoxical and complex as the city itself. Born Aurore Dupin, she had already garnered both fame and notoriety for her unconventional lifestyle, adopting a man's attire and openly criticising social norms. Their first meeting, arranged by mutual friends, was anything but ideal. Sand's boldness startled Chopin, likewise. His delicate demeanour struck her as a feat. Yet beneath this awkward first impression, a shared sensibility lingered, hinting that fate had set them on a path of entanglement. Though their initial interactions were marked by tension, curiosity eventually eroded wariness. At salons, Sand listened to Chopin's performances with quiet intensity, fascinated by the subtle passion woven into his nocturnes and preludes. For her part, Chopin discovered in Sand's writing a candour that both unsettled and intrigued him. She wrote with emotional force, challenging societal expectations in a way he, a more introverted figure, could only express through music. In time, this mutual fascination evolved into a relationship that defied easy classification. Some saw it as scandalous, others romanticised it, envisioning two rebellious souls uniting under the banner of art. Sand's familial obligations, she was a mother with complex ties to past lovers, clashed with Chopin's need for a stable, tranquil environment. Yet for several years, they carved out a shared existence, spending summers at Sand's estate in Nohant, where Chopin found the kind of peace impossible to attain in Paris. The manor's sprawling gardens and rustic atmosphere gave him the space to compose free from urban pressures. Meanwhile, Sand continued to write feverishly, fueling her own literary output in parallel. This period yielded some of Chopin's most refined compositions. He built upon his previous works, deepening their emotional range while drawing further on Polish influences, especially in his mazurkas. The synergy with Sand took a curious form. She stoked his creative fires by allowing him solitude, yet providing companionship when he needed it. The letters from that era reveal a mixture of affection and exasperation, as they attempted to reconcile two strong-willed temperaments with distinct worldviews. Chopin's health, already delicate, showed further signs of strain. He suffered from persistent coughing fits and fevers, likely tied to a chronic pulmonary ailment. The exact nature of his condition remains debated, though tuberculosis is the commonly suggested culprit. At Nohant, Sand took on the role of caregiver, even as she juggled her responsibilities to her children. The tranquil setting was both therapeutic and creatively stimulating. However, the underlying tensions in their partnership never fully disappeared. Despite these strains, they managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, returning to Paris for the social season and hosting a circle of admirers, including artists who found their alliance captivating. Rumours and speculations made the rounds, some exaggerated, others tinged with envy. Chopin, quieter by nature, often let Sand handle social negotiations, Her judgment-free nature and ability to navigate bohemian society made her well suited to do so. During their years together, Chopin continued to refine his technique. His works from this phase, nocturnes, waltzes, impromptus, resonate with a delicate balance between introspection and theatrical flair. He pushed the boundaries of harmony, exploring key changes that felt as subtle as shifting moods. Audiences in Paris, who by then revered him as a singular voice on the piano, embraced these developments eagerly. However, when personal conflicts flared, the same artistic brilliance that flowed in times of peace could also come to a halt. Gradually, the relationship showed signs of fracture. Sand's practicality clashed with Chopin's artistic fragility, especially as financial and familial burdens multiplied. Their differing life philosophies became harder to reconcile. Sand championed unconstrained freedom, while Chopin yearned for emotional security. Friends noticed simmering tension. Chopin's circle worried about his health, Sand's acquaintances questioned her choices. Neither could ignore the gathering clouds. Still, for a while longer, they sustained a delicate equilibrium. Each day a tapestry of quiet idylls and small quarrels, softened by the hush of the French countryside. Their bond gave birth to cultural ripples that extended beyond their personal story. The fusion of literary boldness and musical nuance sparked curiosity in those who orbited their world. The question was not if their union would end, but how the inevitable parting would unfold, and what toll it would take on the Chopin spirit, which had grown accustomed to Sand's presence as both muse and caretaker. As the 1840s advanced, tensions between Chopin and George Sand deepened. Conflicting needs frayed their once productive coexistence, culminating in disagreements that seemed trivial to outsiders but deeply impacted their bond. Financial strains became more pronounced. Although Chopin was still giving private lessons and occasionally performing, his medical expenses increased, and his capacity to maintain the rigorous schedule of a sought-after musician waned. Sand's responsibilities piled higher. She was not just an acclaimed novelist, but also a mother, whose children demanded her attention. Their seasonal retreats to Nahant were initially meant to be restorative, yet the countryside that once soothed them now became a backdrop for brooding silences and unspoken resentments. Chopin, increasingly plagued by ill health, found it difficult to cope with the emotional upheavals. Sand, for her part, struggled to reconcile her desire for independence with the role of caregiver and mediator. The earlier idyll of two artists inspiring each other gave way to a fragile piece held together by habit and reluctance to confront the inevitable. By 1846, arguments over the upbringing of Sand's children, particularly her daughter Solange, magnified the couple's disparities. Sand believed Chopin was overstepping his boundaries. He, in turn, felt marginalised in a household he had come to consider partly his own. As from this period paint a picture of two individuals trying to salvage a relationship that had lost its guiding clarity. The closeness that once nurtured Chopin's compositions and fueled Sand's writing now felt stifling, each partner perceiving the other as a barrier to personal freedom. When the final break came, it was less an explosive rupture than a slow unravelling. They were practically living apart by 1847. Their friends, once enchanted by the bohemian aura of their union, looked on with sympathy or weary resignation, depending on whose side they took. Though not bitterly acrimonious, the separation left Chopin emotionally drained at a time when he most needed stability. And then, broader European unrest intervened. The year 1848 ushered in revolutions across the continent. France, Austria, and various Italian states erupted in anti-monarchical fervour. Paris was engulfed by turmoil, with barricades springing up and many aristocratic families fleeing. Chopin's student base shrank dramatically, intensifying his financial worries. Weakened and anxious, he began to consider leaving the city, when a British admirer, Jane Stirling, invited him to London, promising new opportunities for performance and patronage. Chopin decided to accept, despite reservations about travel with his frail health. London welcomed him with a mix of curiosity and scepticism. In a musical scene dominated by large-scale concerts, Chopin's subtle approach found appreciative audiences, but did not ignite a mainstream frenzy. He gave a handful of performances, enough to dazzle connoisseurs and uphold his reputation. Though the city's bustling pace and cold, damp climate took a toll. Searching for respite, he travelled north to Scotland, where patrons offered lodging in their country homes, The bleak landscapes, while novel, did little to alleviate his mounting exhaustion. Letters from this period reveal his despair over deteriorating health and the emotional wounds of separation from Sand. He was haunted by memories of earlier, more optimistic days in Paris. The sense of exile he once felt upon leaving Poland now returned with even greater poignancy. Ironically, he was closer geographically to his homeland than ever before, yet felt more spiritually adrift. His performances, though still meticulous, lack the spark of earlier years. Composing came in fits and starts, yielding a few remarkable late works, but each effort drained his waning strength. By late 1848, Chopin concluded that London could not be a permanent refuge. He returned to Paris early the following year, an ailing figure who could no longer rely on teaching or concerts to sustain himself. Friends rallied to his aid, offering financial support and companionship. Still, each passing week saw him grow weaker, confined mostly to his apartment. Occasional visitors recalled the quiet dignity with which he faced his final decline, maintaining a gentle politeness and concern for others' comfort. He clung to whatever creative impulses remained, sometimes improvising a few notes at the piano, though coughing fits often cut these sessions short. Aware of the seriousness of his condition, Chopin is said to have asked for Mozart's Requiem to be performed at his funeral. The end came on October 17th, 1849, when he died at age 39. Mourners gathered at the Church of the Madeleine to pay tribute. His sister Ludwika, who had journeyed from Poland to be with him, arranged for his heart to be returned to Warsaw, a final testament to the love he bore for his homeland. The rest of his remains were interred at Père-Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. In the hush that followed, those who knew him contemplated the delicate threads he wove between Poland, France, and the universal language of music, a tapestry that now, with his passing, felt both achingly complete and painfully unfinished. In the days and weeks after Chopin's death, Parisian society buzzed with reminiscences, myths, and debates over his true nature. Was he the epitome of the romantic, willing to sacrifice his health for the sake of art? Or was he a more measured figure, quietly shaping the course of piano music without fanfare? His friends, former lovers, and students offered conflicting portraits, a mosaic of impressions that underscored the complexity of a life lived in the margins between public scrutiny and private longing. Already, fellow composers and critics were assessing his legacy. Franz Liszt, who had championed Chopin's works, penned a biography that blended admiration with a certain poetic license. Hector Berlioz credited him with renewing the expressive power of the piano. Robert Schumann, based in Germany, had long praised Chopin's gift for capturing entire worlds of feeling in miniature forms. While the scope of Chopin's output was modest compared to symphonists or opera composers, its influence proved outsized, a testament to the intimacy he brought to every bar of music. Pianists marvelled at the technical innovations embedded in his etudes, preludes and nocturnes. Chopin transformed the piano into an instrument of whispered confidence rather than a bombastic display. His approach to fingering, pedal usage, and phrasing forced performers to abandon purely mechanical methods. Instead, they were compelled to inhabit the emotional core of each piece, a requirement that made playing Chopin both a challenge and a revelation. Yet not everyone grasped his significance immediately. Some critics, particularly those captivated by grand orchestral works, perceived his oeuvre as devoid of grandeur. They questioned whether these delicate sketches deserved the same reverence accorded to symphonies. Over time, however, that perspective evolved. Younger generations of composers recognized that Chopin's genius lay precisely in his ability to convey epic feeling through slender forms. The preludes, each a miniature universe, gained particular acclaim for their structural and harmonic daring. Even Liszt's transcriptions of Chopin's works could not replicate the subtlety that defined Chopin's own playing. In Poland, still grappling with political subjugation, Chopin's music became a beacon of cultural identity. His polonaises, with their regal, march-like rhythms, and mazurkas, echoing the rustic dance forms of rural Poland, resonated with those yearning for national dignity. Over time, entire generations of Poles would point to Chopin as the embodiment of a spirit unbroken by foreign rule. In this sense, his legacy took on a patriotic dimension, turning him into a symbolic guardian of the Polish soul, While he spent much of his adulthood in Paris, his heart, both literally and figuratively, remained in Warsaw, ensuring that his reputation at home was burnished by an almost holy reverence. Beyond Poland's borders, Chopin's influence quietly seeped into the DNA of Western music. Claude Debussy and Gabriel Fauré, major French composers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, drew upon his nuanced approach to harmony. Even Russian composers like Alexander Scriabin found inspiration in Chopin's coloristic chords. In the realm of piano performance, his legacy manifested in the demand that interpretation be a delicate art of shading and personal expression. Pianists from across Europe, and eventually the world, travelled to Paris or Warsaw to study Chopin's style firsthand. One of the more intriguing aspects of his posthumous fame was the almost hallowed aura surrounding his personal relics. Beyond the famed transport of his heart to Warsaw, people preserved his letters, locks of his hair, and even the pianos he played. Memorials and statues appeared, especially after political shifts allowed Poland to honour its favourite son openly. Festivals sprang up celebrating his birthday and revisiting his repertoire. A certain romantic mystique enveloped his image, the frail poetic exile whose life and death paralleled the vulnerable beauty of his music. Yet for all the mythologizing, Chopin's legacy rests squarely on the strength of his compositions. They remain staples in concert halls and teaching studios, prized not only for their emotive power, but also for their technical demands. Students labour over the waltzes, nocturnes, and etudes, learning to tell stories through rubato and carefully weighted chords. Seasoned performers return to them repeatedly, finding fresh nuance with each pass. In every corner of the world, from grand theatres in major capitals to modest community recital spaces, Chopin's notes continue to ring out, bridging gaps and loops in language, culture, and time. Through it all, the composer retains an aura of intimate mysticism. His music, often described as capturing the soul's gentle confessions, remains deeply personal to each interpreter. And that may be his greatest gift to posterity, the invitation to find our own unspoken yearnings mirrored in his quietly revolutionary idiom. He left no grand manifesto, no flamboyant stage persona, but rather a carefully wrought tapestry of sound that persists in reminding us how powerful the softest voice can be when it speaks of truth. In the modern age, Chopin's significance endures, transcending the boundaries of Poland and France to captivate listeners worldwide. Yet the way we understand him today has expanded well beyond the initial romantic framework. Scholars delve into his manuscripts, tracing the evolution of harmonic progressions and fingering patterns. Historians consider the political and social milieus that shaped him, noting how exile sharpened his sense of cultural identity. At international piano competitions, from Warsaw's prestigious Chopin competition to events in Asia and the Americas, contestants vie to interpret his works with the perfect blend of fidelity and personal insight. In Poland, Chopin remains a national treasure. Streets, airports, and music schools bear his name. The annual festivals dedicated to his music attract visitors from every continent, turning the performance of nocturnes and ballades into a communal pilgrimage. His heart, encased in a pillar at the Church of the Holy Cross in Warsaw, is a poignant reminder of his last wishes. Locals and tourists alike pause there, reflecting on a life that, despite its brevity, resonates across centuries. The Poles see in Chopin a symbol of resilience, a testament that beauty can thrive even under oppression. In France, his longtime adoptive home, Chopin's legacy flourishes as well. Visitors to Paris can pay homage at Père Lachaise Cemetery, where he rests among luminaries such as Jim Morrison and Oscar Wilde. In the city's music academies and concert halls, his name is spoken with a reverence reserved for those who shaped an era. His image, the elegantly dressed yet fragile composer, forever perched at a piano, persists in cultural memory. Each year, recitals commemorate his arrival in Paris, recalling the sense of astonishment he once sparked in those crowded salons. Meanwhile, interpretations of his music have branched in countless directions. The early decades of the 20th century saw pianists like Ignacy Jan Paderewski champion his work with a grand romantic flourish. Later, Arthur Rubinstein emphasized an elegant simplicity, stripping away sentimental excess. Contemporary virtuosos, bolstered by historically informed performance techniques, debate over pedal usage and tempo rubato. chasing an elusive authenticity that might approximate Chopin's own sound. Yet the essence of his composition resists rigid definition. Each generation finds something new in them, an unexpected harmonic pivot or a melodic gesture that resonates with modern ears. While classical music circles revere Chopin, other genres occasionally claim him too. Jazz pianists adapt his harmonies, weaving his chordal language into improvisations. Film composers borrow snippets of his melodic style to evoke nostalgia or refined emotion. Even pop and rock musicians have paid tribute in their ways, sampling themes or referencing him as a beacon of artistic integrity. That a 19th century Polish expatriate continues to surface in such varied contexts underscores the universal pull of his sound. At the same time, fresh biographical insights continue to surface. Historians have unearthed letters and diaries that shed light on his experiences in exile, his struggles with illness, and his sometimes overlooked humour. Discussions of his personal relationships, particularly his partnership with George Sand, have shifted from scandalised whispers to nuanced examinations of how two creative forces can both nurture and wound each other. Modern scholarship probes the idea that Chopin's poor health was not merely a tragic backdrop, but a driving factor in his artistry, compelling him to distill profound emotion into concise forms. One cannot overlook the importance of nostalgia and memory in Chopin's ongoing allure. His nocturnes, waltzes, and mazurkas possess a wistful quality that resonates with anyone who's experienced love and loss, yearns for home, or contemplates the transient nature of life. That sense of longing, so central to the Romantic era, feels surprisingly fresh in a world where technology often accelerates our daily existence. Through Chopin's music, many listeners find a space to breathe, to contemplate subtler shades of emotion less easily expressed in words. In a sense, the Chopin story is a bridge between epochs. He lived in the age of candlelit salons and quill-penned letters, yet his art continues to find renewed relevance. Grand competitions see young pianists from Seoul, Buenos Aires, Cape Town, and beyond interpret his scores with riveting originality, proving that music transcends geography and time. The constant reimagination of his work through performance, scholarship, and even casual listening testifies to the enduring power of a gentle soul who spoke most eloquently when seated before a piano. From Zhelezova Wola to Paris and back again, Chopin's journey resonates as a narrative of exile, creativity, love, and loss. He remains a figure both deeply cherished and endlessly debated, his spirit woven into the collective memory of Western culture. Each generation rediscovers him on its terms, drawn in by music that whispers truths about the human condition. And thus, Frederic Chopin lives on, a quiet but potent force, reminding us that even the softest voice can reverberate through history. We're starting off with the veteran and the sacred spring, Republic 2nd century BC. Marcus Licinius let out a pained breath as he lowered his battle-scarred body into the steaming stone basin. The midday sun filtered through olive trees around the rustic bathhouse, turning the rising vapours golden. For a man who had spent years rinsing in frigid camp rivers, this languid heat was a luxury. He closed his eyes, feeling old javelin wounds in his shoulder and thighs for the first time since the wars against Carthage. Standing nearby, the Greek physician Philon watched and smiled knowingly, ladling scented warm water over the veteran's back. These Greek contrivances, Marcus began to grumble, but his voice softened into a sigh as warmth seeped into his bones. Bathing was a custom introduced to Italy from Greece only recently, and traditional Romans like him still met it with equal parts curiosity and scepticism. Yet pain had a way of overcoming pride. Philon recalled how Marcus had limped into the grove that morning leaning on a staff and refusing help. Now the soothing aromas of lavender and laurel in the water softened the soldier's hard expression. Philon had come to Rome as a captive Greek healer and earned his freedom through medical skill. Back home, healers understood the power of balneum, the bath, as a place of cure. He had learned illness came from imbalances within, and believed water and heat could help restore harmony. The physician gently helped Marcus lean against the pool's edge, and, with a bronze strigil, began scraping sweat and oil from the skin, removing grime as well as what he called bad humours. Marcus did not fully grasp the theory of the four humours, but he understood one thing: the ritual felt cleansing and oddly renewing. They were not alone in this modest bathhouse by the sacred spring. Nearby, a pair of villagers quietly soaked their aching limbs and inhaled herbal steam for stubborn coughs. The atmosphere was hushed and reverent. This place wasn't a grand public thermae, but a simple balneae beside an ancient spring long believed to be touched by the gods. Marcus recalled tales of miraculous waters curing the afflicted. The spring fed a small hot bath chamber and a cold pool downstream, and its reputation had spread after soldiers claimed wounds healed faster here than elsewhere. As Marcus's body grew acclimated to the heat, Philon guided him to the next step of the regimen. Now for the cold plunge, the physician said. Marcus grimaced but complied, hobbling to the frigidarium, a circular stone pool under the open sky. He braced himself and descended. The cold water gripped his skin like an icy fist, drawing a sharp gasp. Every instinct screamed to leap out, but Marcus stayed, recalling Philon's counsel that the sudden change in temperature would stimulate his blood and invigorate the body. After a few breaths, the ache in his leg dulled to a manageable throb. The shock of cold following the deep warmth left him breathless yet strangely revitalized. Shivering but smiling, Marcus emerged and wrapped himself in a woolen towel offered by an attendant. He rolled his shoulder and found it looser, the usual stabbing pain notably diminished. Perhaps there is something to these baths after all, he admitted, meeting Philon's eyes. The Greek patted his arm. Not magic, friend, nature's gift. Heat and water can do more than any salve. Marcus had to agree. At the edge of the spring-fed pool stood a small altar covered in thank offerings, clay votives shaped like limbs and tablets etched with words of gratitude. Despite years of battle-hardened skepticism, Marcus felt compelled to step over. He murmured a few words to Aesculapius, the god of healing, giving quiet thanks in the old way. A breeze rustled the olive branches overhead as if in gentle approval. Marcus stood taller. The weight of his armour was gone, replaced by a lightness he hadn't felt in decades. In the silence, broken only by trickling water, a battle-weary Roman discovered a new kind of victory, the healing power of water and rest. With Philon's help, Marcus donned his tunic. The veteran's scars would remain, but he felt that a piece of the war's burden had been lifted from him, left behind in those sacred waters. As they departed the grove, Marcus glanced back at the spring one last time. In that tranquil refuge of warmth and faith, he had found hope that even the deepest wounds might one day mend. A day at Agrippa's Thermae, between 27 BC and 12 BC, early empire. Steam swirled through the cavernous caldarium as Lucius adjusted a bronze pipe, redirecting hot air beneath the marble floor. He was a servus balnearius, bath attendant, in the magnificent baths of Agrippa, starting work before dawn in the furnace room. Face flushed from stoking the wood-fired hippocaust, Lucius finally climbed out into the main halls carrying baskets of fresh olive oil and folded linens. The baths were already coming alive. Aristocrats in elegant togas, weathered legionaries, merchants from afar, and even freedmen and slaves scraped together the tiny fee for entry, all arriving in the morning light. Social distinctions melted away once inside. Senators, merchants, soldiers, and even slaves mingled freely here on common ground. By mid-morning they stationed Lucius in the Apoditerium, a changing room filled with cubbyholes for clothes. A kindly senator pressed a quadrans, the customary fee, into Lucius's palm as a gratuity. Since Agrippa's death, the magnificent Thermae were left free to the people, so any payment now was a personal gift. Lucius smiled gratefully and tucked the coin away. Suddenly, a shout at the far side signalled that a bather's cloak had gone missing. Lucius's stomach dropped. Theft in the crowded baths was unfortunately common, and he knew the gods would receive another bitter prayer against a thief before nightfall. As the rush of bathers slowed, Lucius took a moment to breathe. He wandered through the tepidarium, the warm room, where clusters of men reclined on heated benches. Two scholars soaked and debated in Greek about Aristotle. Nearby, a poet declaimed new verses to an appreciative circle. He often saw philosophers and poets here, sharing wisdom with anyone who would listen. Though he dared not interject, Lucius felt proud to work in a place where knowledge flowed as freely as water. His reprieve was brief. A call from the Palaestra, exercise yard, sent him running. One of the wrestling trainers needed more oil for athletes to anoint themselves. Lucius fetched a jug of scented oil and marvelled at the surroundings as he trotted through a colonnade. Agrippa's complex was not only baths and gyms, but also gardens and promenades. Through arched doorways he glimpsed manicured courtyards and colonnades, like the Greek gymnasia but even more sumptuous. Patrons strolled those paths to cool down, surrounded by statues and greenery, a carefully crafted landscape of leisure and health. Back in the main bath hall, Lucius carefully poured oil into the hands of a burly veteran, preparing for a massage. The man nodded in thanks, scars crisscrossing his back. He mentioned that his old war wounds pained him less after a hot soak. Lucius offered a polite smile and moved on, but inside he felt a spark of satisfaction. He saw daily how much relief the baths brought to weary bodies. People left these halls walking taller than when they entered. By late afternoon the crowds thinned. Lucius helped sweep the now empty frigidarium, the cold plunge room shivering a bit in the clammy air left behind. He gathered stray strigils and tidied shelves of oils. At last, as dusk approached, the thermi closed for cleaning. Sore and exhausted, Lucius crept to a quiet corner of the caldarium. With no patrons around, he finally dared to slip into the warm bath himself. The embrace of hot water was immediate bliss to his aching muscles. Eyes closed, he floated for a minute, letting healing warmth wash over him. In that brief moment, the grand bath he served each day became his sanctuary too. Lamplight flickered in the corridors as he finished his duties. Before leaving, he paused by the small altar where patrons offered thanks to the goddess of health, Salus, and bowed his head. He had witnessed both nobles and workers find solace, cleanliness, and companionship beneath these vaulted ceilings. Lucius locked the massive bronze doors from outside. In the amber glow of sundown, the baths of Agrippa stood silent and steamy behind him, an enduring gift to Rome. Tomorrow at dawn he would return to ignite its fires anew, knowing that within those walls the aches of rich and poor alike were soothed by the same healing waters. In the sacred waters of Sulis, Aquae Sulis, Britannia, 2nd century AD. Eberacca lifted her hands above the steaming pool as dawn's first light crept through the open roof. As a priestess of Sulis Minerva, she began each day in prayer by the sacred spring. Tendrils of mist curled around her, and the lone Roman veteran who stood shivering in the cool morning air. Marcus Julius, a retired centurion, had travelled hundreds of miles to Aquae Sulis in hopes these famous thermal waters might ease the agonizing pain in his joints. He watched with cautious reverence as the priestess invoked the goddess. "Sulis Minerva, healer of ills, bless us," she intoned. Sulis was venerated as a healing divinity whose sacred hot springs could cure physical and spiritual suffering, and Eberacca felt the goddess's presence in the rising steam. At her nod, Marcus disrobed his tall, scar-scored frame and gingerly descended the stone steps into the great bath. He inhaled sharply. The water was near scalding, rich with sulphur and minerals that tinged it a translucent green. Every day Eberacca saw newcomers react the same way, a gasp at the heat, then a sigh as the warmth penetrated aching bones. Marcus settled neck deep, his muscles gradually unclenching. Eberacca took up a shallow pewter bowl, dipped it, and slowly poured the hot mineral water over the veteran's shoulders. This act was part of the healing ritual. The water trickling off his body was thought to carry the spring's healing essence into him. The centurion closed his eyes while the priestess gently poured the shimmering water again and again, murmuring prayers in both Latin and the ancient Brittonic tongue of this land. All around them the baths of Sulis were stirring awake. Fellow pilgrims and local townsfolk began to arrive, their footsteps echoing under the portico. Families with sick children and elderly farmers with crutches came seeking relief. Eberacca greeted each quietly. Though Rome governed Britannia now, in this complex the goddess welcomed all with healing waters. Within the adjacent temple, acolytes prepared offerings of food and carved plaques to present at Sulis Minerva's altar. The air smelled of moist stone, burning incense, and the metallic tang of the spring. For a moment, Eberacca glanced toward the temple's inner sanctum, where a gilded bronze statue of the goddess caught the light. She whispered a promise under her breath that Sulis's power would never be forsaken here, even as foreign customs swirled around her. Marcus roused her from her thoughts with a quiet groan. He had been soaking for a while, eyes half closed as the thermal heat worked on him. The priestess stepped to the water's edge. "How do you feel?" she asked softly. The soldier rolled his shoulder experimentally beneath the green surface. "Better, I think," he replied, a note of wonder in his voice. He moved his knee that had been stiff with arthritis. It was still inflexible, but the stabbing pain had lessened. "The goddess smiles on you," Eurica said with a gentle smile. She offered him a cup of the spring water. Many believe drinking it cleansed one from within as well. Marcus drank the warm, metallic-tasting water and managed a grin. It was the first time Eburaka had seen the stern man smile that morning. By midday, Marcus, now wrapped in a woolen cloak, joined Eburaka and other supplicants at the circular spring for a communal ritual. One by one, they placed tokens in the bubbling water in thanks or petition. Marcus dropped a worn legion pendant into the depths as an offering, while others tossed coins that glinted beneath the ripples. The group then chanted a hymn of healing in unison, their Latin and Brittonic prayers intermingling under the high roof. Eburaka's voice rose strong and clear, invoking Sulis as a nourishing mother and vigilant Minerva all at once. When the rites concluded, Eburaka noticed tears in the centurion's eyes. "I feel new again," Marcus whispered, amazed. He flexed his hands, finding the usual morning stiffness gone. Despite his scars from war and age, the hot waters had restored his vitality. Eburaka helped him to his feet and guided him to give thanks at the altar. Marcus bowed deeply and left his old crutch propped against a pillar, a silent testimony that he hoped not to need it again. That evening, as the last devotees departed, Eburaka lingered to thank the goddess. She sprinkled rose petals into the steaming pool and fed the altar fire until it glowed. Many would depart Aquae Sulis carrying tales of relief and healing back to their homes. Priestess Eburaka offered one final prayer, that these sacred springs would remain a sanctuary of healing for all who truly needed it. The Physicians' Council, Rome c. 180 AD, Julius Frontinus, arrived at the baths of Trajan at dawn. A trained physician, he often met patients here amid the marble halls and healing waters. This morning he had invited his friend Fabius for a private consultation in the bath's soothing environment. Fabius had been listless and sorrowful since losing his wife last winter, a classic melancholia as Julius saw it. Julius believed the baths could succeed where months of mourning had failed, to restore his friend's body and spirit by rebalancing the humours thrown off by grief. They found a quiet corner of the tepidarium, where gentle warmth emanated from the floors and walls. Julius encouraged Fabius to recline on a heated bench. "We will begin here to warm your blood," he explained. In the soft light, mosaics of Hygeia looked down as if supervising the therapy. Julius mixed a few drops of eucalyptus oil into Fabius's palm, a trick he had learned to open the lungs and lift the mood. As Fabius inhaled the sharp scent, Julius noted his friend's posture change. The philosopher's shoulders, long tense, began to relax. Gradual warmth was known to purge unwholesome vapours and prepare the body to release its burdens, and indeed, Fabius's chest seemed to lighten with each breath. Next, Julius led his friend into the caldarium, the hot steam chamber. A wave of moist heat enveloped them. Fabius frowned at the discomfort, but Julius sat him by the hot fountain and urged him to breathe deeply. Soon sweat was streaming down Fabius's body. Julius gently scraped it away with a bronze strugel, as if peeling off a layer of sorrow along with the sweat. The intense heat began to loosen his stiff muscles and even ease his tight chest. Fabius's breathing, shallow at first, grew deeper and more rhythmic. After a thorough sweat, Julius guided the trembling philosopher toward the domed frigidarium. A circular pool of cold, clear water awaited. Fabius balked on the edge, eyeing the chilly basin with dread. "Trust me," Julius said. With a supportive arm, he helped Fabius step down. The cold hit him with a brutal shock. Fabius gasped and almost bolted out, but Julius held him a moment until the panic passed. His heart pounded and his skin tingled. Such a sudden change in temperature was believed to stimulate circulation and sharpen the senses, and indeed Fabius felt more alert than he had in ages. He waded out of the pool on his own, a look of astonishment on his face. "I feel awake," he marvelled through chattering teeth. Julius briskly rubbed him down with a coarse towel, restoring warmth to his skin. Colour returned to Fabius's cheeks and a light to his eyes. They rested in a sunlit courtyard, wrapped in fresh linen robes and sipping watered wine. Fabius's limbs were loose and his mind clear. He grasped Julius's hand gratefully. Grief had driven his humours to imbalance, but nature, aided by hot water and cold, had helped restore what was lost. Julius gently reminded him that regular bathing purifies the body of toxins and can uplift the spirit. As they prepared to depart, Julius observed a cluster of men by the colonnade engaged in a lively debate on Aristotle's ethics. The physician smiled. Bathhouses often served as informal forums for scholars and physicians alike. He himself had exchanged remedies and insights in these halls many times, knowledge flowing freely among those dedicated to wellness. Indeed, this place cared for the spirit just as much as the body. He noted that Fabius now sat upright, calmly watching the morning bustle, the haunted look gone from his face. Before departing, Julius gave Fabius a small vial of soothing herbal oil, instructing him to use it each night. Fabius thanked him, and promised to return to the baths soon, not as a patient, but as a friend. For Julius, this was the true reward of medicine, easing an ailment and seeing hope rekindled. In the vaulted halls of the baths, a soul weighed down by sorrow had truly been lightened. Healing had come through hot and cold water, medicine and friendship, all in harmony together. In Rome, 217 AD, a merchant at Caracalla's baths named Lysander of Tyre stepped through the towering entrance of the baths of Caracalla and felt his breath catch in his throat. He had travelled across half the empire but never seen a monument to leisure as magnificent as this. A vast hall stretched before him, its vaulted ceiling held aloft by dozens of columns. Everywhere stood marble statues of gods and heroes. Colossal Hercules leaning on his club dominated the scene. The complex was renowned for its unparalleled lavish decoration. The merchant passed bronze fountains tinkling gently, their water music echoing off the high walls. Clad only in a simple loincloth provided at the entrance, Lysander moved from the grand atrium into the bustling apoditerium. Here, garments of rich and poor hung side by side in the wall niches. 2 young bath attendants helped Lysander stow his belongings. He cast a cautious eye toward his satchel of precious spices, until an attendant assured him it would be safe. With a nod of thanks, Lysander stepped gingerly onward, the smooth marble floor warm under his bare feet thanks to the hypercaust fires below. He first entered the tepidarium, a warm chamber where an inviting heat caressed his travel-weary muscles. Golden light filtered through high windows, illuminating mosaics of sea creatures across the floor. Groups of men reclined on heated benches along the walls, chatting in a dozen tongues: Latin, Greek, Egyptian, Aramaic, and even his native Syriac. Despite differences in speech and status, here all were simply bathers at ease. A portly Roman negotiator struck up a friendly conversation about caravan routes and even offered Lysander a dab of citrus-scented oil from his flask. The merchant graciously accepted, rubbing it into his skin as the tension of months on the road began to melt from his shoulders. Next, he followed the flow of bathers into the caldarium, the enormous hot room. At one end of this cavernous hall roared a circular pool of steaming water flanked by enormous marble tubs. The air was thick and steamy, muffling every sound to a murmur. Lysander eased himself into the central hot pool. The water embraced him, almost too hot at first, but he slowly sank up to his chest. Waves of heat unfurled through his limbs, dissolving the stiffness in his spine from weeks of jostling in a camel-drawn wagon. Nearby, a pair of off-duty legionaries sighed with relief as they submerged themselves. Lysander closed his eyes and let sweat bead on his brow. A bath attendant appeared with a bronze strigil, and Lysander allowed the young man to briskly scrape the perspiration and oil from his skin. He marvelled at the sight of even this humble task in the Palace of Well-being. Properly steamed and scrubbed, Lysander was ready for the final trial, the frigidarium. He braced himself as he stepped into the next chamber, an airy hall with a vast cold swimming pool and a tatio open to the sky. The sun had climbed higher now, its rays dancing on the turquoise water. With a hearty exhale, Lysander plunged forward. The cold shocked him to his core. He gasped as the chill enveloped his overheated skin. When he surfaced invigorated, he was glad for it. He laughed out loud in surprise. Some nearby bathers chuckled at his shocked face, and he grinned back. The sudden contrast from hot to cold sent new energy coursing through his veins, leaving him alert and renewed. After swimming, Lysander wandered into a landscaped garden adjoining the natatorium. Clipped hedges and fruit trees offered dappled shade. He strolled along a portico where others lounged, cooling off, some enjoying a light snack. In one corner stood a small shrine to Aesculapius, the god of healing. Though not a devout man, Lysander paused to bow his head and offer a silent thanks to the powers watching over weary travellers. Only that morning he had arrived in Rome bone-tired and sore in every joint. Now he felt practically reborn. As he prepared to leave, Lysander felt the day's burdens completely lifted. Stepping back out through the grand doors into the bustling streets, the Syrian merchant carried with him a newfound vigour. The baths of Caracalla had cleansed the dust from his skin and washed away the weariness of his long journey. Refreshed and optimistic, Lysander hefted his satchel of spices, surprisingly lighter on his shoulders now, and set off to conclude his business in the capital, rejuvenated by the restorative powers of Rome's grandest baths. The Saint of the Baths, Rome c. 420 AD. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the half-empty baths of Titus, illuminating motes of dust swirling above the tepidarium pool. Flavia, a middle-aged deaconess of the Christian church, wrung out a linen cloth in warm water and gently laid it over an old woman's arthritic knees. Around them, a handful of the sick and poor soaked quietly in the small bath hall. This once grand facility had seen better days. Mosaics missing tiles, a dry fountain niche where a statue of Apollo had stood. Yet to Flavia, it was a sacred place of healing. In the corner, where a fresco of nymphs was fading, a simple wooden cross hung on the wall. She offered a silent prayer as she worked, not to pagan nymphs or gods, but asking Christ to bless these waters as he once did the pool of Bethesda. The city's elite now shunned public baths, preferring private tubs or avoiding them on moral grounds. Church leaders condemned bathhouses as dens of sin, outlawing mixed bathing and segregating men and women by hours. Many once great bath complexes were closing due to neglect, but Flavia saw opportunity in the decline. With few pleasure seekers left, one wing of the baths of Titus now served as an unofficial infirmary. Its warm rooms and water comforted those too poor or ill to bathe at home. Her patients this day included Septimius, a feverish stonemason, Nereus, a retired legionary with a festering leg wound, and old Livia, whose knees throbbed with arthritis. One by one, Flavia guided them through a gentle bathing regimen. In the tepidarium's mild warmth, stiff joints loosened and fevers began to break. She crushed a bit of rosemary and eucalyptus into hot water, filling the air with sharp, cleansing vapours that drew a weak smile from feverish Septimius. Next, with help from a few volunteers, former bath attendants now serving as Christian helpers, Flavia brought them into the small caldarium. In the hazy steam she softly sang a hymn. Nereus, the old soldier, closed his eyes and joined in between deep breaths of hot air. "This beats the army camps," he murmured with a faint grin. "Even if we sing to a different god now," Flavia chuckled. Even as times changed, the enduring practice of soothing weary bodies with heat remained. After the steam bath, Flavia led the group to the frigidarium. Only a trickle of cold water still flowed, but it was enough. Livia gasped as Flavia poured a bowl of the cool water over her swollen knees. "Easy," Flavia soothed. The brief cold shock brought relief. Livia sighed as the inflammation in her joints eased. Flavia thought of how ancient physicians praised the contrast of hot and cold to stimulate healing, and how even a Christian bishop had urged the use of God-given remedies like baths. Their circuit complete, Flavia helped the weakened bathers dry off and rest along the courtyard colonnade for fresh air. Twilight approached, a breeze carrying in the scent of olive trees outside. She ladled out cups of warm broth from a pot simmering, where perfumed oils were once heated. In the fading light, the group murmured prayers of thanks. Septimius's fever had broken, sweat beaded on his brow, but his eyes were clear. Nereus flexed his leg and found the wound clean. The pain abated. Livia squeezed Flavia's hand in gratitude, and for the first time in weeks, Livia felt her pain ease. As Flavia packed away her supplies, a young acolyte lit a few oil lamps along the walls. Their gentle glow fell on faded paintings of Roman gods and the simple crosses scratched by the faithful. The old and new converged here. These baths once echoed with pagan odes and idle gossip. Now they heard prayers and hymns. The water that Romans once dedicated to Aesculapius was now blessed in Christ's name. Different prayers led to the same healing waters. Before closing for the night, Flavia knelt by the pool and dipped her hand into the warm water, whispering a final prayer of thanks. This derelict bathhouse turned infirmary felt as holy to her as any chapel, a place where suffering was eased and dignity restored. With that thought warming her heart, Flavia shuttered the doors. The baths of Titus fell into quiet darkness, save for the gleam of the wooden cross on the wall, a reminder that even as empires fade, The call to care for the sick endures. Under a leaden winter sky, Marcus pushed open the heavy doors of the Baths of Diocletian in our final story of the Twilight of the Thermae, Rome, 537 AD. A sharp wind followed him in, swirling fallen leaves across the floor. Only a dozen patrons huddled in the vast complex. The bath's emptiness was palpable. Marcus had served as curator aquarum, a water engineer for over 30 years, tending Rome's aqueducts and bathhouses. He remembered when these halls echoed with laughter each afternoon. Now many pools sat dry or lukewarm. Still he made his rounds, determined to offer what comfort he could to those few Romans who clung to the old ways. In the tepidarium, only 2 loyal patrons lingered in the lukewarm pool. Marcus checked the water with his hand, cooler than it should be. The furnaces had barely any fuel left, wood being scarce during the siege. He fed the last bits of charcoal into the boiler, coaxing a meagre flame. Moving on, he passed through the empty palestra, now strewn with dust. In a corner, weeds sprouted between cracked marble tiles where athletes once wrestled. He sighed and entered the caldarium. Only one pool here was still in use, fed by a trickle of warm water. A gaunt mother bathed her young son in the shallows of the one remaining warm pool. The same need for warmth and water, which had sustained so many before them, drew them here. The mother looked up at Marcus and gave a polite, hopeful smile. Marcus mustered a nod in return, even as his heart clenched with the knowledge he bore. At dawn, Marcus had scouted the aqueduct outside the city and discovered the grim truth. Gothic soldiers had cut the Aqua Marcia, toppling its arches to choke off Rome's water. The lifeblood of the baths was severed. What little water remained in the pools was all there would ever be. By tomorrow, the baths of Diocletian would fall silent. He made his way to the frigidarium, a cavernous hall that once housed a cold swimming pool larger than a forum. Now it was dry, the mosaic of Neptune on its floor exposed and dull. Marcus ran a hand along a cracked column. How many generations had cooled their brows here after the steam? He could almost hear ghostly splashes and youthful shouts from centuries past. Returning to the tepidarium, Marcus gently informed the few remaining bathers that the baths would likely close after today. The old men bowed their heads in resigned understanding, and the young mother's eyes brimmed with tears as she held her son closer. A patron placed a rolled parchment into Marcus's hand as a token of appreciation for his years of service, causing Marcus to swallow a lump in his throat. He promised the mother he would direct her to a nearby church offering heated rooms for refugees, a small solace. As twilight fell and the last bathers departed, Marcus remained alone in the cooling caldarium, the hiss of water gone. He sat by an empty basin. An old saying echoed, "While the baths remain, Rome remains." But Rome had changed, its people scattered, its aqueducts broken. Communal bathing, once the pride of Roman life, was now slipping into memory. Yet in the gathering darkness, Marcus felt a measure of peace. The legacy of the Thermae would not vanish. In the Eastern Empire, massive baths still thrived, and in country villages people still sought natural hot springs for relief, just as they always had. Rome had introduced the world to the benefits of bathing, and subsequent generations would continue this legacy. Perhaps future generations in better times would build new bathhouses, or find new ways to use water's healing touch. Marcus rose and made his final rounds, snuffing out lamps and securing doors. He took one last look at the silent halls. This chapter was closing, but he did not feel despair. Water's soothing power was eternal, and he believed that someday its fountains would flow again for those in need. With that hope, Marcus Valens left the baths of Diocletian and shut its doors behind him. In the fading light, the great complex stood dark and still, a sleeping giant awaiting a new dawn in some distant future. Charles John Huffam Dickens entered the world on February 7, 1812, in Portsmouth, England, an unassuming coastal city whose naval docks were alive with shipyard clamour. His father, John Dickens, was a clerk in the Navy Pay Office, and his mother, Elizabeth Barrow, juggled household duties with literary aspirations of her own. Though future readers might picture Dickens's early years brimming with quaint scenes, his youth was less storybook and more precarious. In many accounts, Dickens first emerges as a child forced to work in a boot-blacking warehouse after his father's imprisonment. While that humiliating episode is well known, less noted is how Dickens' sense of betrayal took root during that time. He felt cast off by parents who placed him in a grimy riverside factory, scraping labels from bottles for hours on end. That sense of abandonment left scars. Years later, he'd disguised the trauma in comedic passages or heartbreak in novels, but the sting of childhood adversity was never fully exorcised. Before that warehouse ordeal, Dickens spent a short span in a school in Chatham. Teachers found him bright and observant. He devoured cheap adventure tales and occasionally wrote small sketches. If not for financial mismanagement, perhaps he would have continued this schooling unabated. Instead, money troubles spiralled. The father's easygoing nature plus a love of small luxuries spelled doom. When John Dickens fell behind on bills, local bailiffs eventually hauled him to Marshalsea debtors' prison in Salebuck. Young Charles felt pride battered by this scandal. Imprisonment for debt carried a social stigma. Elizabeth Dickens, struggling outside the prison walls, insisted that Charles keep labouring at the blacking factory to support the family. This parental stance deepened his sense of injustice. Dickens found small consolation in nighttime strolls by the Thames, where he observed the chaos of London's underworld, including tavern brawls, children selling goods, and ragged porters carrying crates. Such experiences fueled the observational acuity that would one day saturate his novels with authenticity. He saw how easily fate could tip honest families into squalor, a theme that would recur in his narratives about orphans, outcasts and fallen gentry. As time passed, John Dickens managed to secure his release by settling partial debts. Charles was allowed to return to schooling, an abrupt shift that left him grateful but conflicted. He had tasted the indignities of labouring among older workers who teased him for his middle-class airs. Back at a desk, he aimed to catch up academically, though funds remained tight. A thirst for knowledge defined his after-hours, rummaging through second-hand bookstalls, studying the language of newspapers, or eavesdropping on city gossip. By the age of 15, he had completed his formal education and found himself back in the working world, this time as a junior clerk in a solicitor's office. Despite its mundane nature, Dickens's job exposed him to the intricacies of legal bureaucracy. Dickens observed lawyers taking advantage of outdated processes, petty lawsuits lasting months, and fees draining families. It seemed a heartless machine. Meanwhile, Dickens itched to write. He taught himself shorthand, a skill in demand for courtroom or parliamentary reporting. With that tool, he pivoted to freelance journalism. He roamed London's streets after his clerk hours, forging a double life as an amateur reporter, penning observations about social ills or comedic mishaps. Soon enough, he earned small commissions, capturing parliamentary debates for local papers. This exposure sharpened his sense of London's political theatric, a stage of pomp, cunning, and sweeping rhetoric that seldom solved the plight of the poor. In these formative years, Dickens rarely confided his deeper ambitions to family. He was polite, energetic, but also guarded. It's said that the warehouse humiliation bred secrecy. Publicly, he projected wit and warmth. Privately, he seethed at injustice. He began drafting sketches of everyday characters, bustling office messengers, crusty paralegals, street vendors with melodic cries. These glimpses shaped the core of his early style. He recognised that the city teemed with stories just waiting to be told, stories of ambition, heartbreak, and improbable comedy. For Dickens, the line between real life and fiction thinned daily. Thus, by age 20, Charles Dickens was a restless spirit, armed with bitter memories and a natural gift for observation. Though not yet the famed novelist, he was planting seeds for the empathy and social critique that would soon bloom. He'd glimpsed the cruelty of circumstance and the fragility of fortunes. That awareness, fused with irrepressible humour and sympathy for the downtrodden, would guide him as he waded deeper into the journalistic realm, then soared into the literary spotlight. Dickens's early foray into journalism gradually eclipsed his clerk duties. He discovered a knack for capturing small happenings with dramatic flair. Employed first as a shorthand reporter at Doctors' Commons, where maritime and probate cases were heard, Dickens gleaned odd legal details, comedic rivalries, and labyrinthine procedures that later informed his novels about the law's absurdities. Meanwhile, his coverage of parliamentary debates demanded swift, accurate shorthand. That discipline sharpened his memory and attention to nuance. He soon ventured into writing sketches, brief, witty observations on London life, for periodicals, using the pen name Boz, Dickens portrayed bus conductors cracking jokes, fussy spinsters in their cramped parlours, or rowdy coach passengers headed to the suburbs. These pieces, collected later as sketches by Boz, revealed a gift for conjuring comedic snapshots tinged with empathy. Readers laughed at his gentle satire of human foibles. Editors noticed the fresh voice. The public wanted more. At the same time, Dickens navigated a personal milestone. He became engaged to Catherine Hogarth, daughter of a newspaper colleague. The match signalled a semblance of stability. Catherine was supportive, if somewhat reserved. Their courtship led Dickens to refine his sense of domestic security, something he'd lacked in youth. Although not known for confessional writing about romance, Dickens's letters hinted at genuine affection. They married in 1836, soon renting a modest home as Dickens juggled journalism, sketches, and incipient novel projects. Opportunity knocked unexpectedly when a publisher approached him for a serialised comedic novel to accompany illustrations by a well-known artist. The result, initially planned as a set of light-hearted sporting adventures, evolved into The Pickwick Papers. Dickens's comedic energy, combined with whimsical characters, turned it into a literary phenomenon. Through Mr. Pickwick's misadventures and the cockney charm of Sam Weller, Dickens found a vast audience. Circulation soared. Readers devoured each monthly instalment. Dickens, at 24, became a household name, yet behind the success, he sweated over deadlines, rewriting chapters at the last moment. The serial format demanded constant invention. He discovered that comedic set pieces like a misread will or an accidental infiltration of a lady's costume party tickled popular taste. He also experimented with poignant moments, such as the plight of a downtrodden servant or a debtor, infusing the narrative with moral undertones. This blend of humour and pathos would define Dickens's brand. He recognised that laughter softened readers for deeper empathy. Money finally poured in, letting Dickens move to a better residence. Catherine bore children in rapid succession, turning their home into a bustling nest. Dickens, though loving, found that fatherhood demanded time he often spent writing. A private tension brewed. He was the affectionate patriarch, but also a restless creator who craved quiet hours for brainstorming new tales. Despite paternal duties, he scoured London's back alleys for inspiration. Venturing to slums at odd times, eavesdropping on pub chatter, he believed authenticity hinged on direct observation, not second-hand accounts. Following Pickwick, Dickens leapt to more serious themes in Oliver Twist, 1837 to 1839. No longer content to dwell solely on comedic escapades, he painted the bleakness of workhouses and child exploitation, partly echoing his own teenage anguish. Readers reeled at the raw depiction of criminals, though Dickens leavened the gloom with comedic minor characters. Critically, Oliver Twist ran concurrently with Dickens's other obligations. He was editing magazines, finishing shorter works, and beginning new serials. The pace was relentless. He thrived on the excitement, yet it risked exhaustion. Public acclaim soared. His name now graced invitations to dinner parties with aristocrats who craved proximity to the sensational Boz. Dickens appreciated the chance to expand his network, though he sometimes mocked upper-class pretensions. He never forgot his working-class brushes with hardship, refusing to let polished society lull him. Instead, he leveraged connections to champion philanthropic concerns. He privately aided London charities and joined reform committees. While not a radical agitator, Dickens believed in social improvement through publicity and moral suasion. His novels became a subtle force for that cause, exposing readers to the realities of orphanages, slums, and corrupt institutions. Around this time, Dickens also travelled to rural areas, gleaning stories from rickety stagecoaches or decrepit inns. These journeys reaffirmed that outside London's bustle lay entire pockets of tradition and superstition, fertile ground for future plots. Meanwhile, Catherine's sister Mary Hogarth, who had moved in to assist the household, died suddenly. Her death devastated Dickens, triggering a profound grief that coloured some subsequent chapters in his writing. The ephemeral nature of life became a quiet refrain in his novels, as he realised that personal tragedy was inseparable from comedic levity. The public continued to clamour for his narratives, hungry for that singular Dickens style, vibrant characters dancing between humour and sorrow. Thus, Dickens closed the 1830s riding high, yet increasingly aware of the moral gravity behind his fictional worlds. Beneath the success, the seeds of tension sprouted, creative demands, a growing family, and an evolving conscience about society's failings. He pressed on, certain that fiction could spark empathy and reform, forging a path into the next decade, where his ambition would expand with each new novel's unveiling. Dickens's star blazed brightly as he entered the 1840s. Publishers clamoured for fresh novels, while the public devoured each serial instalment. Determined to balance entertainment with social commentary, he embarked on projects like Nicholas Nickleby, spotlighting the abuses in Yorkshire boarding schools. He visited one such institution incognito, alarmed by the squalor inflicted on children. That raw evidence infused the novel's savage critique. Dickens aimed to jolt readers from complacency, believing that shining light on corruption might spur reform. Yet despite success, Dickens felt a creeping restlessness. Continual deadlines hemmed him in, and London's sprawl began to stifle. Seeking fresh inspiration, he travelled abroad in 1842, first to America, anticipating a land of democratic ideals. The trip, however, exposed contradictions. Dickens found some Americans warm and inventive, but balked at rampant slavery and a cultural appetite for piracy of his works, without royalty payments. He penned American Notes, a travelogue mixing admiration with pointed criticism. Some Americans felt betrayed by his frankness. Dickens, unbowed, believed honesty trumped politeness. Back in England, he completed Martin Chuzzlewit, weaving an American episode reminiscent of his journey's sour encounters. Sales dipped initially. The novel's complex structure confounded some fans expecting a simpler comedic flair. But Dickens pressed on, trusting in his evolving style. Privately, he wrestled with financial anxieties. Despite robust earnings, his lavish lifestyle, big houses, numerous children, constant entertaining, consumed funds. He dreaded the possibility of slipping back into the precarious economy of his youth. Amid these pressures, Dickens found solace in philanthropic efforts. He teamed with Angela Burdett Coutts to establish Urania Cottage, a refuge for homeless women and former prostitutes. There, they received training in practical skills and moral guidance. Dickens, involved in every detail, interviewed potential residents, planned daily schedules, and wrote them short moral stories. This hands-on approach underscored his sincere desire for personal involvement in charitable causes. He saw direct intervention as more potent than abstract philanthropic gestures. In the midst of editing magazines and writing novels, Dickens craved a side project more playful yet meaningful. That impulse birthed A Christmas Carol, 1843, a slender novella penned with fervour. Observing the plight of the urban poor amid festive spending, Dickens aimed to spark compassion through a ghostly redemption tale. He wrote it rapidly, spurred by both moral zeal and a need for fresh income. The result was a cultural phenomenon, stirring readers to reflect on generosity and social conscience. Dickens realised short, impactful works could amplify moral messages as powerfully as sprawling tomes. Despite public adoration, his personal life showed strains. Catherine bore more children, leaving her fatigued and less able to join Dickens on travels. He found himself forging deeper friendships with other women, some purely platonic, others rumoured to be more. Biographers still debate the emotional complexities swirling beneath his family's outward respectability. Dickens maintained an outwardly jovial persona, hosting boisterous parties where parlour games and comedic recitations thrived. But diaries hint at occasional rages triggered by minor frustrations, revealing an undercurrent of stress. On the professional front, Dickens launched a new weekly periodical, Master Humphrey's Clock, in 1840, intending to serialise stories, including The Old Curiosity Shop. This novel's tragic figure, Little Nell, captured the era's sentimentality. Readers wept over her fate, and the final chapters sold in a frenzy. Some critics called it manipulative, but Dickens dismissed such complaints. He believed emotional resonance was essential to galvanise moral empathy. The fervour surrounding the book's climax demonstrated how deeply he could move the masses. Yet Dickens couldn't rest on triumphs. He recognised the public's appetite was fickle. He had to top himself with each new release. That intensity weighed on him. At times, he toyed with the idea of drama. He loved the theatre, once even considering an acting career. He occasionally directed amateur theatrical productions, casting friends in comedic roles or staging mesmerising readings from his works. These private stagings foreshadowed the public readings he'd eventually embark on later, enthralling audiences in full performance mode. As the 1840s advanced, Dickens's worldview deepened. He was no longer content with mere comedic social sketches. The continent's political upheavals, the 1848 revolutions, widespread poverty, unsettled him. He saw monarchy and aristocracy clinging to power while labourers toiled. Travelling through Europe, he'd note the crumbling palaces side by side with squalid tenements, fueling an ongoing quest to tackle deeper social and political themes. His novels began weaving heavier critiques of institutions, be they philanthropic boards, debtors' prisons, or unscrupulous factories, while still retaining the comedic flair that made him beloved. The stage was set for some of his most iconic works, culminating in a radical approach to criticising Victorian hypocrisy. Approaching the latter half of the 1840s, Dickens sought fresh experiences abroad, venturing to Italy and Switzerland. These travels coloured his imaginative palette. In Genoa, he marvelled at medieval alleyways, soaking in the city's layered history. He rented a villa overlooking the Mediterranean, drafting letters that rhapsodised about local customs, noisy festivals, ornate religious processions, the daily swirl of gossip. Yet even in idyllic settings, Dickens's pen could not rest. He sketched future storylines, weaving exotic vistas with homespun moral questions. Between travels, he developed Dombey and Son, 1846 to 1848, a novel dissecting mercantile pride and familial duty. Its portrait of industrial commerce and personal coldness signalled Dickens's evolving maturity. Critics lauded its carefully structured plot, though some lamented the typical bursts of sentiment. Regardless, the serial soared in sales. Meanwhile, Dickens fueled his creative energies by founding Daily News. In 1846, a liberal newspaper intended to champion progressive ideas. Dickens took on the role of the newspaper's first editor, but resigned within a few weeks due to the stifling nature of editorial politics and the excessive strain of daily work. Still, the foray indicated his thirst to shape public discourse beyond fiction. In 1849, he embarked on David Copperfield, the novel many consider his most autobiographical. Through David's journey from mistreated childhood to authorship, Dickens exorcised the ghost of the blacking factory years. He transmuted humiliations into comedic episodes. Mr. Murdstone's cruelty mirrored real paternal failings Dickens had observed, while Mr. Micawber's eternal optimism recalled Dickens's own father. This personal closeness gave the novel an intimate warmth. Serialization built momentum. Readers recognised the luminous sincerity. Dickens felt a special fondness for the project, referring to David as his favourite child. Despite success, family tensions escalated. Catherine bore 10 children in total, and Dickens, though affectionate, sometimes felt suffocated by domestic chaos. He retreated into creative sprints, locking himself away for hours or strolling city streets at night to brood over plot tangles. Sister-in-law Georgina Hogarth also lived with them, helping manage the household. Rumours swirled about Dickens's rapport with Georgina, though no definitive evidence of impropriety emerged. The mix of personalities living together intensified the tension. Dickens's diaries suggest mood swings, one day exultant after writing a brilliant chapter, next day furious over trivial household irritations. The passing of Dickens's longtime publisher, John Forster's close friend, also weighed on him. Grief sharpened his awareness of life's fragility. He doubled efforts on philanthropic projects, championing improved sanitation in London slums. In letters to local authorities, he argued that squalid conditions fostered crime and disease. He used novels to underscore the plight of the urban poor, trusting that emotional narratives could move the hearts of even complacent readers. The moral imperative behind his fiction grew more explicit, culminating in Bleak House, 1852 to 1853. With Bleak House, Dickens tackled legal malaise via a labyrinthine chancery case. Here he fused satire and tragedy, painting how sluggishly court processes devoured fortunes and lives. The novel's dual narrative style, which alternates between a sardonic omniscient voice and the calm recollections of Esther Summerson, pioneered a new approach. Victorians found the depiction of foggy London literal and metaphorical haunting. Sales soared, though certain critics argued Dickens had grown too didactic. He dismissed such claims, believing the times demanded unflinching critiques. Indeed, Bleak House spurred public debate on legal reform. His personal restlessness persisted. He relocated the family frequently, seeking larger houses, scenic vistas, or more isolation for writing. Catherine tolerated these moves, though their children felt uprooted. Dickens yearned to shape his environment meticulously, from the colour of wallpaper to the arrangement of furniture. Some friends teased him about meddling in minor domestic details while juggling epic social commentary in his novels. But Dickens was unapologetic. Control at home balanced the unpredictability outside. By the early 1850s, Dickens also tested his performance skills. He had toyed with amateur theatricals, but an idea emerged. Reading his works aloud to paying audiences. The concept was radical. Authors seldom performed in public. Yet Dickens suspected his vivid dialogue, comedic voices, and heartfelt passages could electrify spectators if he delivered them. He gave private recitations to friends who raved about his dynamic presence. Building confidence, he planned that one day he might stage full-blown public readings, an artistic offshoot that would shape his late career. Hence, the mid-1850s arrived with Dickens poised for fresh transformations. Married life grew strained, but fatherhood demanded presence. Literary acclaim soared, but so did expectations. He recognised the friction between domestic reality and his imaginative yearnings. David Copperfield behind him, he now turned to novels of deeper cynicism. The city, with all its smog and labyrinthine institutions, remained his muse. He sensed the well of stories was far from dry, though personal fulfilment still seemed elusive. In 1854, Dickens published Hard Times, a shorter novel dissecting the grim industrial landscape of Coketown. Its emphasis on utilitarian philosophy, represented by the rigid Mr. Gradgrind, took aim at the era's mechanical approach to education and factory work. Critics were divided. Some praised the focused indictment of industrial dehumanization. Others found the story too polemical. Dickens shrugged off such mixed reception, content that Hard Times spurred heated debate on factory conditions and the cult of facts over imagination. Simultaneously, Dickens's private life lurched toward crisis. His discontent at home worsened. Catherine, though mild in temperament, couldn't quell Dickens's sense of entrapment. Letters reveal his dissatisfaction with her perceived lack of spirit or companionship. Though many suspect Dickens's restlessness drove him to scapegoat her. The emotional chasm widened. By 1857, Dickens encountered actress Ellen Ternan, a young performer in a theatrical production he arranged. Their connection, though discreet, grew intense. Dickens's marriage effectively collapsed. He demanded a legal separation from Catherine in 1858, a scandal at the time. He insisted on maintaining custody of most children, leaving Catherine isolated. Publicly, Dickens used his magazine Household Words to issue statements about the split, casting blame and fueling gossip. The affair with Ternan stayed veiled, with Dickens employing elaborate ruses to protect the secret. Professionally, Dickens pivoted to the public readings he had long contemplated. In 1858, he embarked on a series of performances, reciting scenes from Oliver Twist, A Christmas Carol, and more. Audiences were enthralled. He performed each character's voice, pacing the stage with theatrical flair. Some spectators wept at the pathos of Nancy's fate, while others laughed uproariously at his comedic turns. For Dickens, these readings offered both creative fulfillment and a lucrative sideline, yet they drained him physically, as he poured intense energy into every gesture. He joked about the exhaustion, but relished the applause. In 1859, Dickens launched a new weekly all the year round, effectively replacing his previous magazine. The inaugural issue featured the start of A Tale of Two Cities. Now more interested in historical drama, Dickens spun a story of the French Revolution, weaving themes of sacrifice and resurrection. The novel's style was more compact and less digressive than his earlier works. Perhaps personal upheaval had sharpened his narrative focus. The opening lines about the best and worst of times entered the cultural lexicon, capturing a duality that resonated with Victorian anxieties. The novel soared in popularity, bolstered by the magazine's circulation. In parallel, Dickens found time to champion philanthropic innovations. He joined debates on public sanitation urging expansions of London's sewer system, though city officials bickered over funding. He also contributed funds to help create better housing for the poor. But Dickens's philanthropic impulses were inseparable from moral paternalism. He believed discipline and moral instruction were keys to uplifting the impoverished. This outlook could clash with more radical voices demanding structural change. Still, Dickens's currency as a public figure lent weight to calls for incremental reform. Another major novel, Great Expectations, emerged in serialised form from December 1860 to August 1861. Written amid Dickens' separation scandal, it resonated with questions of identity, social ambition, and illusions. Pip's yearning for gentility paralleled Dickens's own drive to transcend humble origins. The moody atmosphere around Satis House mirrored Dickens's emotional state, a mix of regret, bitterness, and abiding compassion for flawed humanity. Readers embraced the story as a masterpiece, praising its taut plot and minimal sentimentality. Dickens cherished the success, yet behind the scenes he struggled with heartbreak and a sense of personal failure. As the 1860s wore on, Dickens's health began to falter. He endured gout, swollen foot pains, and near constant fatigue. Relentless reading tours demanded travel by train, sometimes late at night. The 1865 Staplehurst rail crash nearly took his life. Dickens was in a first-class carriage that dangled over a destroyed track. Though he helped rescue fellow passengers, the psychological shock lingered, aggravating his ailments. Still, he persisted with public readings, forging new scripts from David Copperfield and Nicholas Nickleby. Audiences remained enthralled. Dickens, by then a venerable figure in a black frock coat, coughed through performances but refused to scale back. Meanwhile, rumours about Ellen Ternan continued swirling. Dickens confided only in a tight circle. He shielded her with cunning strategies, renting separate dwellings under assumed names. The moral climate of Victorian society demanded secrecy. Though some close acquaintances quietly pitied Catherine, few confronted Dickens. He pressed on, certain that his literary mission justified any personal complexities. Always craving momentum, he flung himself into each new project as if outrunning regret. That paradox, immense empathy for fictional sufferers but complicated empathy in private life, defined Dickens's twilight decade. The public saw the champion of social justice. His family endured the strains of his single-minded devotion. By the late 1860s, Charles Dickens' hectic schedule showed little let-up. I'm still editing all the year round, still unveiling novels in serial format. He also committed to more reading tours, travelling beyond London to the Midlands and Scotland. Each venue overflowed with admirers who yearned to see the outstanding novelist conjure Fagin, Scrooge, or other beloved characters live. Dickens refined his renditions, perfecting dramatic pauses and comedic timing. Ticket prices soared, yet spectators felt it worth the cost to witness that magnetic stage presence. Amid these tours, Dickens embarked on Our Mutual Friend, 1864 to 1865, which delved into themes of river dredging, inheritance mania, and social climbing. By weaving a plot around a mysterious drowned man and a dust-heap fortune, Dickens captured the macabre side of Victorian London. Critics found it dense and somewhat sprawling, though many admired its biting satire of wealth obsession. The novel's portrayal of moral corruption ironically paralleled Dickens's own concerns about ageing in a society he felt was losing moral vigour. The prolonged emotional stress took a heavier toll on Dickens's health. He often wrote letters complaining of headache spells, insomnia, and shortness of breath. Nevertheless, he refused to reduce his pace. Some historians argue that Dickens found frenetic activity a balm against introspection. The fracturing of his marriage, hidden personal relationships, and unrelenting public expectations all weighed on him. Plunging into labour kept darker reflections at bay. Meanwhile, Catherine lived quietly, seldom appearing in Dickens's social circles, resigned to the separate life Dickens had ordained. In 1867, Dickens accepted an invitation to revisit America for a major reading tour. Time had softened some American resentment from his earlier criticisms, and the appetite to see him on stage was massive. He landed in Boston to an exuberant welcome, complete with banquets and tributes. Dickens gave dozens of performances, each draining yet exhilarating. He earned substantial sums, helping him stabilise finances. However, he again encountered slavery's lingering scars in the post-Civil War landscape, along with the stark racial inequalities, though Dickens seldom wrote extensively about American racial issues. he privately recognised the deep rifts that threatened the nation's reconstruction. The trip's punishing travel schedule further eroded his health, leading to collapses after certain readings, yet the adoration of fans spurred him to persist. Upon returning to England in 1868, Dickens began what he called his farewell readings, touring provincial towns he had not yet visited. Some nights his voice faltered. He coughed violently, pressing a handkerchief to his lips, determined to complete each programme. Friends pleaded with him to rest. Still, Dickens believed his contract obligations, and the moral compulsion to connect with audiences, outweighed caution. Meanwhile, he launched a new novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood, an unsettling murder mystery. Dickens considered it a fresh experiment, blending psychological undercurrents with the structure of a whodunit. He wrote notes about how the final solution would shock readers, enthralling them with hidden clues. But he never completed it. On June 9, 1870, Dickens suffered a stroke at his country home, Gad's Hill Place. He died the next day, aged 58, leaving Edwin Drood unfinished, a puzzle sealed into literary lore. The nation plunged into mourning. Queen Victoria noted her regret at never having met him. Memorials poured in, from everyday readers to luminaries. Against Dickens's personal wish for a simple funeral, he was interred in Poets' Corner at Westminster Abbey. Dickens's grand resting place symbolised the public's esteem for him, a stark contrast to the lonely hush of Marshalsea Prison, where his father had once languished. In the aftermath, speculation erupted about Edwin Drood, fans scrambling for rumoured outlines or concluding pages. None definitive surfaced, fueling a realm of Dickensian scholarship dedicated to solving that last riddle. More broadly, critics reappraised Dickens's oeuvre. Some pointed out his sentimentality, others praised his comedic genius, while reformers lauded his crusading lens on poverty. Over time, that kaleidoscopic legacy only broadened. His flair for unforgettable characters, be they cunning or saintly, shaped the global concept of the Victorian novel. Dickens left behind a tangle of personal contradictions, a champion of empathy who was sometimes harsh with intimates, a moral voice who concealed his private entanglements. Yet no one disputed his capacity to conjure life from the page, melding tragic undercurrents with comedic levity in a manner few have replicated. The muddy streets of Victorian London will forever carry his echo, a man whose childhood humiliations birthed compassion for the neglected, whose comedic brilliance coated savage indictments of social inequality, and whose busy pen never ceased describing the complicated labyrinth of the human heart. In the decades following Charles Dickens's death, his stature as a literary titan only grew. Biographers scrambled to gather letters, diaries, and reminiscences, yet they stumbled upon inconsistencies. Dickens had destroyed swathes of correspondence, anxious to mask certain personal affairs. Even his children offered varied perspectives on his moods, praising his creativity but recalling unpredictability at home. Over time, critics assembled a portrait that balanced the beloved national icon with a flawed, restless man. Dickens's cultural influence radiated across continents. Translations of his novels proliferated, from Russian to Japanese. Tolstoy admired how Dickens's pathos uncovered moral truths within daily existence. Meanwhile, in America, Mark Twain cited Dickens's comedic mastery as an inspiration. Stage adaptations thrived. Theatre troupes dramatised Oliver Twist or A Christmas Carol, enthralling audiences who experienced these moral tales live. Eventually, with the emergence of film, Dickens's episodic style lent itself to cinematic versions, hooking new generations on characters like Scrooge and David Copperfield. Yet beneath the general adoration lay deeper debates. In the early 20th century, the modernist movement dismissed Dickens as sentimental and structurally messy. Overshadowed by psychological realism from authors like James Joyce, they disdained Dickens's improbable coincidences and stark moral polarities. However, around mid-century, a scholarly reappraisal highlighted the purposeful craft in Dickens's narrative arcs and social critiques. Far from naive, his comedic touches often disguise sharp societal barbs, letting him slip radical criticisms past censors and readers unaccustomed to confrontation. Dickens also shaped philanthropic and social activism. His scathing depiction of workhouses or the cruelty of child labour galvanised subsequent reformers. Wilkie Collins, Elizabeth Gaskell, and others in Dickens' circle integrated similar strategies, using fiction to dramatise social injustice. Modern charities focusing on literacy or child welfare sometimes invoke Dickens's name, pointing to the universal empathy that his works evoke. Even today, policy discussions about homelessness or child poverty occasionally mention Dickens as a moral reference, a reminder that ignoring society's vulnerable fosters deeper crises. In the personal realm, revelations about Ellen Ternan emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, shaking Dickens' pristine image. Letters and memoirs indicated he financially supported Ternan, dividing his life between public duties and a hidden domestic arrangement. Some fans felt betrayed that the moralist had lived a double life. Others argued that Dickens' private complexities underscored the raw human contradictions fueling his fiction. The debate paralleled broader shifts in how Victorian icons were reassessed under modern scrutiny. Dickens's method of serial publication also influenced subsequent generations of writers. The concept of releasing stories in weekly or monthly segments, maintaining suspense, and forging a close bond with readers found echoes in everything from 20th century pulp magazines to today's online web serials. The interplay between real-time audience reaction and the writer's evolving plot shaped Dickens's approach. He adjusted character arcs mid-serialization if he sensed a shift in public sympathy. Contemporary authors who experiment with episodic storytelling owe a quiet debt to his pioneering structure. Tourists still flock to Dickensian landmarks in London, the Dickens Museum in Doughty Street, the blacking factory's location near the Thames, and the austere Marshalsea prison relic. At Christmas, especially, people revisit A Christmas Carol, with countless adaptations reinforcing generosity's victory over miserliness. The story's cultural resonance persists because Dickens tapped into elemental themes: regret, redemption, and communal warmth. The name Scrooge remains a byword for stinginess, a testament to Dickens's enduring hold on language itself. Dickens's life is reflected as an illustration of reinvention and unstoppable drive. From a traumatized boy polishing boots to an international celebrity juggling philanthropic causes and labyrinthine plots, he exemplified resilience fueled by moral impetus. Though times have changed, his emphasis on shining a spotlight on the marginalized rings contemporary. We see echoes in campaigns for social justice, echoing Dickens's call for empathy. Ultimately, Charles Dickens stands as both the comedic chronicler of Victorian quirks and the fierce critic of institutional failings. His labyrinthine plots, bursting with eccentric figures, overshadow none of the raw undercurrents of injustice. He remains a puzzle of contradictions, public moralist but private enigma, champion of familial warmth yet fracturer of his home, comedic entertainer yet scathing social commentator. That complexity, rather than undermining his legacy, enriches it. His works endure, reminding us that laughter and compassion can coexist with deep outrage at cruelty, and that a single pen, guided by empathy and irrepressible imagination, can shift how an entire society views itself. The morning mist hung thick and cool, cloaking the sacred grove in ethereal silence as the villagers gathered quietly beneath the towering oak. Its ancient branches stretched wide, leaves whispering softly in the gentle breeze. At the centre of this gathering stood the druid, his white robes glowing softly against the muted tones of the forest. Beside him, young Ayed waited nervously, his heart pounding in anticipation of the ceremony that would shape the rest of his life. Ayed had grown up hearing stories of druids, keepers of knowledge, guides of kings, interpreters of omens. From the moment he was chosen as an apprentice, his life had revolved around careful training, memorizing countless oral traditions, learning the subtle language of nature, and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. Yet today was different. Today marked his formal initiation, the beginning of his true path as a druid. His teacher, Bran, stepped forward slowly, his aged face serene but deeply lined from years of wisdom and care. Bran raised a staff carved from yew, symbolizing strength and rebirth. He struck it gently upon the earth 3 times, each resonant thud breaking the silence and calling attention to the sacred rite. "Today," Bran began, his voice calm yet powerful, "we gather beneath the oak, the heart of our people, the symbol of our enduring strength. Aid stands before us, ready to begin his journey as keeper of our knowledge and guardian of our traditions." All eyes turned to Ayed, who felt the weight of their gazes as both responsibility and honour. Bran continued, his voice carrying easily through the hushed clearing. The oak teaches us resilience, its roots deep within the earth, branches ever reaching toward the sky. So must Aed plant himself firmly in our traditions and stretch toward wisdom yet unknown. Bran handed Aed a small pouch containing seeds of sacred herbs, mistletoe, yarrow, and meadowsweet, symbols of healing, divination, and purification. Plant these carefully, Bran instructed softly. Let them remind you always of your duty to heal, foresee, and cleanse. Aed accepted the pouch reverently, bowing his head slightly in acknowledgement. Bran then led him toward the massive oak, where the ground beneath was rich and dark, warmed by sunlight filtering through the branches. Kneeling, Aed gently placed each seed into the earth, covering them carefully, whispering quiet blessings. As Aed completed this task, Bran laid his hands gently on the young man's shoulders, his voice now softer, more intimate. From this moment, you are bound not only to the oak, but to every life it shelters, every creature that finds refuge in its shadow. Walk this path with humility, strength, and compassion. Rising to his feet, Aed felt a surge of pride mixed with profound humility. Around him, villagers nodded approvingly, their faces warm with trust. This was more than mere tradition. It was a promise he had made to himself, to Bran, and to the people who depended on the druid's wisdom and guidance. Following the ceremony, the villagers gathered in celebration, offering simple but meaningful gifts, woven wreaths, carved stones, and handmade amulets. Aed received each graciously, feeling deeply connected to the community that had nurtured him from childhood. As evening descended, Aed and Bran walked slowly back toward the village, their path illuminated by soft moonlight. Bran spoke quietly, his voice reflective. Remember, Aed, a druid's strength lies not in his power to command, but in his ability to listen, understand, and guide. Aed nodded, absorbing the wisdom of his mentor. I will remember, Bran, he promised earnestly. I will honour this responsibility with every breath. Bran smiled gently, laying a comforting hand on Aed's shoulder. Then your journey has truly begun. Returning to his modest dwelling, Aed sat quietly beneath the stars, contemplating the day's events. The weight of his new role settled comfortably upon his shoulders, bolstered by the trust and teachings of those around him. He knew challenges lay ahead, yet he felt prepared, rooted in ancient wisdom and ready to guide his people forward. As sleep claimed him, the image of the grey oak lingered vividly in his mind, strong, enduring, and full of life. It was a symbol, yes, but also a promise, a constant reminder of who he was and who he was meant to become. The forest was silent and still, blanketed in a hushed anticipation that hung heavily among the gathered villagers. It was the eve of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, a time when the veil between worlds grew thin and the powers of nature pulsed with quiet intensity. The villagers formed a respectful circle around the sacred oak, their breath visible in the cold air, eyes fixed intently on Bran and Aed, who stood beneath the tree's immense branches. Bran stepped forward, his robes luminous in the moonlight, eyes reflecting profound wisdom earned through years of devotion and study. He held a golden sickle, its curved blade glinting gently, capturing the sparse moonlight that filtered through the oak's leaves. Beside him stood Aed, a year older since his initiation, more confident yet humbled by the gravity of the ceremony he was about to undertake. Aed raised his gaze to the oak's lofty branches, where clusters of mistletoe grew, pale berries glowing softly in the dimness. The mistletoe was sacred, revered by the druids for its rarity, growing suspended between heaven and earth, untouched by the ground. It was a symbol of renewal, healing, and peace, its presence marking the oak as especially blessed. Tonight, Bran spoke clearly, his voice resonating through the attentive silence, we honour the sacred mistletoe, the plant of healing and peace. It reminds us that even in the harshest winter, life and hope endure. Turning to Aed, Bran continued gently. Aed, you have proven yourself dedicated to our ways. Tonight, you take another step deeper into your path. You shall cut the mistletoe, safeguarding its power and sharing its blessings with our people. With deep respect, Aed took the golden sickle from Bran, his heart beating steadily, mindful of his mentor's watchful eyes and the villagers' collective breath. Carefully, he ascended the sturdy ladder leaning against the oak, its rough bark reassuring beneath his hands. Reaching the mistletoe, he paused, offering a silent prayer of gratitude to the tree and to nature's generous spirit. Holding the sickle reverently, Aed spoke softly, words known only to druids, invoking the spirits of earth, sky, and the plant itself. With a deliberate, respectful motion, he severed the mistletoe from its host, allowing it to fall gently into the linen cloth Bran held below. The sacred plant could not come into contact with the earth, as it would lose its potency. Descending carefully, Ed joined Bran, who gently wrapped the mistletoe, nodding approvingly. Bran raised it high, turning slowly so all might see the sacred harvest. "This gift from nature is now ours to protect and cherish," he proclaimed. "It will be prepared into remedies, wards, and blessings to sustain us through the coming seasons." The villagers murmured reverently, their faces lit with quiet awe and gratitude. The ritual's solemnity shifted gradually into quiet celebration, a communal acknowledgement of the year's turning, a life's persistence in darkness, and of hope's quiet strength. As the villagers began their subdued festivities, Bran guided Aed away from the gathering to a quieter spot at the grove's edge. "You have done well," Bran spoke gently, his voice filled with pride. "Remember, Aed, our strength lies not in power over nature, but in partnership with it." Aed nodded solemnly, reflecting deeply on the evening's significance. "I feel this partnership deeply tonight," he admitted softly, looking up at the branches above them, silhouetted against the stars. "Good," Bran replied warmly. "Carry this lesson with you always. In moments of darkness, when doubt may cloud your path, recall the mistletoe's silent message, that light and life persist even unseen." They stood quietly together, absorbing the calm energy surrounding them, drawing strength from each other's presence and the eternal rhythms of nature. Eventually, Bran placed a reassuring hand on Aed's shoulder. "Come," he said gently, "let us join the others and share in the joy of this sacred night." Returning to the gathering, Aed felt deeply connected to his mentor, his community, and the ancient traditions guiding them all. The night was filled with quiet laughter, stories, and shared hopes, a testament to their unity and strength. As the fires dimmed and villagers dispersed, Aed carried the memory of this night firmly within his heart, understanding more profoundly the responsibility he now bore. He had taken another important step on his druidic journey, strengthened by tradition, guided by wisdom, and inspired by the enduring power of nature's gifts. The village was isolated by dense thickets of hawthorn and elder. When Aed arrived, the air had a scent of wet earth and wood smoke. He moved quietly through narrow paths past low stone cottages where people paused their work to watch him pass, their expressions a mix of respect and cautious hope. His journey had taken 3 days on foot, guided only by the whispered directions given by a passing traveller. The message had been urgent. A young woman, Ethna, daughter of the village smith, lay gravely ill following childbirth. No healer within the village could help her, and so Aed had come swiftly, driven by a sense of duty deeper than his fatigue. Ethna's home was at the village's edge, near a stream that murmured quietly beneath twisted alders. Inside, the dim cottage was crowded with concerned relatives and neighbours who stepped aside silently as Aed entered. He felt their eyes upon him, their quiet desperation tangible. He approached the low bed where Ethna lay, her pale face glistening with sweat, breaths shallow and laboured. Beside her, the newborn slept peacefully, unaware of the quiet fear around him. Aed knelt and touched Ethna's forehead, feeling the fever's heat against his palm. She stirred slightly, murmuring incoherently. "Bring water from the stream," Aed instructed gently, addressing the nearest woman, "and fresh linen." As they hurried to obey, Aed opened his satchel, carefully laying out bundles of herbs, roots, and small vials filled with meticulously prepared tinctures. The villagers watched, their curiosity mixed with awe, as he crushed dried leaves of willow and meadowsweet into a bronze bowl, adding hot water to make a bitter, aromatic infusion. He lifted Ethna's head gently, coaxing her to drink slowly. She winced but managed a few sips. Then he bathed her forehead and wrists with cool cloths soaked in the fresh stream water, murmuring ancient healing chants softly under his breath. Each word resonated with intention, invoking the spirits of water and earth to restore balance to the woman's weakened body. As night deepened, Aed remained by Ethna's side, tirelessly applying poultices of crushed herbs and moss. He taught the village midwife how to mix remedies of chamomile and mint for calming sleep, instructing her carefully so the healing wisdom could stay long after he'd gone. The villagers moved quietly around him, offering food he gently declined, his focus entirely on his patient. By dawn, Ethna's breathing had steadied, her skin less feverish to the touch. She opened her eyes slowly, looking at Aed with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. "Rest," he whispered softly. "The danger has passed, but your body is still weak." Relief washed visibly through the cottage, quiet smiles and whispered prayers of thanks spreading among the gathered family and neighbours. Aed stepped outside into the cool morning air, inhaling deeply as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees. He felt drained but satisfied, knowing he had done what he could. Later that day, he sat beside the stream, teaching a group of children who gathered around him, eager and curious. He showed them plants that grew wild nearby, how nettles could soothe inflammation, how elderberries could fortify the body against illness, and how careful observation was the healer's greatest tool. As evening approached, Aed prepared to depart. Ethna's father approached him, pressing a small carved token into his hand, an intricate pattern symbolizing gratitude and protection. "Your kindness will never be forgotten," the smith said solemnly. Aed bowed his head respectfully, knowing this token was not just gratitude, but a reminder of the sacred bond between healer and community. He tucked the carving into his satchel, feeling its warmth against his palm. Walking away, Aed sensed the profound interconnectedness of all the things, the delicate balance of life, the quiet dignity of suffering, and the resilience inherent in every living being. His footsteps were quiet, carrying him toward the next place that might need him, aware that healing was not just the mending of bodies, but the weaving together of our lives, stories, and futures. The great hall at Dumnonia was alive with the firelight flickering over carved wooden beams, the air thick with tension. Warriors and clansmen lined the walls, their arms folded tightly, their expressions a blend of pride and wary anticipation. Two noble families stood apart at opposite ends of the room, each led by their respective chieftains, their eyes locked in mutual suspicion. Between them stood Aed, his white robes glowing softly in the dim light. He had been summoned urgently. A feud that had simmered for generations now threatened open conflict, spilling into violence and bloodshed. He arrived quietly, travelling alone with no entourage or guards. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him, yet he stood calm, a silent pillar amid the stormy emotions. "Speak," Ed began quietly, his voice steady yet resonant. The hall fell into immediate silence. "Let your grievances be heard clearly." The first chieftain, a large, formidable man named Connell, stepped forward, his voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. He recounted a tale of stolen livestock, violated boundaries, and broken promises dating back to his father's time. His words painted the rival families as aggressors, greedy, and untrustworthy. Next spoke Finton, slender but fierce, eyes blazing with pride. His story was just as impassioned, weaving a narrative of betrayal, unjust accusation, and stolen honour. Each side presented their case passionately, drawing murmurs and nods of agreement from their supporters. Throughout, Aed listened without interruption, his face betraying neither judgment nor favouritism. He allowed the torrent of anger and accusation to flow freely, knowing that only by emptying their bitterness fully could peace begin to grow. When both sides had finished, silence once again settled over the room, heavy and expectant. Aed stepped forward, his eyes meeting those of each chieftain in turn, holding their gazes firmly yet gently. "You speak of stolen cattle, broken oaths and injured pride," he began softly, "but at the heart of your words lies pain and misunderstanding. Land is shared, not owned. You can return cattle, but you must rebuild trust once you've broken it." He spoke slowly, carefully, invoking stories and parables from ancient wisdom, tales familiar yet poignant. He spoke of legendary heroes who overcame pride and revenge, and of wise ancestors who understood the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. As his words filled the hall, Aed moved among the assembled warriors, touching shoulders, looking into eyes, and bridging the physical distance between the divided clans. He reminded them that unity and peace were not signs of weakness, but the highest form of strength. Finally, he returned to the centre of the hall, addressing both chieftains directly. "Let there be no talk of blame or vengeance," he said. Instead, let each family give a gift. One cow from each herd exchanged in friendship. Let your sons and daughters meet openly at the next festival, not as rivals, but as kin bound by renewed peace. Connell and Finton exchanged long, uncertain glances. Slowly the tension began to ebb. Connell stepped forward first, extending his hand solemnly toward his rival. "May peace restore what anger took," he said gruffly. Finton hesitated, then clasped the offered hand. "May our children walk together where we once stood apart," he responded firmly. Cheers erupted, hesitant at first, then louder and more confident. The warriors relaxed, their postures easing, smiles and laughter breaking through the previously tense atmosphere. Aed stepped back quietly, content that his council had steered the clans away from violence. Later that evening, as the clans celebrated their newfound accord, Aed sat quietly beside the hearth, sipping warm mead and reflecting on the evening's events. He knew that true peace required vigilance and continued guidance. Yet for now, the cycle of anger and retaliation had been broken, replaced by tentative friendship and renewed hope. The chieftains approached him again, offering gratitude. Aed smiled warmly, reminding them gently, "Peace is not achieved in a single evening. Nurture this agreement, water it with trust and patience, and it will bear fruit for generations." Under the glow of the firelight, his words resonated deeply, reinforcing the bonds freshly made. As he left the hall, walking into the moonlit night, Aed felt the quiet satisfaction of a purpose fulfilled. He knew his role was far from over, yet tonight his voice of counsel had brought harmony to discord, turning bitter enemies into cautious friends. The sacred oak stood majestically, its gnarled branches spreading wide, casting dappled shadows upon the moss-covered clearing. This oak was not just ancient, it was revered, a living testament to generations of druidic wisdom. Aed stood beneath its massive limbs, his white robe illuminated by shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Gathered around him were villagers and warriors, each face etched with anxiety and curiosity. Today the oak grove served as a court where justice would be decided not by sword or might, but by careful consideration and wisdom. Aed had been summoned to judge a matter of grave importance. A young warrior, Cathal, was accused of stealing cattle, a crime severe enough to ignite clan warfare. Cathal stood defiantly at the grove's edge, arms crossed, his expression stubborn yet tinged with fear. Opposite him stood Fergus, an older warrior renowned for bravery and honour, whose cattle had been taken. Fergus's eyes were dark with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. Aed raised his hand, signalling silence. He began with a clear, steady voice. "Speak plainly, that truth might emerge from the shadow of accusation." Fergus stepped forward, recounting the theft with passionate conviction, describing the prized cattle and the devastating loss to his family. His words resonated deeply among the crowd, drawing murmurs of sympathy. Cathal, however, maintained his innocence fiercely, insisting he was wrongly accused, his voice shaking with frustration. His friend stood behind him, murmuring support, eyes darting nervously between him and Aed. Listening carefully, Aed detected discrepancies, not deliberate falsehoods, but misunderstandings born of anger and haste. He called forth witnesses from both sides, questioning them patiently, coaxing forth details with gentle but firm probing. He watched their faces, noting subtle shifts in posture, tone and expression. Finally, Aed stepped toward the oak, laying his hand upon its rough bark. "Truth," he declared quietly, "is not a sword to cut through lies, but a root that grows slowly, hidden from sight until it reveals itself." He turned to Cathal, asking softly, "Have you ever seen these cattle?" Cathal hesitated, then shook his head earnestly. "No, I swear upon my ancestors." Aed turned back to Fergus. "Could another perhaps seek to benefit from your loss? Is there someone whose absence you overlooked while feeling angry?" Fergus paused, uncertainty flickering across his stern face. He looked back at his men, doubt beginning to creep into his expression. "Perhaps," he admitted reluctantly. Aed nodded. "Search your own house first," he advised calmly. "The truth often lies closest to where trust is strongest." Reluctantly, Fergus agreed, ordering his warriors to search carefully and fairly. Hours passed as tension lingered, villagers whispering anxiously while waiting beneath the oak's watchful presence. Finally, a group returned, bringing with them a youth named Ronan, Fergus's own cousin, guilt and shame etched deeply into his face. Ronan confessed, explaining his actions were born of envy and foolish pride. Fergus stared in shock and sorrow, his anger melting into disappointment. The crowd murmured softly, eyes moving between the cousin and Aed awaiting judgment. Aed approached Ronan, his gaze firm but compassionate. Restitution must be made, but forgiveness can heal wounds deeper than punishment. He turned toward Fergus. Accept a fair penance, then let anger rest beneath this oak, replaced by wisdom and mercy. Fergus nodded, his shoulders relaxing. He embraced Ronan, acknowledging family bonds stronger than pride. Cathal, exonerated, sighed deeply, gratitude filling his eyes as he bowed to Aed. As villagers dispersed peacefully, justice had been served not through vengeance, but through understanding and restoration. Aed remained briefly beneath the oak, its silent strength reinforcing his resolve. Justice, he knew, was more than judgment. It was balance, patience, and mercy woven tightly together beneath the shade of wisdom's ancient branches. Aed stood at the top of a solitary hill beneath the vast expanse of night, where the heavens stretched endlessly above. It was a sacred place, marked by a circle of ancient stones whose purpose only the druids remembered. He wrapped his cloak tighter against the biting wind, eyes lifted toward the constellations. Each star, each subtle shift in the heavens, whispered secrets known only to those who watched with patience and reverence. Tonight was the winter solstice, the longest night when darkness held sway, and the boundary between worlds grew thin. The stars gleamed brightly, clear and sharp in the frigid air. Around him, villagers gathered quietly, their breath visible in the cold, awaiting guidance for the year ahead. Aed raised his staff, carved with symbols representing the cycles of the moon and the sun, and began to speak softly. His voice carried through the silence, gentle yet filled with quiet authority. Tonight, darkness is strongest, but even now the wheel turns, the sun returns. Rebirth follows darkness as spring follows winter. Watch closely, and you will see your lives mirrored in the stars above. The villagers watched him intently, their eyes filled with wonder and trust. They depended on his insights for planting, harvesting, travel, and celebrations. He was not merely a sage, but a vital guide for their daily lives. Pointing skyward, Aed traced the outline of familiar patterns: the plough, the hunter, and the serpent. He spoke of how the hunter's path foretold the coming cold, and how the plough's position indicated the right time for planting. He explained patiently how the movement of the planets, subtle but unerring, guided decisions on marriages, battles, and journeys. As he spoke, Aed's words wove images in the minds of listeners, linking their earthly lives to the vast cosmic order. He gently reminded them that they were bound to the earth, but also children of the stars, each life reflecting the broader rhythm of existence. He then turned to the younger villagers, explaining patiently, "Each of you has a star that watches your path, guiding you toward your destiny. Learn to find your star, to read its subtle language." A young girl raised her hand timidly, her eyes wide with curiosity. "How do we find our star, druid?" Aed smiled warmly. "Your star finds you first. In moments of quiet, under clear skies, you will feel its gaze. Listen closely, and it will whisper your purpose." Throughout the night, he taught them patiently, describing how to read omens from the flights of birds, the patterns of clouds, and the positions of the stars. His voice remained calm and reassuring, weaving understanding among the gathered villagers. As dawn began to pale the eastern horizon, Aed lowered his staff, concluding the night's teachings. The villagers dispersed quietly, hearts uplifted, their spirits buoyed by newfound clarity. Aed remained behind, gazing thoughtfully upward as the stars began to fade. He felt the quiet satisfaction of a task fulfilled, of knowledge shared. In this sacred space between earth and sky, Aed reaffirmed his role not only as a watcher of celestial movements, but as a keeper of balance, ensuring that his people lived harmoniously with the rhythms of the natural world. As the first light touched the ancient stones, he felt a deep connection, knowing that in guiding others to watch the skies, he helped them navigate the complexities of their lives below. The sky was heavy with fog, and the scent of burning wood filled the air as Aed stood atop the hill overlooking his village as usual. The Romans had come, their legions marching inexorably through lands that had remained untouched for generations. As villages succumbed to conquest, fires dotted the horizon, signalling devastation, and flames consumed forests and sacred groves. Aed, now older with silver threads in his hair, watched quietly, a deep sorrow etched into his features. His life's work had been dedicated to nurturing balance, to preserving the sacred knowledge passed down through countless generations. Now, that legacy seemed threatened by the relentless advance of Roman power. He gathered the remaining villagers who had fled to the hill for refuge. Fear filled their eyes, despair evident in their tense postures. Aed's presence, however, remained steady and reassuring, providing a beacon of calm amid chaos. "Gather around," he spoke, his voice firm but gentle, cutting through their anxiety. "We can't control the fires around us, but we can protect the flame within, our knowledge, traditions and spirit." He knelt, scooping earth into his hands, feeling its familiar warmth and resilience. The villagers watched him, their breathing slowing, their panic easing under his calm authority. "This land has seen countless seasons," Aed continued softly. "It has survived wars, weathered storms, and will endure even this. Our true strength lies not in walls or weapons, but in memory and tradition. We carry the sacred flame within us, passed down through generations. No enemy can extinguish it." He stood facing each villager in turn, his eyes filled with quiet determination. "Our task now is to protect this flame and ensure it continues to burn brightly within our children and their children after them." As he spoke, Aed directed the villagers to begin preparations, organising them into groups to gather what provisions remained, tend to the wounded, and find safe passage toward hidden glens deeper within the forests. Amid these urgent preparations, he moved quietly, providing guidance and support, ensuring morale remained steady. As night fell, Aed lit a single fire atop the hill, its flames casting flickering shadows. He invited the villagers to sit around it, sharing stories of bravery, resilience, and wisdom passed down through generations. Each story carried a lesson, a subtle reinforcement of the strength inherent within their traditions. In the quiet that followed, Aed addressed the group again. "Tomorrow we must move deeper into the forest, to places hidden from Roman eyes. There we will preserve what matters most, not our homes, but our heritage. Remember that even in darkness flames endure, within our hearts, our memories, and our stories." The villagers nodded solemnly, strengthened by his words, their despair replaced by determination. Aed remained awake long after they had settled, staring into the fire, reflecting on the cycles of time. Despite the rise and fall of empires and the arrival and departure of conquerors, the spirit of his people remained unwavering. At dawn, they moved quietly into the deeper woods, leaving behind only the smouldering remnants of their former lives. Aed walked at the head, guiding them confidently towards safety, knowing that his true purpose remained clear. It was not to resist violently, but to safeguard the soul of his people. Days turned to weeks, and slowly the immediate threat faded, as they established a hidden settlement deep within the forest. Aed continued teaching, guiding the younger villagers in druidic lore, rituals and knowledge of the natural world. Each evening around the fire he shared stories, ensuring that the flame of their heritage continued to burn brightly. Years later, as he lay on his deathbed, Aed felt peace. Surrounded by villagers whose lives he had touched profoundly, he whispered one final message. "Remember, the flames we guard are eternal, carried forward through memory and love." His spirit passed gently, leaving behind a legacy that no conqueror could extinguish. The villagers honoured him beneath the stars, sharing stories, repeating lessons learned, and vowing to carry forward his teachings. And in their hearts, the flame Aed had protected continued to burn brightly, unyielding, guiding them through darkness toward an old pilot, lost at sea, yet behind that outline sits a life shaped by tumult, restless curiosity, and unorthodox choices. Long before she took the pilot's seat, she navigated a zigzag childhood moulded by her father's struggles, her own fierce independence, and an unrelenting search for something that matched her hunger for exploration. Born in 1897, Amelia Mary Earhart arrived during an age of rapid technological shifts, horses giving way to automobiles, electric lights replacing oil lamps. While society clung to rigid ideas about women's roles, she already sensed that convention would never satisfy her. Her father, Edwin, faced recurring employment issues and a battle with alcoholism, pushing the family from one Midwestern town to another. Her mother, Amy, tried to soften these disruptions, but instability became a constant companion. Even as a child, Amelia bristled at traditional expectations for girls. She climbed trees, collected insects, and roamed outside with an irrepressible sense of adventure. Some saw the behaviour as a lack of etiquette. Amelia viewed it as following her instincts. In 1908, her father took her to an air show in Des Moines. At first, she wasn't enthralled by the airborne spectacle. She gravitated more toward mechanical toys on display. Yet the memory of rickety planes overhead planted a subtle seed, machines capable of transcending everyday boundaries. Financial and personal troubles deepened, and Amelia and her sister Muriel moved to Chicago to live with friends. There, Amelia saw the gap between her restless mind and the rigid structures of typical schooling. She was competent in her classes, but captivated by SEN's science labs and sports fields, places where she could experiment physically and mentally. Upon finishing high school, she worked as a nurse's aide in Toronto during World War I, tending to wounded soldiers. This glimpse of wartime grit and sacrifice gave her a new perspective on courage. She encountered airmen who spoke of the sky as a place of both danger and liberation, an idea that lingered in the back of her mind. After the war, Amelia briefly studied at Columbia University, flirting with a path in medicine. But she felt caged by the academic routine. She yearned for movement, for experiences that unsettled her comfort zone. All of this set the stage for 1920, when she took a short ride in an open cockpit plane over Long Beach, California. The frigid wind slapped her face, the engine's roar rattled her bones. It wasn't glamorous, but it was real. She stepped off, convinced she had to learn to fly. Her family, unsettled by her father's ongoing issues, wasn't in a position to finance her ambitions. Unfazed, Amelia took odd jobs: photographer, truck driver, stenographer, scraping together the money for flight lessons. In 1921, she found a female instructor, Netta Snook, which was itself a rarity. Amelia's desire to fly was not some fleeting thrill. It became the single driving force of her daily life. She would bicycle to the airfield at dawn, face grimy hangars, and endure the skepticism of onlookers who saw flying as the realm of men, or at best, a passing novelty for daring women. By 1922, Amelia had saved enough to buy a used Kinner Airster biplane. Painted bright yellow, she called it the Canary. She practiced takeoffs and landings until her hands ached. Pushing the limits of that rickety craft, she felt more alive aloft than anywhere else. The year 1923 brought her pilot's license from the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. That piece of paper symbolised not merely achievement but independence from the confining norms she had chafed against since childhood. During these early chapters, Earhart was still something of an unknown in public life. Yet her determination was unwavering. People around her noted a quiet resolve rather than a trumpeted sense of ambition. She was also a tireless self-promoter when necessary, skillfully networking to support her dream. Even then, adversity followed her: money woes, mechanical breakdowns, and persistent gender barriers. But that persistent spark refused to dim. In these formative years, Amelia Earhart discovered the two threads that would define her life: the power of flight to break social boundaries, and the will to confront whatever hurdles appeared. She was no stranger to precarious landings, literal or metaphorical. Each forced landing taught her a new lesson about survival. And each time she took off again, as she inched closer to rewriting what the world expected from a woman who refused to stay grounded. She refused to accept limits. Amelia's aviation career pivoted in 1928. Though she'd set a women's altitude record, she was not widely known. That changed when publisher George Putnam invited her on a transatlantic flight, not as a pilot, but as a passenger to record flight data. Many doubted a woman could duplicate Charles Lindbergh's feat. She saw the publicity potential, despite the limited role. The Fokker friendship left Trepassey Harbour, Newfoundland, in June 1928. Pilots Wilma Stultz and Louis Gordon flew the plane. Amelia sat in the cabin, both thrilled and frustrated. After 20 hours, they landed in Wales. Lady Lindy, the press crowed, a nickname she disliked. She was proud but uneasy. She hadn't actually piloted the plane. Still, she harnessed the attention. Working with Putnam, who became her husband, Amelia realised fame could spotlight women's capabilities. She gave talks, wrote articles, and pushed against the belief that women belonged in narrow roles. She argued that anyone willing to face aviation's hazards was qualified for other fields as well. Flying then was perilous. Planes were primitive, navigation uncertain, crashes frequent. Men monopolised the field due to entrenched power, not superior skill. Amelia, often overlooked, gleaned tips from male aviators, proving adept at turning knowledge into action. By 1930, she was setting speed records. Knowing such achievements drew sponsors. Financial backing kept her in the air. In 1932, 5 years after Lindbergh's solo crossing, Amelia tackled it at the Atlantic alone. She left Harbour Grace, Newfoundland, aiming for Paris. Storms and mechanical troubles forced her to land near Londonderry, Northern Ireland. She still became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic. Her 14-hour ordeal included icy winds and failing instruments. Exhausted upon landing, she casually mentioned wanting hot chocolate, an offhand remark that endeared her to millions. Suddenly, Queen of the Air was everywhere. She tolerated the hype, preferring to focus on her cause. Through speaking tours, books, and founding the 99s, she fought for female pilots' rights and pushed airlines to hire women. She was firm yet courteous, insisting that if she could manage transatlantic flight, other barriers should fall. Her efforts targeted institutions and attitudes. She recognised the power of formal networks like the 99s, giving women pilots a unified voice. Her personal fame provided opportunities, which she utilised to exert pressure on flight schools and manufacturers. Beneath the public persona, she was already planning bigger horizons, a round-the-world flight which could further shatter doubts about women's roles in aviation. Although cameras captured her calm confidence, Amelia dealt with real danger in the skies and relentless scrutiny on the ground. She paid no mind to skeptics, focusing instead on fuel capacity, route planning, and advancing aircraft design. Celebrity wasn't her endgame. It was a tool to prove that women had the skill, grit, and imagination to lead in any domain. By the early 1930s, she had evolved from an obscure pilot to a global symbol, showing that records weren't mere stunts, but gateways to progress. Every new achievement underscored her core belief that barriers were illusions, begging to be dismantled. And the more she accomplished, the more the world saw her courage as a call for transformation. Each success hinted that she, and all women, were only beginning to test the limits of possibility. Her schedule became relentless. She juggled flying demonstrations, interviews, and writing commitments that funded her daring pursuits. She understood the power of mass media, yet was careful to remain authentic. When reporters pressed for sensational stories, she gently steered conversations toward practical issues, like improving airplane technology and securing better training opportunities for women. At the same time, she refused to be pigeonholed as merely a women's champion. She emphasised that aviation itself was a realm of innovation for everyone. With Charles Lindbergh, Wiley Post, and other leading aviators, she discussed breakthroughs in navigation systems, weather tracking, and safety procedures. Her goal was to be taken seriously not just as a symbolic figure, but as a knowledgeable pilot shaping the future of flight. Behind the scenes, she dealt with exhaustion and the weight of expectations. Friends recalled her bouts of insomnia and anxiety, masked by her poised exterior. Despite these strains, she pressed on, convinced that flying offered a blueprint for a more open-minded society. Each record set was more than a personal triumph, it was a collective push forward. She often remarked that real change demanded more than a single feat. It required sustained resolve. Aviation, in her view, was the symbol of what humanity could accomplish after abandoning outdated prejudices. By the mid-1930s, Amelia Earhart balanced record-setting flights, a role as aviation's public face, advocacy for women, and, amusingly, fashion consulting. Her relationship with George Putnam continued to evolve. Though he came from a publishing background, he believed Amelia could be aviation's brightest star and negotiated deals to fund her ambitions. They respected each other's autonomy, even after marrying, a stance that defied social norms. She refused to adopt his surname or confine herself to traditional wifely roles, a choice that drew gossip but matched her insistence on individuality. Putnam's PR skill brought endorsement offers, from luggage to sportswear, but Amelia stayed selective, wanting authenticity over empty promotion. She used her public profile to push improvements in flight infrastructure, better runways, weather stations, and aircraft maintenance. Far from glory hunting, she believed proper resources would make aviation safer and more accessible. She also mentored younger pilots, sharing the lesson that technique, not bravado, saved lives in the sky. In that vein, she helped design practical clothing for female aviators, garments with functional pockets and flexible cuts to accommodate cockpit constraints. Critics called it frivolous, but Amelia saw it as another step toward normalising women in the pilot's seat. If society expected women to excel anywhere, why not equip them accordingly? By 1935, she had flown solo from Honolulu to Oakland and from Los Angeles to Mexico City. These feats showcased her mastery of long-distance navigation when tools were rudimentary. She studied weather charts and honed radio direction finding, knowing that minor miscalculations could be fatal. Each success fueled a bigger dream, to circle the globe. This round-the-world quest wasn't mere personal ambition. Amelia envisioned it as a demonstration of evolving aviation technology and a chance to gather data for future commercial routes. With the world growing more interconnected, she believed such a flight could blaze trails for global air travel. Yet the endeavour demanded a formidable airplane and a solid team. The Lockheed Model 10E Electra, a twin-engine craft with the necessary range, came into play in this situation. Backed partly by Purdue University, where she advised female students on career paths, Amelia acquired and modified the plane, adding fuel tanks and shedding unnecessary weight. She invited Fred Noonan, an expert navigator familiar with Pacific routes, to join her. The plan covered nearly 29,000 miles across multiple continents. Each stop required intricate coordination, arranging fuel caches in remote airstrips, securing radio frequencies, and ensuring local permissions. The press buzzed incessantly about her route and her gear. Public fascination soared, but Amelia kept her poise, recognizing that no amount of planning could guarantee success against the capriciousness of weather and machinery. Though calm in interviews, she privately weighed the risks. Storms, mechanical failures, human errors, any could derail the flight. Yet she was no stranger to danger, having built her career on the thin line between ambition and peril. She saw risk as part of forging new paths, echoing her lifelong stance. Progress often demanded boldness. Her entire adult life had been a testament to stepping into uncharted territory, whether challenging social norms or expanding the very frontiers of flight. In early 1937, her first attempt at the round-the-world flight suffered a crash in Hawaii, damaging the Electra. Undaunted, she regrouped, repaired the plane, and adjusted her route. Determination was her hallmark, a blend of practicality and daring. As she finalised her second attempt, she noted in public statements that records and accolades weren't her primary aim. She wanted real data on routes, fueling strategies, and navigational tactics. The flight would offer invaluable insights for the commercial airlines that would soon cross oceans routinely. That stance embodied Amelia's broader philosophy. Each high-profile flight was less about personal conquest than about broadening horizons for everyone. She had devoted years to proving that women were fully capable, but she also believed that aviation itself was the wave of the future. In bridging these perspectives, she became an avatar of possibility, a living emblem of how one individual's determination could shift cultural assumptions. And now, poised for her greatest adventure yet, Amelia was ready to test the limits again. A risk-laden gamble that might cement her reputation, or cast it into haunting uncertainty. Her calm outlook belied the sheer complexity of her plans. She understood that failure would breed critics who believed women had no place in extreme aviation. Yet she moved forward, convinced that taking flight for knowledge and progress was worth every risk. In Amelia's view, flying wasn't just her destiny, it was a collective awakening and societal evolution. Amelia Earhart's second round-the-world attempt launched on May 21st, 1937, from Oakland, California. This time, she and Fred Noonan flew eastward, hopping between continents with the Lockheed Electra. The trip started smoothly, moving from Miami through Central and South America, then across the Atlantic into Africa. Each stop brought fresh refueling challenges, mechanical checks, and updated weather data, but Amelia maintained her signature resolve. By June, They had traversed Africa and the Middle East, arriving in India amid monsoon rains. They pressed on to Southeast Asia, landing in locales like Rangoon and Singapore, places few Americans had seen. Amelia's dispatches noted extreme heat, erratic wind currents, and the rigorous demands of accurate navigation. Fred Noonan's precise star fixes ensured they stayed on course, despite unpredictable skies. Eventually, they reached New Guinea with about 7,000 miles to go. The next leg aimed for Howland Island, a tiny speck in the Pacific. The US Coast Guard cutter Itasca would guide them via radio. Finding such a minuscule island required near-perfect navigation and clear weather. On July 2nd, 1937, they departed Lae in the pre-dawn darkness. Loaded with fuel for roughly 20 hours aloft, they transmitted periodic position reports. At first, signals were clear. Then Amelia's messages hinted at difficulty pinpointing Howland. Overcast conditions likely obstructed Noonan's celestial fixes. Radio contact with the Itasca became sporadic. Some messages were garbled, others incomplete. She mentioned low fuel and an inability to spot the island. Their final known transmission: "We are on line 157, 337, running north and south." Then silence. The Itasca initiated a massive search, scouring open ocean for any sign of the Electra. Naval ships joined, searching nearby waters and atolls. No wreckage surfaced. Weeks passed, and official efforts wound down. Public disbelief was immediate. George Putnam financed private searches, clinging to hope that Amelia and Noonan might be stranded or rescued. Rumours swirled: capture by foreign forces, survival under new identities, or mechanical failure leading to a fatal crash. Eventually, prevailing theories pointed to fuel exhaustion and a crash at sea. Howland Island had proved elusive, even to skilled aviators. For admirers worldwide, her disappearance felt unreal. She'd seemed unstoppable, a figure who pushed boundaries without fear. Now the iconic pilot vanished into the Pacific's expanse. Her loss struck a nerve, amplifying the emotional investment many had in her journey. Yet as shock turned to grief, her achievements took on a different hue, no longer just records, but testaments to a bold spirit. Films, newsreels, and reprints of her articles kept her story alive. School children learned of her feats, and future women pilots cited her as inspiration. Her final flight overshadowed the rest of her life, but it also cast her as a perennial question mark, fueling endless conjecture. Some insisted she was alive somewhere. Others believed the crash was certain, but uncovered no physical proof. Still others proposed exotic scenarios, each more elaborate than the last. None provided definitive evidence. Ultimately, most accepted that she and Noonan perished at sea, undone by the navigational complications, changing winds, or plain bad luck. Yet Amelia's legacy was strangely enhanced by the mystery. She had championed possibility, and the idea that she might be out there, unfound, kept that possibility alive in people's minds. The line between myth and history blurred. She had become more than a pilot. She was an avatar of human daring. Her story infused with both triumph and tragedy. If anything, the unsolved nature of her final voyage cemented her place in public consciousness. Institutions named in her honour sprang up. Researchers kept pursuing leads on remote islands, pointing to castaway remains or scattered debris, each new fragment reigniting debates. The fascination endured, crossing generations and continents. In the wake of her loss, the aviation community pushed for better safety measures, improved radio technology, and refined navigation techniques. Governments funded more comprehensive maps and placed greater emphasis on weather forecasting. Ironically, Amelia's demise accelerated the very reforms she'd long advocated. If she could have witnessed the progress, she might have nodded quietly, pleased that even in absence. She was moving aviation forward, and so the world mourned, searched, and eventually accepted its heartbreak. Amelia Earhart, whose smiling face had adorned magazines and whose gritty determination broke barriers, was gone, but rather than diminishing her impact, her disappearance etched her into the global consciousness. Hers became a story of possibility cut short, yet also eternal, a reflection of how high humanity can climb and how unforgiving the frontier can be, undeniably. In the immediate aftermath of Amelia Earhart's disappearance, the public learned the scope of the desperate search underway. The Coast Guard cutter Itasca had already been combing the waters around Howland Island, but the US Navy soon mobilised, launching one of the most extensive rescue efforts in peacetime history. Over several weeks, ships and airplanes fanned out across the Central Pacific, scanning for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Military personnel interviewed islanders, contacted passing vessels, and monitored all radio frequencies for stray signals that might lead them to the missing plane. George Putnam, distraught but resolute, organised private expeditions of his own. He poured personal funds into hiring search craft, offering rewards for credible information. Messages from psychics, adventurers, and self-appointed investigators flooded his office. Though many leads were far-fetched, Putnam refused to dismiss them outright, afraid of missing any clue that might point to Amelia's location. A handful of newspapers criticised the urgency, questioning the expense at a time when global tensions were on the rise. Still, for countless admirers worldwide, the operation was a moral duty. Someone as groundbreaking as Amelia should not simply vanish without every effort to locate her. Rumours bloomed. Early on, some claimed she had been spotted in distant ports, fueling speculation of a forced landing followed by rescue under mysterious circumstances. Others pointed to unconfirmed transmissions that briefly crackled over shortwave radios in the days following her disappearance. Could it be Amelia, calling for help? Enthusiasts hung on each scrap of reported signal, though none were convincingly traced to the missing Electra. The mass of conflicting stories stoked a media frenzy, with headlines proclaiming everything from miraculous survival to sinister conspiracies. In official circles, however, evidence began to narrow. Reports from the Itasca indicated that Amelia's last radio messages had grown increasingly urgent. Low on fuel, uncertain of her coordinates, she was racing against time in a vast expanse of ocean. Naval commanders, though moved by her bravery, understood the grim odds. Even if Earhart and Noonan had survived a water landing, floating in the Pacific's punishing heat without an adequate raft or supplies would be a daunting ordeal. Within a month, the military scaled back the large-scale search. Having spent millions of dollars and covered an enormous swath of the Pacific, they found no trace of the Electra. While certain remote atolls and reefs remained unexamined, the probability of finding survivors dwindled by the day. Public statements struck a balance between honouring Amelia's accomplishments and reconciling with the increasingly likely outcome. George Putnam refused to give up. For many months, he funded private efforts to investigate scattered leads. Small vessels sailed to the Forgotten Islands, examining debris that never matched Amelia's plane. Tyre tracks in the sand, bits of metal, and rumours of castaways all turned out to be dead ends or unrelated artefacts. As the search continued, public opinion split between mournful acceptance and stubborn hope. The iconic pilot had carried the aspirations of countless fans who believed she symbolised limitless possibility. Now, they wrestled with her apparent demise. At the same time, her disappearance captured the imagination of those who preferred a more dramatic explanation. Could foreign powers have seized her, suspecting espionage? Could she have orchestrated a disappearance to evade recognition? Each guess, no matter how wild, found at least a small chorus of believers. Meanwhile, tributes poured in from every corner. Schools held ceremonies, newspapers published retrospectives, and radio stations aired stories of her earlier triumphs. Letters expressing admiration flooded the offices of aviation clubs. Numerous individuals highlighted Amelia's contribution to paving the way for women. If she could challenge the skies, they reasoned, then others could challenge entrenched social barriers. Politicians, too, invoked her legacy in calls for expanded roles for women in the workforce, hoping to harness the public's admiration for her accomplishments. By early 1938, the official verdict leaned heavily toward a crash at sea. Within another year, Amelia Earhart would be declared legally dead. George Putnam, exhausted and grieving, continued to write about her life, ensuring her name stayed in the public consciousness. Having travelled alongside her in countless ways, he refused to let a silent ocean claim the last word on her story. Photographs of Amelia, smiling in front of her plane, goggles perched on her forehead, remained pinned to his walls, reminders that her spirit, daring and unbreakable, transcended whatever fate had befallen her. In the public eye, she had already entered a realm where myth and memory intertwined. In the years after Amelia Earhart's disappearance, her story wove itself deeply into the culture, shaping discussions of exploration, gender roles, and national identity. While the global press initially focused on the sudden void left by her vanishing, attention soon shifted toward analysing what she had embodied. She had shown that an American woman could stand shoulder to shoulder with prominent male aviators, forging a path in a field still dominated by men. Her example lingered in the minds of young women contemplating fields traditionally closed to them, not just in aviation but in science, technology, and beyond. Institutions bearing her name sprang up. Elementary schools in the United States adopted the moniker Earhart to honour her daring spirit. Scholarships were established to support aspiring women pilots, sometimes endowed by contributors who had followed her final flight with bated breath. Though these gestures varied in size and scope, each underscored a collective drive to keep her influence alive. The 99s, the organisation for female pilots that Amelia had helped found, continued to recruit members, nurturing a new generation unafraid to push boundaries. Beyond formal commemorations, Earhart's disappearance fueled research aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Early radio equipment had proven unreliable. Post-1937 advances focused on refining both hardware and communication protocols. Governments funded studies of weather patterns, leading to better forecasting. Aviation experts developed more rigorous standards for navigation, ensuring that future pilots received advanced training in celestial fixes and radio direction finding. Some historians argue that the spotlight on Amelia's disappearance hastened these improvements, whether intentionally or not. She prompted an acceleration of aeronautical progress. Meanwhile, the theories about her fate refused to fade. Self-styled detectives scoured archival records, analysing ship logs and rumoured sightings. In the late 1940s, a handful of American servicemen stationed in the Pacific heard local tales of a foreign pilot washing ashore years earlier, spurring renewed hunts for evidence. Occasionally, fragments of aluminum or skeletons found on remote atolls were touted as proof of Earhart's final resting place. Yet attempts to link such discoveries conclusively to Amelia or Fred Noonan always fell short. With each new claim came another wave of media coverage, keeping the question of her end alive in the public mind. Pop culture seized on the mystery, weaving it into novels, films, and radio dramas. Some portrayed her as a spy captured by hostile forces, others imagined her deliberately disappearing to live in peace. These fictional takes occasionally drew the ire of those who believed they trivialized her legacy, yet they also brought her name before audiences that might not otherwise have pondered the achievements of a woman pilot in the 1930s. Her image graced magazine covers well into the 1950s, often paired with captions urging readers to remember her pioneering flights rather than fixating solely on the unknown. For women determined to forge their own paths, Amelia's tale carried a particular resonance. During World War II, thousands of women trained as pilots in programs like the Women Air Force Service Pilots, WASP. Although she was no longer around to witness it, her example had laid crucial groundwork. Veterans of those programs cited her as a reason they believed aviation could be for them too. They viewed her last flight as the ultimate expression of her courage, continuing until the sky itself refused her any further. Critics sometimes questioned whether her fame overshadowed the contributions of less heralded female aviators. Indeed, Earhart's photogenic presence and collaboration with George Putnam's media machine set her apart. But many recognised that she had used her visibility to champion broader goals. She consistently advocated for other women flyers and used press opportunities to highlight the achievements of colleagues who lacked her public platform. If she stood alone in the spotlight, she also attempted to shine it on everyone else struggling for legitimacy in aviation's ranks. By the mid-20th century, Earhart's name had become shorthand for unbounded aspiration. Newspapers likened daring explorers to modern Amelia Earharts. Corporations cited her spirit in ad campaigns about pushing past limitations, yet behind the commercial rebranding lay an abiding truth. She had effectively proven that gender need not be an impediment to ambition. Even decades later, that message held profound significance. For every sceptical remark about knowing your place, Earhart's memory offered a counter-argument, that risks were there to be taken, frontiers to be tested, and that sometimes only the bold see how far they can really go. Today, the name Amelia Earhart conjures images of resilience and intrigue. Countless books, documentaries, and academic analyses have attempted to decipher her character and significance. Perhaps that is the ultimate measure of her impact. She remains relevant long after her plane's final, tragic flight. In a world that has seen astronauts circling the Earth and rovers traversing Mars, her achievements might look modest on paper, yet context is everything. In her era, crossing an ocean by air was a feat teetering on the verge of impossibility, especially for a woman barred from many of the support systems offered to male peers. Her influence extends well beyond aviation. Modern discussions of women's leadership, work-life balance, and personal autonomy still reference Earhart's refusal to bow to convention. The forthright way she lived, maintaining her separate finances after marriage, declining to adopt her husband's surname, and refusing to drop her career, resonates with individuals who chafe under traditional expectations. She showed that it was possible to be both admired and outspoken, both widely loved and unabashedly independent. This combination of traits keeps her relevant in each new wave of feminism, even as cultural norms continue to shift. Then there is the simple matter of mystery. Human beings are drawn to stories with open endings, and Amelia's disappearance leaves a void that speculation rushes to fill. Expeditions still venture to distant Pacific islands, sifting through detritus in search of conclusive answers. High-tech scanners, DNA testing, and underwater drones have all been employed in attempts to find the Electra or discover her remains. Each new rumour or photograph sparks interest, however fleeting, in the notion that a solution to the riddle is just around the corner. That quest has persisted for nearly a century, a testament to her lasting hold on people's imaginations. In many ways, the romance of Amelia Earhart's story lies in its human dimension. She was fallible, prone to anxiety and physical exhaustion, yet outwardly composed. She made daring choices while maintaining a certain down-to-earth practicality. Her writings reveal a person keenly aware of mortality, yet unwilling to let fear dictate her trajectory. That balance of measured caution and determined optimism gives her legend a credible warmth. She did not seek to become a myth. She sought to become a better pilot and, in doing so, helped recast the boundaries for what women could do. Time has a way of distilling a person's accomplishments until only the major highlights remain. In Earhart's case, those highlights are luminous enough: the first woman to cross the Atlantic by air, a fearless record breaker, a voice championing women's legitimacy in aviation, and the architect of a near-world circling journey that ended all too soon. Yet her true gift to posterity is the blueprint she left for challenging expectations. Every time someone questions the status quo, every time a woman pursues a field that once excluded her, a sliver of Amelia's spirit resonates. Though formal statues and memorials exist, perhaps the most fitting tribute lies in the intangible. Her legacy thrives in the collective consciousness. Crossing borders and cultures, schoolchildren undertake projects on her life, discovering that bravery and curiosity can upend established norms. Non-profit groups continue awarding scholarships in her name, ensuring that girls from modest backgrounds can earn their wings. Engineers, astronauts, and even entrepreneurs cite her as an influence, exemplifying self-reliance and bold vision. Critics might argue that the aura surrounding Amelia Earhart romanticizes risk-taking. Indeed, she faced criticisms in her lifetime for the dangers she accepted, but her approach, grounded in rigorous practice and serious study, suggests she treated risk as a necessary ingredient in progress, not a reckless thrill. The spirit that drove her planes into the sky was the same spirit that drives any pioneer, an abiding desire to see what lies beyond the horizon. As we consider her today, we find that her story is less about flight than about transcending limitations. She didn't merely fly, she challenged the gravitational pull of society's assumptions. That she vanished while pursuing her grandest ambition adds a paradoxical layer of both sorrow and admiration. Yet her final lesson endures. Uncharted territory remains, waiting for those who dare to step off the map. In that sense, she is still aloft, guiding those who look skyward with their dreams of possibility, and a steadfast refusal to accept the confines others have drawn. In the mid-13th century, Venice was not simply another Mediterranean port. It was the nexus of an economic empire built on salt, ships, and shrewd diplomacy. When Marco Polo entered the world in 1254, he was born into a city undergoing profound transformation. The Venice of Marco's childhood existed in a perpetual state of reinvention, balancing between Byzantine heritage and an increasingly independent identity. The Polo family themselves exemplified this complex position. Niccolo and Maffeo Polo weren't merely merchants, but sophisticated entrepreneurs operating within intricate networks of commerce and politics. The traditional narrative often portrays young Marco as simply a merchant's son awaiting his destiny. The reality proved considerably more nuanced. While his father and uncle embarked on their initial journey to the Mongol Empire in 1260, Marco remained with his mother, Donna Polo. Her influence on the boy's development typically receives minimal attention in historical accounts, yet contemporary Venetian records suggest she belonged to a family with connections to the naval administration. These early exposures likely shaped Marco's later attentiveness to maritime matters, in his accounts of Asian waterways and naval technologies. Marco's education reflected Venice's peculiar position between East and West. Unlike Florence or Bologna with their classical curriculum, Venetian education emphasized practical knowledge, mathematics for commerce, languages for the negotiation, and geography for navigation. Young patricians studied Arabic numerals rather than Roman calculations, a pragmatic choice that outraged traditionalists but prepared Venice's next generation for global trade. Marco likely received instruction not only in Latin and Greek, but possibly rudimentary Arabic and Persian, languages that would prove invaluable during his travels. The Venice of Marco's youth functioned as an information clearinghouse where rumours and reports from disparate corners of the known world collided in marketplaces and merchant houses. The city's position as a commercial republic rather than a traditional monarchy created a distinctive civic consciousness. While mainland Italian cities remained locked in bloody feuds between Guelphs and Ghibellines, papal and imperial supporters, Venice cultivated a pragmatic approach to power, forming alliances based on commercial interests rather than ideological commitments. What often goes unrecognised is how Venetian colonial expansion fundamentally shaped Marco's worldview. By the time of his birth, Venice controlled significant territories along the Dalmatian coast and numerous Aegean islands. These weren't mere trading posts but administered territories with Venetian governors and legal systems. Young Marco would have encountered returning officials and merchants from these colonies, absorbing stories of governance and cultural adaptation that informed his later observations of Mongol administrative techniques. The religious atmosphere of 13th century Venice defied easy categorization. While nominally devout Catholics, Venetians maintained a distinctly arm's-length relationship with papal authority. The city's extensive trade with Muslim and Orthodox territories fostered a pragmatic religious tolerance was unusual for medieval Europe. The Fourth Crusade's controversial diversion to sack Constantinople in 1204 had yielded Venice tremendous wealth and liturgical treasures, but also created complex theological justifications for interaction with non-Catholic powers. Marco grew up in a city whose magnificent St. Mark's Basilica incorporated Byzantine domes, Islamic decorative elements, and classical columns, architectural evidence of Venice's cultural hybridization. When Marco was 15, his father and uncle returned to Venice after their initial journey eastward. Traditional accounts emphasize the emotional reunion, but contemporary evidence suggests their return served specific diplomatic purposes. The Polos carried letters from Kublai Khan requesting educated Europeans to return with them, particularly those who could explain Christian theology and European technical knowledge. This request reflected not merely curiosity but calculated policy. The Mongol Empire actively recruited administrative talent from across their conquered territories, implementing a system that transcended ethnic and religious boundaries. The Venice that the teenage Marco prepared to leave in 1271 had already begun evolving beyond the city of his childhood. Political reforms under Doge Ranieri Zeno had strengthened the Great Council's authority, while naval conflicts with Genoa intensified competition for Mediterranean trade routes. The eventual journey would consume nearly a quarter century of Marco's life, transforming not only his understanding of the world, but ultimately Venice's conception of itself within a rapidly expanding global context. The conventional narrative of Marco Polo's travels typically begins with his departure from Venice in 1271. This simplified chronology overlooks a critical element of the Polo saga, the first journey undertaken by Niccolo and Maffeo Polo that laid the groundwork for Marco's later expedition. This initial voyage, occurring between 1260 and 1269, remains curiously under-examined despite its profound influence on subsequent events. When Niccolo and Maffeo first ventured eastward, they weren't pioneering an unknown route, but rather extending established Venetian commercial networks. However, what distinguished their journey was the remarkable timing. They departed during a unique geopolitical window, after the initial Mongol conquests had stabilised into the administrative structure known as the Pax Mongolica, but before European knowledge of Asian political realities had crystallised. The brothers originally intended a conventional trading expedition to Constantinople and the Crimean port of Soldaia, modern Sudaca, where Italian merchants maintained trading posts. What forced the Polos to deviate from their intended route was not adventurous spirit, but pragmatic necessity. Civil war between Mongol factions had temporarily closed their planned return path. Rather than retreat, they pressed eastward to Bukhara in modern Uzbekistan, where they remained for 3 years. This extended stay, often treated as a mere precursor to later events, actually provided the linguistic and cultural immersion that would prove invaluable for the subsequent journey with young Marco. In Bukhara, the brothers encountered an ambassador from Hulagu Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, travelling to the court of his brother, the great Khan Kublai. The ambassador's invitation to join his embassy represents a frequently misunderstood aspect of Mongol diplomatic practice. The Mongols actively collected knowledgeable individuals from across their territories, viewing diverse expertise as valuable intelligence assets. The Mongols did not select the Polos for their individual importance, but rather as representatives of Latin Christendom, who could provide valuable information about European politics and technology. Their journey to Kublai's court at Shangdu, immortalised as Xanadu in European literature, traversed the Eastern Silk Road through regions no Venetian had previously documented. Contemporary accounts suggest they travelled as members of an official Mongol embassy, which granted them access to the imperial post system with its relay stations and official protection. This status explains how merchants of modest standing managed to traverse thousands of miles of territory safely. They moved within administrative infrastructure designed to facilitate official communication across the empire. Upon reaching Kublai's court, the brothers encountered not an exotic, oriental despot of later European imagination, but a sophisticated ruler preoccupied with governance challenges. The Mongol Empire of 1266 was experiencing substantial administrative evolution, incorporating Chinese bureaucratic practices while maintaining nomadic military traditions. Kublai's questions for the Polos focused primarily on practical matters: European military capabilities, political structures, and technical innovations. The Khan's famous request for 100 learned men from Europe reflected not mere curiosity but strategic intelligence gathering about potential Western allies or adversaries. What's often overlooked is that the Polos' return journey to Venice carried specific diplomatic communication. They transported formal letters from Kublai to Pope Clement IV requesting Christian teachers. This diplomatic component transformed what might have been merely an extraordinary commercial venture into an unofficial embassy between powers. Upon reaching Accra in 1269, they learned of Pope Clement's death 2 years earlier, which complicated their diplomatic mission. Rather than proceeding immediately to Rome, they returned to Venice, where Niccolo discovered his wife had died during his absence, leaving his son Marco in the care of extended family. These 3 years in Venice between journeys, 1269 and 1271, represented a crucial period of preparation for Marco. Traditional accounts depict him merely waiting to depart, but evidence suggests this interlude involved intensive education tailored to the planned eastern journey. He likely received specialised instruction in languages, astronomical navigation, and manuscript preparation, skills that would prove invaluable for documenting the subsequent travels. The Polos also arranged commercial partnerships and credit instruments to finance their second journey, developing complex arrangements that allowed them to transport valuable goods while minimising physical carrying of currency. When the 3 Polos finally departed in 1271, they carried not only papal letters from the newly elected Gregory X, but also diplomatic credentials and commercial contracts representing multiple interests. The foundation laid by Niccolo and Maffeo's first journey, establishing relationships, understanding routes, and gaining imperial favour, provided the essential framework that made Marco's subsequent journey and chronicle possible. This overlooked first expedition represents not merely a prologue, but the essential foundation for the epic that followed. The departure of the three Polos from Venice in 1271 marked the beginning of a journey frequently reduced to a simplistic east-west trajectory in popular accounts. The actual route reveals a far more complex diplomatic and commercial enterprise, shaped by evolving geopolitical circumstances rather than a predetermined path. Their initial progress followed established Mediterranean shipping lanes to Acre in the Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem, where they obtained supplementary diplomatic credentials from Teobaldo Visconti, soon to become Pope Gregory X. This papal connection has traditionally been emphasised as their primary diplomatic sanction, but Venetian records suggest they simultaneously carried commercial authorisations from the Doge and several prominent trading houses. The Polos operated within multiple overlapping networks of authority, religious, commercial and political, that reflected the fragmented nature of medieval European power structures. After departing Acre, the expedition encountered its first significant deviation from planned routes. Traditional accounts mention briefly that war conditions forced them to turn northward, but the story dramatically understates the historical context. The Mamluk Sultan Baybars was actively campaigning against remaining Crusader territories and Mongol forces in Syria, making direct eastward travel impossible. This Mamluk-Mongol war represented one of the most consequential geopolitical conflicts of the 13th century, effectively establishing boundaries between Islamic and Mongol spheres of influence that would persist for generations. The Polos' adaptive response to this obstacle reveals their sophisticated geographical knowledge. Rather than abandoning their journey, they navigated northward through Armenian Cilicia, modern southern Turkey, where Christian rulers maintained alliances with both Mongols and European powers. This region functioned as a crucial interface between civilizations, maintaining diverse diplomatic connections that provided the Polos with updated intelligence about conditions further east. Their subsequent traversal of the Armenian highlands and northern Mesopotamia brought them through territories only recently incorporated into Mongol administration. The expedition's timing proved fortunate. They travelled during a period when the Ilkhanate under Abaka Khan, ruler from 1265 to 1282, had established relative stability following the destructive initial Mongol conquests. Archaeological evidence from this period shows revitalisation of urban centres and trading networks that had suffered catastrophic disruption just decades earlier. At Tabriz in northwestern Iran, the Polos entered one of the Ilkhanate's principal commercial centres. Marco's later accounts of this city's international markets reveal his growing awareness of transcontinental trade patterns. Here he first encountered merchandise from India, Central Asia, and China circulating alongside Russian furs, Byzantine textiles, and European metals. His detailed observations of currency exchange mechanisms and credit instruments used by merchants from diverse backgrounds reflect a sophisticated understanding of commercial operations, rather than the wide-eyed wonder often attributed to him in romanticised accounts. The journey's eastern progression through Persia followed not the most direct route, but rather a network of recently secured trade corridors. Near Kerman in southeastern Iran, archaeological evidence from the period shows way stations, caravanserais, being restored and expanded under Mongol patronage after years of neglect. These structures weren't simply convenient accommodations, but represented systematic infrastructure investment that facilitated administrative control and commercial exchange across the empire. The Polo's traversal of the Pamir Mountains, often characterized as a heroic passage through an inhospitable wilderness, actually followed carefully maintained routes regularly travelled by diplomatic missions and merchant caravans. Marco's descriptions of high-altitude terrain and climate demonstrate careful observation, but shouldn't be interpreted as evidence of pioneering exploration. His accounts of highland peoples and their customs show particular attention to practical matters like animal husbandry techniques and local commodities, reflecting his growing commercial acumen. Upon reaching Kashgar in what is now western China, the expedition entered the Tarim Basin, where Marco documented not only trade goods but also agricultural techniques and water management systems. His observations about irrigation networks reveal an appreciation for the administrative systems maintaining these complex infrastructures across political boundaries, perspective reflecting his distinctly Venetian understanding of how governance enables commerce. The crossing of the Taklamakan Desert, often portrayed as the journey's most arduous segment, followed established caravan routes that had functioned for centuries. What distinguished Marco's account of this crossing was his attention to the economic niches occupied by different ethnic groups along the route, Uyghur merchants operating trading posts, Tangut herders supplying livestock, and Chinese officials administering taxation and security. This multi-ethnic commercial ecosystem operated under Mongol oversight, but maintained distinctive local practices that Marco documented with unusual detail. As the expedition approached the Chinese heartland, they encountered increasingly sophisticated administrative control. At Dunhuang, they entered a region where Mongol rule had been superimposed upon existing Chinese bureaucratic structures. Marco's accounts reveal his fascination with this hybrid governance system, particularly the imperial postal relay network that facilitated rapid communication across vast distances. This infrastructure enabled the Mongol Empire to maintain administrative cohesion across disparate regions while accommodating local governing traditions. Throughout the 3-year eastward journey, the Polos traversed not wild, unknown territories but a carefully administered network of trade routes, experiencing substantial integration under Mongol governance. Their achievement wasn't discovering new paths, but successfully navigating complex political, commercial, and cultural boundaries during a period of unprecedented transcontinental connectivity. The skills they developed, linguistic adaptation, diplomatic flexibility, and commercial awareness, prepared them for effective service in Kublai Khan's cosmopolitan court. When Marco Polo arrived at Kublai Khan's court in 1275, he encountered not the exotic oriental paradise of later European imagination, but a sophisticated administrative machine grappling with the challenges of governing the world's largest contiguous land empire. The traditional narrative emphasizes Marco's personal relationship with Kublai, suggesting the young Venetian became a trusted confidant almost immediately. Contemporary evidence suggests a more nuanced integration into court life, one that reflected the Mongol Empire's systematic approach to utilizing foreign expertise. Shangdu, the Xanadu of European literature, operated not merely as an imperial pleasure dome, but as a seasonal administrative capital within a complex governing system. The court regularly migrated between multiple capitals, including Beijing, then called Khanbalik or City of the Khan, allowing the ruler to maintain a personal presence across different regions while accommodating both Chinese administrative tradition and Mongol nomadic heritage. This mobile governance model, incomprehensible to stationary European bureaucracies, enabled direct imperial supervision across vast territories while symbolically maintaining Mongol traditions of movement. Marco's integration into this system began not with immediate elevation to imperial advisor, but through a typical assessment process applied to foreigners with useful skills. The Mongol administrative approach emphasized meritocratic utilization of talent regardless of ethnic or religious background, a pragmatic necessity for governing diverse populations across Eurasia. Chinese bureaucrats managed civil administration, Persian astronomers directed scientific research, Central Asian Muslims controlled financial operations, and Uyghur scribes handled diplomatic correspondence. Within this multicultural framework, Western Europeans like Marco occupied specialized niches based on their particular knowledge and capabilities. The traditional narrative suggesting Marco learned 4 languages oversimplifies the complex linguistic environment of the Mongol court. Contemporary evidence indicates communication occurred through layered translation processes, with documents often passing through multiple languages before reaching their final form. Administrative documents initiated in Mongolian might be translated to Uyghur, then Persian, then Chinese, depending on their intended audience and purpose. Marco likely developed working knowledge of Mongol court Persian, a lingua franca among administrative officials, rather than achieving full fluency in multiple unrelated language families. Marco's initial assignments reflected the standard Mongol practice of testing foreign abilities through provincial postings rather than immediate court responsibilities. His often referenced journeys to Yunnan and other Chinese regions weren't romantic explorations, but administrative assignments, likely tax assessment missions or diplomatic deliveries. These provincial postings served dual purposes, providing practical training while allowing imperial officials to evaluate foreign talent before entrusting them with more sensitive responsibilities. The Mongol taxation system that Marco encountered demonstrated remarkable administrative sophistication. Beyond simple collection, it encompassed censuses, resource surveys, and commercial regulations are administered through a hierarchical bureaucracy. His detailed descriptions of salt monopolies, paper currency controls, and standardized weights and measures reflect not mere curiosity, but direct involvement with these revenue systems. Archaeological evidence confirms Marco's accounts of tax receipts produced on mulberry paper with standardized seals, documents allowing goods to move through commercial networks without repeated taxation. When Marco Polo arrived at Kublai Khan's court in 1275, he encountered not the exotic oriental paradise of later European imagination, but a sophisticated administrative machine grappling with the challenges of governing the world's largest contiguous land empire. The traditional narrative emphasizes Marco's personal relationship with Kublai, suggesting the young Venetian became a trusted confidant almost immediately. Contemporary evidence suggests a more nuanced integration into court life, one that reflected the Mongol Empire's systematic approach to utilizing foreign expertise. Shangdu, the Xanadu of European literature, operated not merely as an imperial pleasure dome, but as a seasonal administrative capital within a complex governing system. The court regularly migrated between multiple capitals, including Beijing, then called Khanbalik or City of the Khan, allowing the ruler to maintain a personal presence across different regions while accommodating both Chinese administrative tradition and Mongol nomadic heritage. This mobile governance model, incomprehensible to stationary European bureaucracies, enabled direct imperial supervision across vast territories while symbolically maintaining Mongol traditions of movement. Marco's integration into this system began not with immediate elevation to imperial advisor, but through a typical assessment process applied to foreigners with useful skills. The Mongol administrative approach emphasized meritocratic utilization of talent regardless of ethnic or religious background, a pragmatic necessity for governing diverse populations across Eurasia. Chinese bureaucrats managed civil administration, Persian astronomers directed scientific research, Central Asian Muslims controlled financial operations, and Uyghur scribes handled diplomatic correspondence. Within this multicultural framework, Western Europeans like Marco occupied specialized niches based on their particular knowledge and capabilities. The traditional narrative suggesting Marco learned 4 languages oversimplifies the complex linguistic environment of the Mongol court. Contemporary evidence indicates communication occurred through layered translation processes, with documents often passing through multiple languages before reaching their final form. Administrative documents initiated in Mongolian might be translated to Uyghur, then Persian, then Chinese, depending on their intended audience and purpose. Marco likely developed working knowledge of Mongol court Persian, a lingua franca among administrative officials, rather than achieving full fluency in multiple unrelated language families. Marco's initial assignments reflected the standard Mongol practice of testing foreign abilities through provincial postings rather than immediate court responsibilities. His often referenced journeys to Yunnan and other Chinese regions weren't romantic explorations, but administrative assignments, likely tax assessment missions or diplomatic deliveries. These provincial postings served dual purposes, providing practical training while allowing imperial officials to evaluate foreign talent before entrusting them with more sensitive responsibilities. The Mongol taxation system that Marco encountered demonstrated remarkable administrative sophistication. Beyond simple collection, it encompassed censuses, resource surveys, and commercial regulations are administered through a hierarchical bureaucracy. His detailed descriptions of salt monopolies, paper currency controls, and standardized weights and measures reflect not mere curiosity, but direct involvement with these revenue systems. Archaeological evidence confirms Marco's accounts of tax receipts produced on mulberry paper with standardized seals, documents allowing goods to move through commercial networks without repeated taxation. The popular imagination typically places Marco Polo on camels traversing endless deserts, yet some of his most significant observations concerned maritime networks that connected East Asian economies. This nautical dimension of his account offers crucial insights into 13th century globalization rarely highlighted in conventional narratives. After approximately 1284, Marco's responsibilities increasingly involved maritime administration, likely overseeing commercial shipping regulations and customs collection in coastal regions. This shift from inland to maritime duties coincided with Kublai Khan's growing interest in naval power projection and maritime commerce following failed invasion attempts against Japan. Marco's Venetian background made him particularly valuable for maritime assignments. Despite their geographic distance, both Venice and Songyuan China had developed sophisticated naval architectures, navigational techniques, and maritime commercial systems. Marco's descriptions of Chinese shipbuilding technology reveal more than superficial impressions. His detailed accounts of hull construction techniques, particularly the multiple watertight bulkhead compartments that prevented sinking from localized damage, demonstrate technical understanding rather than mere wonderment. Archaeological evidence from shipwrecks confirms these construction methods, which remained unknown in European shipbuilding until centuries later. Similarly, his observations about rudder design and sail configuration indicate professional assessment rather than casual observation. Rather than being isolated ports, the maritime infrastructure Marco recorded across Southeast Asia represented interconnected commercial networks. His descriptions of Quanzhou, which he called Zaytun, emphasized not just its impressive harbour facilities but also the administrative systems coordinating vessel arrivals, cargo inspections and customs assessment. These descriptions reveal an understanding of port operations informed by his Venetian background, where similar though less extensive systems managed Mediterranean shipping. The spice trade routes Marco documented through the Strait of Malacca and into the Indian Ocean represented the world's most valuable commercial networks, ones that European powers would later compete violently to control. His accounts of these trading patterns provided among the first detailed European documentation of these systems, identifying key transshipment points and commercial centres. However, Marco observed these networks not as an outsider, but as a participant operating within established commercial patterns, dominated by Chinese, Arab and Indian merchants. Marco's descriptions of naval warfare techniques, particularly incendiary weapons, boarding tactics and formation movements, reflected professional military assessment rather than civilian observation. His accounts of naval engagements during Kublai's campaigns against southern Chinese resistance forces and Southeast Asian kingdoms provide valuable information about operational practices otherwise poorly documented in surviving records. These observations suggest Marco may have participated in naval operations beyond purely administrative roles, possibly serving in technical advisory capacities. The navigational technologies Marco encountered in East Asian waters demonstrated a sophisticated application of astronomical knowledge to maritime movement. His descriptions of Chinese compass use extended beyond the basic magnetic principles known in Europe to include standardized compass cards with directional calibrations and techniques for compensating for magnetic deviation. Similarly, his accounts of celestial navigation using the pole star and other astronomical markers reflect practical understanding of techniques developed through generations of transoceanic voyaging. The commercial vessels Marco documented ranged from massive treasure ships to specialized regional craft adapted to particular waterways. His descriptions of multi-decked ocean-going vessels carrying hundreds of merchants and thousands of tons of cargo accurately portrayed the world's most advanced commercial shipping at that time. Archaeological discoveries of period shipwrecks confirm his accounts of vessel sizes and construction techniques that wouldn't be matched in Europe until the Age of Exploration centuries later. What often goes unexamined is Marco's documentation of hybrid governance systems managing maritime trade. Unlike European models where territorial rulers claimed coastal waters, the maritime spaces Marco described operated under complex overlapping authorities. Harbour masters collected fees, guild representatives enforced commercial standards, imperial officials assessed taxes, and local authorities maintained navigation markers, creating layered systems of governance adapted to commercial needs rather than territorial control. This administrative complexity reflected a sophisticated understanding that maritime spaces required specialized governance distinct from land-based models. Marco's observations about marine resource exploitation, particularly pearl diving in the South China Sea and fisheries throughout Southeast Asia, documented sustainable management systems developed over generations. His accounts describe not just harvesting techniques, but also the regulatory systems governing access rights, seasonal limitations, and resource conservation. These observations countered later European colonial narratives depicting Asian waters as unregulated commons awaiting proper management. The final maritime journey that brought Marco homeward from 1291 to 1295 represented not an extraordinary expedition, but participation in regular commercial diplomatic patterns. The marriage convoy escorting a Mongol princess to Persia that Marco joined operated within established maritime networks, connecting Yuan China to the Ilkhanate. His documentation of this journey, recording navigation patterns, seasonal weather systems, and port facilities throughout Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, provided Europe with unprecedented information about maritime spaces that would become central to later colonial ambitions. Throughout his observations of maritime Asia, Marco consistently documented connections rather than exoticizing differences. He recorded how Vietnamese shipbuilding techniques influenced Chinese naval architecture, how Persian astronomical knowledge enhanced navigational practices, and how Indian commercial contracts facilitated multi-regional trade. This integrated perspective reveals a maritime world characterized by technological exchange, commercial interdependence, and administrative sophistication that defies simplistic East-West dichotomies. The circumstances of Marco Polo's return to Europe in 1295 involved considerably more intentionality than the romantic narrative of a homesick Venetian finally escaping foreign service. Contemporary evidence suggests the Polos' departure from Kublai's court coincided significant political transitions made the continued presence of foreign officials problematic. Kublai died in 1294, and subsequent succession politics created an increasingly factionalized court environment where foreign officials associated with previous administrations faced uncertain status. Their journey homeward followed established maritime routes rather than retracing their original overland path. This decision reflected not merely convenience, but strategic awareness of changing geopolitical conditions. The initial overland route had become increasingly destabilized by conflicts between Mongol khanates no longer unified under singular authority. By contrast, maritime networks connecting Yuan China to the Ilkhanate in Persia maintained regular diplomatic and commercial traffic despite political fragmentation of the broader Mongol Empire. The maritime return journey brought the Polos to Hormuz at the entrance to the Persian Gulf, where they transitioned to land routes through the Ilkhanate territories to Trebizond on the Black Sea, then continuing by sea to Constantinople and finally Venice. This multimodal journey exposed them to diverse commercial networks and political systems during a period of significant transition throughout Eurasia. Their return to Venice in 1295 placed them in a city dramatically transformed from the one they had left 2 decades earlier. The intervening period had seen Venice's commercial position simultaneously strengthened through expanded Mediterranean networks and threatened by rising Genoese power. The city's governance had evolved through constitutional reforms that strengthened oligarchic control while limiting individual ducal authority. The returning Polos encountered not simply a static homeland, but a dynamic commercial republic adapting to shifting geopolitical circumstances. The famous account of the Polos' return likely contains elements of literary embellishment, as they were initially unrecognized and revealed jewels sewn into their clothing to prove their identity. However, it reflects the genuine challenge of reintegration after extended absence. Their appearance, mannerisms, and perspectives had been profoundly shaped by 2 decades in Asian contexts, making their Venetian identity something that required performance and reassertion rather than automatic recognition. Marco's subsequent captivity during conflict between Venice and Genoa created the essential conditions for his account's creation. Imprisoned in Genoa around 1298, he encountered Rustichello of Pisa, a writer of chivalric romances also held as a prisoner of war. Their collaboration produced the text known variously as The Description of the World, The Travels, or Il Milione. This unusual cross-cultural literary partnership united Marco's first-hand observations with Rustichello's literary frameworks, creating a hybrid text that defies simple categorization. The conventional narrative portrays Rustichello merely as Marco's scribe, faithfully recording dictated memories. Contemporary textual analysis suggests a far more complex collaborative process. The manuscript exhibits characteristics of Rustichello's established literary style, particularly narrative frameworks drawn from Arthurian romances and rhetorical conventions from chivalric literature. Simultaneously, it contains specialized commercial, administrative, and geographic information that clearly originated from Marco's experience. The resulting text represents neither pure memoir nor pure romance, but a sophisticated fusion of formats addressing multiple audiences simultaneously. The original manuscript was composed in Franco-Italian, a literary language combining French vocabulary with Italian syntactic structures commonly used for commercial and literary documents in Mediterranean contexts. This linguistic choice reflected pragmatic concerns about audience and distribution rather than either author's native language. Franco-Italian provided access to elite audiences across multiple European regions while facilitating eventual translation into various vernaculars. The text circulated in multiple versions even during Marco's lifetime, with significant variations in content, organisation, and emphasis. Some manuscripts emphasised commercial information, while others highlighted exotic customs or political structures. This diversification suggests active adaptation for different reading communities, rather than unauthorised corruption of an original text. Marco himself may have participated in revising and extending certain versions following his release from Genoese captivity. The manuscript's reception reveals considerably more complexity than simple skepticism or acceptance. Different communities evaluated the text through diverse frameworks. Commercial agents assessed its practical information, religious authorities examined its implications for missionary activity, and political figures considered its intelligence value regarding Mongol capabilities. Terms like accurate or fabricated inadequately capture these multidimensional readings, which often simultaneously accepted certain elements while questioning others. Marco's subsequent life in Venice after his return showed active engagement with the city's commercial and political networks, rather than retirement into obscurity. Legal documents from 1300 to 1324 show him engaged in commercial partnerships, property transactions, and family financial arrangements. He appears as a witness to legal agreements, in business ventures, and as a manager of family assets, functions requiring community recognition of his identity and capabilities. His will, dictated on January 1324, shortly before his death, revealed a substantial estate with diverse assets, including cash, jewellery, and commercial partnerships distributed among family members, religious institutions, and freed servants. These provisions reflect successful reintegration into Venetian economic networks rather than marginalised existence. Particularly notable were provisions for his daughter Mareta to maintain control of her inheritance independent of her husband's authority, an unusual arrangement suggesting familiarity with more expansive female property rights observed in certain Asian contexts. Throughout his later life, Marco maintained connections with travellers and merchants engaged in Asian trade, providing consultation and information based on his experiences. This ongoing engagement with transcontinental networks suggests he viewed his Asian experience not as a closed episode but as a continuing resource. Rather than simply narrating past adventures, he actively applied his knowledge to contemporary commercial and political questions, helping shape Venetian engagement with evolving trans-Eurasian networks during a period of significant reconfiguration following Mongol imperial fragmentation. The posthumous influence of Marco Polo's account extends far beyond the simplistic inspiration for European exploration. Its reception and utilization followed multiple distinct trajectories that reveal the complex interplay between knowledge, transmission, and cultural adaptation across diverse societies. In the immediate aftermath of the account's creation, its primary audiences were not visionary explorers but practical commercial agents seeking actionable intelligence about distant markets. Venetian and Genoese merchant houses consulted the text not for exotic curiosities but for specific information about commodity sources, exchange rates, taxation systems, and seasonal trading patterns. Annotations in surviving manuscripts from commercial archives highlight passages concerning customs duties, commercial regulations, and market conditions rather than sensational cultural observations. This pragmatic utilization underscores how the text functioned within existing commercial networks rather than inspiring entirely new directions. Manuscript's religious reception followed similarly practical trajectories. Franciscan and Dominican missionaries preparing for Asian journeys studied Marco's observations about Buddhist, Confucian, and various Central Asian religious practices. However, they approached this information not merely as curiosities but as intelligence for developing conversion strategies. The detailed information about religious hierarchies, ritual practices, and institutional structures provided tactical guidance for missionary activities that expanded significantly during the 14th century. This religious utilization extended beyond Christianity. Surviving commentaries suggest Jewish merchants similarly consulted the text for information about co-religionists in Asian communities. The transformation of Marco's account from practical document to literary phenomenon occurred gradually through multiple adaptations. As manuscript copies proliferated across Europe, translators and copyists modified the text to suit local interests and literary conventions. German translations emphasized commercial information relevant to Hanseatic trade networks, while Iberian versions highlighted potential military intelligence about Mongol capabilities. These weren't corruptions of an original text, but active adaptations for specific use contexts. The account's cartographic influence manifested not in immediate revolutionary change, but through gradual incorporation into existing geographical frameworks. Early 14th century Mappe Mundi show selective integration of Marco's geographical information rather than wholesale revision. The famous 1375 Catalan Atlas incorporated details about inland Asian cities and routes while maintaining traditional cosmological frameworks. This selective utilization reflects how new information was evaluated against established knowledge systems, rather than automatically displacing them. The narrative that Columbus carried Marco's book on his voyages oversimplifies a complex intellectual genealogy. Columbus indeed possessed an annotated copy, but his geographical understanding derived from multiple sources synthesized through particular interpretive frameworks. His marginalia suggests selective reading focused on passages about eastern islands and maritime routes, while largely ignoring inland Asian information. This curated reading extracted elements supporting pre-existing theories rather than comprehensively engaging Marco's actual observations about Asian geography. The scientific reception of Marco's account deserves greater recognition than it typically receives. His detailed observations on coal use in China, paper currency systems, astronomical practices, and medicinal applications were circulated among European technical communities. Metallurgists noted Chinese furnace designs, fiscal theorists examined monetary systems, and medical practitioners investigated described remedies. These technical adaptations occurred through specialized knowledge networks distinct from broader literary or geographical reception. Beyond Europe, Marco's account experienced significant cross-cultural transmission through Persian and Arabic translations. These versions, appearing from the late 14th century onward, evaluated his observations against established Middle Eastern geographical knowledge about Asian regions. Persian geographical works incorporated material from Marco's descriptions of Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, while comparing them with existing Persian accounts of these regions. This integration process involved critical assessment rather than passive acceptance, with commentators noting where Marco's observations aligned with or diverged from established knowledge. The account's reception in East Asia followed particularly intriguing trajectories. While no complete Chinese translation appeared until the 19th century, specific information from Marco's text reached China through diverse routes. Persian geographical works incorporating Marco's observations circulated in Yuan and Ming scholarly circles, while Jesuit missionaries in the 16th to 17th centuries brought European geographical knowledge partially derived from Marco's account. This created fascinating scenarios where information originally observed in China returned in transformed form through multiple cultural mediations. The 19th century rediscovery of Marco Polo during European colonial expansion involved substantial reinvention of his significance. Colonial administrators and commercial agents reimagined him as a proto-colonial pioneer, rather than a participant in Asian-centered networks. This reframing extracted his observations from their original 13th century context of Mongol imperial integration, and repositioned them as precedent for European dominance. This colonial appropriation obscured how Marco operated within existing Asian systems, rather than pioneering European expansion. Academic study of Marco Polo's account developed through multiple phases reflecting broader disciplinary evolutions. 19th century scholarship focused predominantly on verifying or disproving specific observations, approaching the text as a straightforward historical source rather than a complex cultural product. Mid-20th century analysis shifted toward understanding its literary construction and transmission history. Recent scholarship increasingly examines the text within transcultural frameworks, analysing how information moved between cultural systems and underwent transformation through multiple mediations. Archaeological discoveries throughout the 20th and 21st centuries have provided physical evidence confirming numerous specific observations in Marco's account. Excavations of Yuan period cities have verified architectural details, recovered examples of paper money matching his descriptions, and uncovered administrative documents reflecting systems he documented. These material confirmations do not turn the text into mere factual reporting. Instead, they show how it blends precise observation with literary structures to present this information to European audiences. The enduring value of Marco Polo's account lies not in pioneering discovery or initiating European expansion, but in documenting a critical moment of Eurasian connectivity. His observations captured complex commercial, cultural, and administrative systems during a period of unprecedented integration under Mongol imperial frameworks. The continuing relevance of his account derives from this documentation of interconnection rather than exploration, providing insight into how diverse societies engaged in exchange networks that transcended cultural boundaries while remaining embedded in local contexts. He was truly one of the great. Picture an early morning in the ancient kingdom of Macedon, a hazy dawn light creeping over the rolling hills and illuminating the stone walls of Pella. The capital, in the courtyard of the royal palace, a young prince takes measured steps across smooth flagstones still cool from the chill of night. He is Alexander, son of King Philip II, already restless with ambition. He stands no taller than any normal youth, yet there's a quiet intensity in his gaze. Local gossip suggests he asks questions no child his age should, ones about life, death, and the boundaries of human capability. It's whispered that from the day he first saw the world, he's been driven by the desire to surpass it. Philip himself is not a particularly sentimental father. He loves Alexander in his own way, yet the kingdom demands more attention than his son. Under King Philip, Macedon has become stronger, more organised and more dangerous to neighbouring lands. Philip sees in Alexander the potential to carry on and expand his work. He pushes the boy to study with the best tutors in all of Greece, ensuring a potent blend of martial and intellectual preparation. Aristotle is one among many teachers, but uniquely revered. He nurtures Alexander's fascination with science, philosophy, and the fringes of knowledge. Lessons aren't rote memorization, but dialogues, full of debates that test logic and stoke curiosity. This mental discipline shapes Alexander's sense of strategy and cunning. The climate in the palace is complex. Every corner can hold a potential spy, and each dusty corridor might echo with rumours of betrayals and alliances. People talk in low tones about the tension between Philip and his wives. Alexander's mother, Olympias, is as formidable in her own right as any soldier. Devout worshipper of the god Dionysus, she's rumoured to participate in midnight rituals involving serpents, drums, and an ecstatic communion with the divine. Some say she is cunning, even a dangerous influence on Alexander. Yet to him, she is not the mysterious priestess, but the unwavering pillar of maternal warmth. Between Philip's stern discipline and Olympias's intense devotion, Alexander is shaped by a certain duality, logic wedded to the mystical, ambition guided by tradition but emboldened by dreams of grandeur. From an early age, Alexander's thirst for the glory finds its first real test in the stables of his father. Legend has it that when he encounters a spirited black stallion named Bucephalus, the horse refuses to be tamed by any of Philip's most capable men. They try, they fail, and the beast is ready to be dismissed. But young Alexander notices the animal's fear of its own shadow. Patiently, he coaxes Bucephalus to face the sun, away from the silhouette that spooked him. In minutes, the horse is calm, and Alexander rides him without protest. Observers watch, stunned, as the boy demonstrates a combination of empathy and ingenuity that even seasoned horsemen lack. From that moment, Bucephalus becomes a living extension of Alexander, a half-wild mirror to his own fierce spirit. In the Macedonian court, no virtue stands above the ability to wage war, an art requiring both brilliance and brute strength. Alexander's basic training begins, filled with the typical rigours, sprinting uphill, wrestling in dusty arenas, and drilling with weapons under the unrelenting heat of the summer sun. Yet his father insists he also master oratory. The skill to sway hearts with words is as valuable in forging alliances as a sharpened spear is in battle. Philip knows that to conquer new lands, you need to win people's faith or kindle their fear. Alexander, even as a teenager, shows promise in both realms, before he ever lifts a sword in earnest combat. He has already convinced many of his peers he is destined for greatness. At night, after the strenuous training and political chatter, Alexander retreats to the palace library. He pores over scrolls describing the achievements of legendary heroes, Achilles most of all. When Alexander reads these stories, he doesn't see them as dusty relics but as signposts of what is possible. Every triumph of Achilles, every cunning manoeuvre of Odysseus, becomes a clue to his own destiny. Yet he's not content to just mirror these heroes. He wants to eclipse them, to inscribe his own feats into the tapestry of myths. In his private moments, he contemplates the ephemeral nature of life. He wonders how many will remember him after centuries have passed. His conclusion is always the same: only through extraordinary deeds can one transcend mortality. So, from the vantage point of Pella's palace, we see the formative years of a conqueror in the making. The forces shaping Alexander's character are as varied as the lands he will one day traverse. The unwavering discipline from King Philip, the fierce spiritual intensity from Olympius, the philosophical grounding from Aristotle, and the burning ambition stoked by legends of warriors past. Already, he's begun forging a path that few in the Greek world, indeed, the entire known world, can envision. He's not simply an heir to a throne. He sees himself as the living manifestation of a myth destined to break the boundaries of what Macedon, or any kingdom, believes is possible. Life in Macedon, even for a prince, is precarious. The hallways of the palace buzz with potential treachery, assassins lurking in the shadows, and cunning allies who are only as loyal as their opportunities demand. Every so often, tensions flare between Philip and the aristocracy. Some resent the king's bold military reforms, believing he is gradually dismantling old tribal structures that once defined Macedonian life. Others fear that while building alliances with Greek city-states, Philip risks losing the distinct identity of Macedon itself. Young Alexander, absorbing these concerns, learns early that power can be fickle. Even the mightiest monarchy can topple under the weight of ambition, both from within and beyond the palace walls. Beyond politics, Alexander wrestles with internal doubt. Yes, he is fearless on a charging horse, but the responsibilities overshadowing him loom far greater. There's a hidden conflict, often unspoken, between father and son. Philip expects gratitude for all he provides: training, a stable empire, connections. But Alexander yearns to chart his own course, unsatisfied by mere inheritance. He wants to carve out something unprecedented, an empire bridging cultures and continents. Sometimes it feels like the older generation just wants to secure Macedon's local dominion, while Alexander's private vision stretches across the horizon. He doesn't articulate it yet, but deep within, the seeds of conquest already take root. To outsiders, Macedon can feel rugged compared to the refined city-states of southern Greece. Athenians and Spartans might sneer at Macedonian barbarism, but Philip has proven that Macedon's might lies in an organised army led by fierce leadership. Alexander sees the transformations, the phalanx formation perfected, discipline enforced, and new siege technologies tested. He trains alongside hardened veterans who share stories of battles fought against formidable foes. Growing up amid soldiers' banter, Alexander learns not only the physical demands of combat, but also how morale, fear, and loyalty can determine outcomes before the first arrow even flies. Around this time, Alexander is invited to visit Athens with his father. Despite any mocking glances from local intellectuals, he admires the marble columns, the bustling agora, and the philosophical debates that spill out onto street corners. The famed city is a living monument to human achievement in art and reason, yet it also teems with political tensions, a sense of friction between progress and tradition. Walking those storied streets, Alexander muses that controlling a city is far more than just occupying its walls. You must win over its spirit, its sense of cultural pride. He keeps that insight close, suspecting he'll one day need it. Yet tragedy and strife soon converge, as they so often do in the ancient world. Word spreads of plots against Philip. Some revolve around former allies who feel slighted by the king's conquests or suspect he's grown too bold. Alexander stands on the periphery, uncertain whether he should intervene, afraid that any misstep might implicate him as a conspirator. The tension boils over during a grand ceremony, one that should have been a pinnacle of Philip's prestige. In a sudden and shocking moment, an assassin plunges a blade into the king. The crowd gasps. The king of Macedon, unstoppable in battle, falls victim to a single thrust in the confusion of the celebration. Chaos erupts, with bystanders scattering and guards rushing forward. Within minutes, the assassin lies dead, but the damage is done. Philip's lifeblood seeps into the dirt, and Macedon stands at a precipice. Alexander is thrust into an unexpected, yet almost inevitable, position. At age 20, with the kingdom newly crowned upon his head, he must stabilise his realm. Some friends rejoice, convinced this is his destiny. Others wait in tense anticipation, unsure if the fledgling monarch can hold the reins. Fractious lords sense an opening for independence. Rival city-states begin murmuring about retaking lost territory. Even within Macedon, old grudges resurface. All eyes fix on the new king, who must assert control with the same decisiveness as his father, or face disintegration of all that has been built. One of his first orders is brutal and direct, subdue any potential revolts. In a swift campaign, Alexander and his loyal companions quell insurrections, sometimes responding with shocking severity. Towns that challenge him learn the cost of defiance as he razes structures and exacts harsh penalties. These measures, while seemingly cruel, do confirm a crucial fact. The throne is not vacant. Alexander wields power with an iron determination that matches, and at times surpasses, Philip's. Yet behind the stern facade, there's a flicker of deeper purpose. Alexander doesn't want to be the typical monarch who rules merely out of fear. He yearns to unite, to be recognised not just as a conqueror, but as a visionary leader who can guide disparate peoples towards something grander. In the midst of stamping out rebellions, Alexander turns his eyes back to the Greek city-states. Many think him too young to command their respect, until he arrives at Thebes. The city had rebelled, perhaps assuming the new king was inexperienced. In an audacious move, Alexander's troops storm Thebes quickly, unleashing severe punishment. While horrific to watch, it cements a realization across Greece. This is no malleable successor. If Alexander is tested, he will respond forcefully. The punishment also sends a cautionary note to Athens and others tempted to break alliances. Diplomacy, Alexander understands, can be built on intimidation as well as flattery. By the time the dust settles, the name Alexander already rings with fear across rebellious enclaves and resonates with respect among loyal allies. In fewer than 2 years, he consolidates Macedonia's hold over Greece, earning recognition as the de facto hegemon of the region. Yet rather than rest on these laurels, Alexander looks east, where the vast Persian Empire sprawls. The memory of previous Greek-Persian conflicts looms large, but Alexander imagines more than a retaliatory strike. Rumours swirl that he sees an empire beyond the horizon, a chance to bring Greek culture into a new world, if he can muster the daring to seize it. And so, in the hush of late evening, he prepares to set in motion one of the most extraordinary military campaigns recorded in the annals of history. The war drums beat in the hearts of those who follow Alexander eastward. It's more than just ambition or revenge for past Persian aggression. For many, it feels like a holy cause to punish the empire that once threatened Greek freedom. But Alexander's goals surpass mere retribution. Standing at the Hellespont's edge, where Europe meets Asia, he performs symbolic rituals before crossing. Tossing a spear onto the Asian shore, he allegedly proclaims the land to be won by the spear. It's a blend of theatre and conviction, carefully calculated to unite his troops with the sense that destiny itself beckons them forward. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley, has wealth beyond imagination. Its roads, like lifelines, connect distant provinces governed by satraps. Alexander's army, though battle-hardened, pales in sheer numbers compared to the Persian forces, but he counts on something intangible, the belief that each Macedonian soldier is part of a historical quest. Logistics become the silent partner of this ambition. He organises supply lines, secures local alliances where possible, and ensures his men remain disciplined, rewarded, and mindful of the stakes. A loosely knit coalition of Greek allies joins him, some out of genuine admiration, others out of fear of retribution should they refuse. The first major engagement, a confrontation at the Granicus River, tests Alexander's mettle against Persian satraps. Cavalry charges, spears glinting in the sun, churn the muddy banks on the battlefield. Alexander fights at the forefront, disregarding the protective distance that many generals maintain. He trusts in his skill and the loyalty of the men around him. Though pinned down at one point, he narrowly escapes a fatal blow thanks to a timely intervention by a commander. The Macedonians push forward, turning the tide. The Persians, momentarily disorganized, retreat. Their swift defeat rattles the empire's western flank. The rumour spreads that Alexander's boldness on the battlefield is as fearsome as his father's had been in the realm of politics. Victories follow in rapid succession. Alexander's strategy is not merely about smashing through defences, but also about presenting himself as a liberator to Greek cities under Persian rule. He spares those willing to cooperate, displaying a surprising level of mercy towards some towns. This balanced approach undercuts Persian authority and encourages local populations to accept his leadership with fewer rebellions. It also cultivates a sense of moral justification among his troops. They aren't mere invaders, they are freeing these territories. At least that's the story told in Macedonian campfires and official proclamations. Still, there are instances of calculated cruelty. When a city defies him, he doesn't hesitate to unleash the terror of siege warfare, employing advanced siege engines learned from Philip's campaigns. Walls crumble, families flee. If the defenders still refuse to surrender, the aftermath is dire. The memory of Thebes resonates. Disobedience to Alexander carries a dire cost, yet what emerges is a pattern of caution among local rulers, and increasingly they weigh submission as the safer path. While forging ahead, Alexander exemplifies a curious mind. Local environments, flora and fauna fascinate him. He consults with his retinue of scholars, describing new animal species in letters to Aristotle. His bond with Bucephalus remains strong, the horse galloping across unfamiliar plains, as though both man and beast are discovering their destinies together. And as the army advances, forging new roads, bridging ravines, setting up supply depots, Alexander ensures each step is methodically prepared for the next confrontation with Persian might. The turning point looms in an expansive plain near the city of Issus. Here, Darius III, the Persian king of kings, personally leads a massive force. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Alexander must rely on the disciplined Macedonian phalanx and cunning cavalry manoeuvres. Before the battle, tension grips his soldiers. They face an emperor whose domain and army dwarf their own. Alexander, never missing an opportunity for theatre, walks through his camp, greeting individual soldiers, sharing a brief word of confidence. He underscores that they fight not just for Macedon, but for Greece and for a place in the annals of glory. Morale soars. It's said that a single warrior burning with faith in victory can fight like three, and Alexander aims to ensure that each soldier feels that hot flame. Once the horns signal the charge, dust clouds envelop the plain. Javelins fly, swords clash, and war cries mix with the clamour of shields. Alexander targets the heart of the Persian line, seeking to unnerve Darius himself. Rumour has it that during the most critical moments, Alexander and Darius lock eyes across the chaos. Darius, seeing the relentless approach, loses his nerve and flees the battlefield. Suddenly, the king's personal guard disperses, and the Persian ranks crumble. Victory belongs to Alexander, who captures not only the field, but also the family of Darius, his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, he treats them with respect, a calculated move to demonstrate both magnanimity and his sense of kingship. If he is to succeed in ruling Persian lands, he must show that he can protect as well as conquer. After Issus, Alexander's star rises among his own troops, while the Persian Empire grapples with uncertainty. Cities open their gates more quickly, satraps weigh switching sides or forging secret deals, and the myth of Persian invincibility splinters. Still, Darius remains at large, and the empire endures. Like a hydra, cutting off one head doesn't necessarily kill the beast, but for Alexander, Issus is proof that no odds are too great when armed with discipline, daring, and a bit of destiny. The next chapters of his campaign will test him in deserts, on the high seas, and within the labyrinthine politics of an empire older than Macedon itself. Yet one fact emerges unmistakably. The young king from the rugged north is rewriting the map of the known world, and he has just begun. In the aftermath of the Battle of Issus, the Macedonian army marches southward, drawn toward the wealthy and strategic coastal cities of Phoenicia. The broad objective is clear: secure the eastern Mediterranean ports and deny the Persian fleet any safe harbours. City by city, Alexander negotiates or besieges, or fostering alliances with those who bow voluntarily and subduing those who resist. At the city of Tyre, perched on an island with towering walls, Alexander meets one of his most formidable sieges yet. Tyre's defenders mock the Macedonians, convinced that their fortress is impregnable. protected by the shimmering blue waters around it. Unfazed, Alexander orders the construction of a massive causeway stretching from the mainland to the island. Day by day, the land bridge inches forward, built from timber and rubble. Tyre's defenders hurl blazing projectiles and stage daring naval raids, inflicting casualties. Still, Alexander's men persist. The siege of Tyre drags on for months, an agonizing test of perseverance and engineering. To motivate his frustrated troops, Alexander personally joins them at the construction, shoulders loaded with materials as though he were an ordinary labourer, sweat mingling with dust on his brow. This spectacle of shared hardship stiffens their resolve, forging a deeper bond. Eventually, Macedonian siege engines batter Tyre's walls. The city falls, unleashing a bloody aftermath that once again underscores Alexander's ruthless approach when denied a swift victory. The causeway, left behind in the sea, stands as a testament to his unbending will to succeed. From Tyre, Alexander's gaze shifts to Egypt. The Egyptians, long subjugated by Persia, see an opening in the young conqueror's approach. Upon arrival, Alexander is greeted less as an invader and more as a liberator, welcomed with processions and offerings. The famed city of Memphis opens its gates, and Alexander visits its temples. He's fascinated by the age-old rituals, the colossal statues of the gods, and the labyrinthine lore. For some, his admiration might seem an act, another shrewd political ploy to win hearts. But Alexander truly finds wonder in the cultural richness he encounters. Sensing the importance of Egyptian beliefs, he visits the oracle of Amun at Siwa, traversing desert expanses. Legend suggests that in the hush of the sanctuary, the oracle addresses him as the son of a god. The exact words remain hidden in the desert silence, but from that day on, Alexander's conviction in his divine destiny intensifies. Seizing this momentum, he founds the city of Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, his future capital in the region. Alexander envisions it as a bustling hub for trade, culture, and philosophy. He consults architects on layout and design, ensuring broad avenues to catch the sea breeze and grand public spaces that might rival Athens. Even in the midst of conquest, his mind is drawn to city planning, forging new centres of learning and commerce. For him, building an empire isn't merely about claiming land, it's about shaping the fabric of civilization. He leaves behind administrators and soldiers to cement Macedonian authority, ensuring that the nascent city will flourish once he has moved on. Returning to the broader campaign, Alexander heads back north and east to chase Darius into the heart of Persia. The next great confrontation comes at Gaugamela, a dusty plain where the Persian king assembles a massive army bolstered by scythes, chariots and war elephants. The sight intimidates, an ocean of Persian soldiers swirling with countless banners. Yet Alexander employs cunning tactics, encouraging his cavalry to feign retreats, luring enemy chariots into positions where they are easily targeted, and orchestrating the phalanx to hold firm against waves of attackers. Again, Darius flees. The Persian king's departure sends shockwaves through his ranks, inciting panic. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela effectively shatters the core of Persian military might. It's a triumph so decisive that historians later mark it as the downfall of the Achaemenid Empire. With no organised Persian resistance left, Alexander moves eastward into Babylon, a city of legendary splendour. Gold-laden temples, lush hanging gardens, and the labyrinth of ancient streets leave Alexander in awe. Babylon's populace yields to him without significant conflict, and he enters the city like a triumphant hero. Symbolic gestures follow. Alexander orders that the local temples be restored, presenting himself as a patron of Babylonian religion and traditions. Each region he conquers, he strives to affirm its culture and worship, forging an image of himself as a unifier rather than a mere plunderer. Beneath the spectacle, though, is a shrewd realization. To rule lands as vast as Persia, intimidation alone won't suffice. Understanding and respecting local customs will secure loyalty far more effectively than perpetuating fear. As he journeys further into Persia's heartland, Alexander takes possession of the Persian capital cities, Susa and Persepolis among them. At Persepolis, the seat of Achaemenid power, an iconic event unfolds. During a drunken revel, some Macedonian soldiers, possibly incited by Alexander or by a woman's vengeful suggestion, set fire to the royal palace. Flames dance across priceless reliefs and echo through the columns that once bore testament to Persian might. The devastation stands out as a moment of fiery revenge, avenging centuries of Persian aggression against Greece. Yet, as the embers fade, Alexander reportedly regrets the destruction of such a magnificent sight. Legend holds that the next day, he wanders the charred remains in sombre reflection, perhaps realizing that in a single night of triumphal fury, an irretrievable piece of human heritage was incinerated. By now, Alexander has all but dethroned Darius, who flees east with a few loyalists, yet the empire's total subjugation remains incomplete. Vast territories in Central Asia remain unconquered. Rebellious satraps and local warlords refuse to acknowledge Macedonian rule. The campaign that began with dreams of bridging Europe and Asia now stretches into a sprawling pursuit across deserts, mountains and unfamiliar realms. Alexander, undeterred, pushes onward. The once modest Macedonian force has evolved into a complex, multicultural army, incorporating Persians, Egyptians, and other peoples. Still, the spirit of Macedonia endures in the discipline of its core phalanx and the leadership of Alexander himself. No rumour of a hostile warlord or a rebellious city can quell his determination. The promised land lies yet further east, beckoning him to push the boundaries of the known world. As Alexander forges deeper into Central Asia, the terrain itself becomes an adversary. The rocky highlands, unpredictable winters, and scarce water supplies challenge his army in ways the open plains never did. Gone are the easy, show-stopping battles of earlier campaigns. Instead, Alexander and his men face guerrilla warfare. Local warlords retreat into fortresses high in the mountains, from which they launch ambushes on the Macedonian columns. Supplies strain under the demands of a longer-than-anticipated pursuit, and the troops grow weary. In these hostile environments, Alexander's formidable will must serve as a kind of compass for his men. He refuses to turn back. If he can't sway local leaders with diplomacy, he methodically besieges their strongholds. Using a combination of siege towers, specialised climbers, and cavalry blockades, the Macedonians gradually wear down resistance. It's slow and gruelling, a war of attrition in which Alexander's famed speed and decisiveness are tested to the limit. Occasionally, entire communities vow loyalty, some out of awe, others out of exhaustion at resisting. Alexander seizes such opportunities to integrate them into his growing empire, placing local leaders in positions of governance if they pledge allegiance. He's discovered that a balanced approach of magnanimity and unrelenting force can be potent. Central Asia also introduces him to new customs and cultures. The region's vibrant tapestries, horse-breeding traditions, and local myths intrigue him. Even the architecture, mud brick fortresses perched on precipitous cliffs, provides lessons in resourceful building methods. Though the campaign is physically draining, Alexander seems mentally alive, soaking up every experience as if it might offer a clue to how worlds might merge under his rule. As the army trudges forward, Alexander's increasingly elaborate attire, sometimes blending Persian finery with Macedonian practicality, sparks disquiet among his veteran officers. They mutter that he's adopting foreign ways too eagerly. Alexander is aware of the whispers, but believes that to govern effectively, he must visibly embrace the cultures under his dominion. For the older Macedonians, though, these gestures threaten the very identity they fought to protect. Tension simmers. One controversy that ignites this tension is Alexander's adoption of the Persian court practice known as proskinesis, bowing or prostrating oneself before the king. Among Persians, it symbolises respect for a ruler believed to be quasi-divine. However, for Macedonians and Greeks, bowing to another mortal man seems like servile flattery, even blasphemy. When Alexander begins expecting his courtiers to perform the gesture, he faces a quiet but potent backlash. It's not outright mutiny, but murmurs drift through the camp that their once beloved leader is succumbing to arrogance, forgetting that the bond between commander and soldier in the Macedonian tradition was forged through a shared sense of mortal equality. Alexander, for his part, sees proskinesis as a means to unify the traditions of East and West under a single court protocol, but the friction underscores the growing distance between him and the rank and file who once found him so relatable. Adding to this strife is the case of Philotas, a high-ranking officer and son of Alexander's cherished general, Parmenion, Accusations arise that Philotas is embroiled in a conspiracy to assassinate Alexander. Whether real or fabricated, Alexander reacts swiftly. Philotas is tortured into confession and executed. Fearing Parmenion might seek vengeance, Alexander orders the older general's murder preemptively. The effect ripples through the army, striking fear and sowing doubt. Even close companions realize Alexander's paranoia has grown. No one is untouchable in the face of suspected betrayal. Rumours swirl that his mother, Olympias, had once warned him about trusting anyone too deeply. The triple blow of adoptive Persian customs, harsh punishment of perceived traitors, and the creeping sense that Alexander is evolving into a distant figure combine to erode some of the camaraderie that once fueled his men's devotion. Yet if the internal climate is fractious, the external campaign continues to expand Alexander's legend. In the region known as Bactria and Sogdiana, roughly modern Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, Alexander marries Roxana, the daughter of a local noble. Historians debate his reasons. Is it genuine affection? Stories describe her as strikingly intelligent and beautiful, or a strategic move to legitimize his claim over the newly subjugated territories? Possibly both. In any case, the wedding is symbolic. It merges Macedonian power with Central Asian lineage, hinting at Alexander's deeper ambition to create a blended aristocracy that transcends old boundaries. Eventually, the pursuit of Darius ends not with a climactic battle, but with the Persian king's murder at the hands of one of his own satraps, Bessus. Alexander finds Darius abandoned and fatally wounded along a dusty roadside, granting him a final respectful cloak. The demise of his long-standing rival brings Alexander no real triumph. Instead, it leaves him with a new antagonist, Bessus, who declares himself the rightful Persian king. To avenge Darius and maintain the semblance of continuity, a clever tactic to rally Persian loyalists under his banner, Alexander pursues Bessus until the usurper is captured and executed. It's a twist of fate that Alexander, originally the nemesis of Persia, now punishes those who harm the Persian royal family, positioning himself as the legitimate heir to the empire. With that, Alexander effectively becomes king of Asia, though the label falls short of capturing the enormity of what he's achieved. He's already governed territories from Greece to the eastern edges of the Iranian plateau, but the horizon beckons him yet again, this time toward the far-flung lands of the Indus Valley. Having extended his empire across deserts and mountains, he thirsts for new challenges. No ancient map fully satisfies him. If oceans define the world's boundary, he wants to see that boundary for himself and possibly cross it. Marching into the Indian subcontinent, the vast Indus region, Alexander confronts not a monolithic empire but a tapestry of kingdoms, each with its own traditions, warriors, and alliances. The land is lush, with tropical forests and rivers that swell during monsoon rains. As he advances, he sends envoys to local rulers, hoping to forge alliances or demand submission. Some comply, offering gifts and tribute. Others test his mettle on the battlefield. Famed among these rulers is King Porus, who reigns over a territory in the Punjab region. Taller than most men, Porus is said to command fearsome war elephants that tower over the Macedonian cavalry. When Alexander's scouts bring back tales of the beasts' trumpeting roars and the sight of their sweeping trunks used like living battering rams, it sparks both fascination and anxiety among the troops. Alexander senses this confrontation will be unlike any before. Elephants can shatter a phalanx, throwing even seasoned veterans into disarray. Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred. In fact, the challenge invigorates him. His route to Porus leads him and his men across the Hydaspes River, where fast currents and monsoon rains make the crossing treacherous. Under the cover of darkness and using diversionary tactics, Alexander manages to transport a significant portion of his forces to the opposite bank, positioning himself to attack. When dawn breaks, the armies face each other on a sodden plain. Porus, astride an elephant, appears regal and unflinching. Alexander, on his trusty Bucephalus, readies his cavalry to harry the flanks. As the battle commences, the thundering of the elephants shakes the ground, sending tremors through the Macedonian lines. Yet Alexander employs cunning. He directs archers to focus on the elephant mahouts, drivers, creating confusion among the beasts, and positions horsemen to strike from multiple angles. The Macedonian infantry displays its trademark discipline, forming tight formations that can pivot to lure elephants into lethal cul-de-sacs. The chaos is intense, mud and blood mingle underfoot, and the roar of maddened elephants resonates across the battlefield. Eventually, Porus's forces buckle under the unrelenting pressure. Even the mighty war elephants, wounded and panicked, turn against their own side in some cases. In the end, the Macedonians triumph. Rather than subjecting Porus to humiliation or execution, Alexander does something unexpected. Impressed by Porus's bravery, he restores him to his throne as a subordinate ruler, extending a policy of pragmatic statesmanship. This act leaves an enduring legacy in the region, capturing the idea that Alexander valued noble opponents and recognized the utility of local rulers who would maintain order in his name. A sense of admiration grows on both sides. Some of Alexander's men remark they've never seen him so openly respectful to a defeated foe. And in return, Porus becomes a loyal ally, at least for a time. Despite the victory, the Macedonians are battered by the tropical climate, monsoon rains, unfamiliar diseases, and the strain of campaigning so far from home. Some murmurs become open pleas to turn back. Many have marched for years, seldom seeing their families. Tales spread of monstrous rivers further east, of endless armies waiting, or of new elephant corps that dwarf Porus's. The men, once intoxicated by a continuous string of conquests, begin to waver. The bond between Alexander and his army is tested. He rallies them with talk of forging an empire that circles the entire known world. Yet even as he speaks, the weariness in their eyes is palpable. At the Hephaestus River, they finally balk, refusing to go any further. Alexander is outraged. This is the first time his men openly defy him en masse. He tries all his powers of persuasion, calling upon their shared glory, reminding them of the unswerving loyalty they once showed under the scorching sun of Persian deserts. But the tired, homesick soldiers refuse to yield. The standoff is deeply emotional. At last, Alexander relents, perhaps realizing that an empire without an army to maintain it would collapse anyway. He constructs large altars at the boundary, symbolically marking the furthest point of his march and dedicating them to the gods. It's a gesture that provides him a sense of closure, even as frustration roils in his heart. The retreat begins. Though it's hardly a straightforward journey home, Alexander splits his forces, sending part by river while he leads the remainder through the harsh Gedrosian desert, modern-day southern Pakistan and Iran. This route is fraught with scorching heat, water scarcity, and sandstorms that obscure the sun. Many men succumb to thirst, exhaustion, and disease, leaving their bleached bones on the barren dunes. The retreat, in a way, becomes more of a trial than any of the battles waged. Alexander shares in the hardships. He famously pours out a helmet of offered water onto the sand rather than drinking it himself when his men have none. Such acts rekindle a measure of respect, though no one can forget the scale of the suffering they endure. At length, the battered army reunites near the Persian heartland. In place of triumphal parades, there is subdued relief. They have conquered more territory than any Greek or Macedonian ever dreamed possible. Yet the human toll is devastating. Alexander now stands at the apex of his power, in theory the ruler of everything from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. He has tested the boundaries of the world as known to him, but he can't escape an inevitable question. What does one do after conquering so much? There's an unease in the air, a sense that the unstoppable force of Alexander's ambition might have reached its outer limit. In the final years, Alexander's empire is vast yet fragile. He understands that simply conquering land doesn't guarantee permanence. Cracks appear among his generals, each harbouring personal ambitions. Ethnic tensions flare between Macedonians, who consider themselves the rightful rulers, and Persians, who resent foreign occupation, but also resent each other. Alexander attempts a radical solution. He pushes for a fusion of the races, encouraging mass marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women, even presiding over a grand ceremony in Susa. Thousands of couples wed under lavish canopies, the event choreographed to signal unity. While it's a breathtaking spectacle, it doesn't fully ease the undercurrents of distrust. Many marriages end as soon as the official feasts conclude. The shift in Alexander's personal demeanour also causes unease. He drinks more heavily, at times losing the composure that once set him apart. Gone is the simplicity that marked his early campaigns. Now he's surrounded by an entourage of courtiers, many eager to flatter or manipulate. Some suspect that guilt over the killing of old friends haunts him. that the war-weary ghosts of campaigns past weigh on his conscience, anger flares unpredictably. In one infamous episode, during a heated argument, he fatally stabs Clytus the Black, the same officer who once saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus. Immediately remorseful, Alexander is inconsolable for days, shutting himself away in anguish. But the damage is done. The old Macedonian veterans now see their king as a dangerous blend of paranoia and absolute power. Despite these tensions, Alexander doesn't abandon governance. He plans administrative reforms, carving the empire into provinces run by both Macedonian and local officials. He invests in roads, trade routes, and the expansion of cities. Alexandria in Egypt blossoms into a vibrant metropolis, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. Similar foundations or refoundations across Asia create a network of Alexandrias, each intended as a focal point of Greek influence entwined with local customs. Scholars travel these routes, exchanging knowledge from Athens, Babylon, and beyond. Alexander envisions a cosmopolitan tapestry, though whether such a vision can survive him remains uncertain. He even contemplates new campaigns. Rumours swirl that he wants to press into the Arabian Peninsula, that he might return to India with a fresh army, or sail around Africa to find a western sea route. The man who once stood restless in the courtyard of Pella still cannot resist the siren call of uncharted horizons. Yet fate intervenes. While residing in Babylon, his chosen administrative centre, Alexander falls ill after a prolonged banquet. High fever grips him. Some whisper it's the result of poisoning. Others claim it's malaria, typhoid, or complications from old battle wounds. The unstoppable conqueror, only in his early 30s, finds himself bedridden. As his condition deteriorates, Alexander's high commanders gather anxiously. Each wonders who will inherit an empire so colossal that it defies any single heir. Roxana is pregnant, but an unborn child can't rule a realm in chaos. On his deathbed, voice rasping, Alexander is said to murmur cryptic statements about leaving his empire to the strongest. Or maybe he names no successor at all. The records vary, reflecting the swirling confusion of that moment. He offers his signet ring to a trusted general, but the gesture's meaning is ambiguous. Was it a personal bequest or a declaration of succession? In the humid Babylonian nights, the mighty conqueror succumbs. Soldiers gather outside the palace gates, refusing to believe the rumours. They beg to see him one last time. Legend says the dying Alexander is carried to an antechamber, where he silently acknowledges his troops with his eyes. Too weak to speak, sorrow envelops them. The man who led them across oceans, deserts, and countless battlefields is now leaving them, with no clear directive for tomorrow. With Alexander's death, the empire he created trembles on the brink of fragmentation. Generals, later called the Diadochi, will carve the territories into separate kingdoms, forging their own dynasties in Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond. Many of the cities Alexander founded remain, cultural crossroads that spin out new fusions of art, philosophy, and religion. Hellenistic influence spreads further than any purely Greek city-state ever could have imagined, shaping centuries of development in lands as far as the Indus Valley. And what of Alexander's legacy? For some, he is a brilliant strategist who rewrote the art of warfare, a king who integrated peoples and stoked the fires of cross-cultural exchange. To others, he is a figure of tragic hubris, dragging thousands into a long, bloody march fueled by personal ambition. Stories from the Indus to the Nile, from the Oxus River to the Aegean Sea, carry fragments of his legend. Over centuries, the raw details morph into myths. Poets transform him into a demigod. Historians debate his virtues and vices, and explorers invoke his name when embarking on perilous quests. But above all, Alexander remains the restless soul of antiquity, a leader who, from his first steps on Macedonian soil, dreamed not of limiting horizons but of breaking them. His life stands as a testament to the sheer, and sometimes terrifying, force of will, forever leaving questions about how one man's drive can alter the course of nations for good or ill. Thus concludes our tapestry of Alexander the Great, a story woven from dusty paths, rivers of conflict, lavish banquets, and fleeting triumphs. He was shaped by powerful parents, guided by philosophers, tested on countless battlefields, and enthralled by the promise of immortality through conquest. Whether or not he had achieved that immortality remains for us to judge. As long as human curiosity thrives, his name echoes. Alexander, the man who sought to see, to rule, and to understand the edge of the known world, only to find that the world is always larger than we dare imagine. From the vantage of old Macedonia, where elders gathered beneath olive trees to swap hushed lore, the story of Hercules emerged in sparks of disbelief. They whispered about a force that blurred the boundaries between the mortal and divine realms. This child, born in modest Tiryns, possessed an unsettling gift. Feats of strength performed so calmly that some wondered if the gods had quietly laid a blessing or a curse at his feet. Tiryns was a farming community framed by rocky hills and cloud-strewn skies, a place defined by the routine labour and rigid social caution. The boy's first display of uncanny power was witnessed by a shepherd. With a single tug, he reined in an ox known to drag grown men like ragdolls. It wasn't the show of force itself that troubled onlookers. It was the eerie silence with which he did it, as though testing a boundary rather than revelling in might. Soon, neighbours recalled other oddities, doors unhinged by a careless push, footprints left in stone, and animals that yielded to his hand without resistance. Though some saw him as Tiryns' protector in training, others felt uneasy. Mortals were fragile beings. Gifts of such magnitude often drew divine ire. Hercules, for his part, behaved like any curious youth, combing riverbanks for turtles or carving shapes into the soft rock. Yet beneath each childlike pastime lurked an awareness of difference. He sensed that the world around him fit like a shirt one size too small, familiar but constricting. A single miscalculation could fracture relationships or destroy trust. As he neared 15, rumours of unnatural predators swept across the farmland. Shepherds muttered of wolves the size of ponies, with eyes lit by feral intelligence. The local militia dared not test the truth of those claims, leaving the fields in a state of hush. Hercules, compelled by equal parts curiosity and duty, gathered a simple spear and ventured into the pine forests alone. For 3 nights, the darkness swallowed him. On the 4th dawn, he reappeared at the village edge, clothes torn, blood running down his arms. Yet he carried no trophy, only the quiet certainty that the threat was gone. Word of his deeds spread through travellers' wagons and along shepherds' routes, echoing into lands beyond. It was said that the monstrous wolves vanished as swiftly as they had come. In the villagers' eyes, such might have signalled a guardian, or even a chosen instrument of the gods. Soon they built humble altars to honour him. They offered tiny bowls of grain and small cups of wine as offerings to the boy who had ensured their nights. Hercules accepted none of it openly. He would pause at those altars, gaze at them in faint puzzlement, then slip away. Inside him, a tug of longing clashed with the weight of expectation. He cherished the farmland's rhythms, morning light over tilled earth, the lull of cicadas in the summer. Yet each casual greeting now carried a jolt of awe, and every dirt path he roamed felt narrower, as though funneling him towards some vast unseen road. Occasionally, he stole into the hills to commune with nature's raw pulse, pressing his broad hands against boulders as though listening for whispered secrets of stone. Tiryns was never the seat of sophistication, unlike Athens or Thebes. It lacked gilded temples and philosophical gatherings. In a way, the simplicity of Tiryns allowed Hercules to flourish without being overwhelmed by rumours. People accepted him, half wary, half hopeful, because they needed him. He held back storms that might devour them in a single gulp. He soon learned of a summons from King Eurystheus of Mycenae, a monarch who demanded fealty and recognised the usefulness of a mortal wielding near-divine might. Friends warned him of palace politics. Even the local priest, stooped with age, cautioned that power-hungry rulers often feed on legends until there is little left of the legend itself. However, Hercules sensed an unspoken reminder that a simple shepherd's life would never be his. Gathering sparse belongings, he took one last look at the farmland, the lopsided fences, the distant bleating of goats that once filled his childhood mornings. Then, as dawn's first gleam touched the horizon, he set out for Mycenae. Those who witnessed his departure claimed a hush fell upon Tiryns, like the land itself held its breath, waiting. The path he walked would lead to triumph and sorrow, forging a destiny both luminous and shattering. In his heart, Hercules hoped to find a way back to quiet fields someday, but deep down, he suspected the gods had other plans entirely. The road to Mycenae stretched through rolling plains dotted with olive groves and jagged hillsides. Hercules travelled quietly, observing the land more than pondering the future. Yet he couldn't ignore the murmur that followed him, a hum of anticipation carried by traders, roadside shepherds, and vagrant bards. Upon arrival at the fortified city, he faced a spectacle: drummers at the gates, banners hoisted high, and crowds craning to see if rumour exceeded reality. King Eurystheus' palace gleamed atop a rise of white stone. Once inside, Hercules found himself before a ruler whose thin lips twitched at each mention of his name. Despite grandiose surroundings, Eurystheus exuded an air of self-importance, undermined by a hint of anxiety. In the hushed court, courtiers eyed Hercules with an odd mix of curiosity and caution. They had heard the rumours of unstoppable strength. Now they assessed the man himself, broad-shouldered, wind-beaten, eyes calm as still water. Eurystheus wasted no time. "Word of your deeds has travelled far," he said, feigning warmth. "To prove your loyalty, you shall fulfil labours for the glory of Mycenae. And the gods, of course." Applause followed from courtiers, though it felt forced. Hercules bowed, not out of fear, but recognising that refusal would brand him an enemy of a kingdom that seemed both powerful and petty. Besides, he sensed destiny's nudge again, that intangible force hinting these labours might shape his future. His first assignment, the Nemean lion. Villagers near Nemea spoke of a cat the size of a warhorse, its fur impervious to spears or arrows. Eurystheus demanded its pelt as proof. Setting out with minimal supplies, Hercules ventured into a region shadowed by tall grasses and jagged rock. On the second day, he spotted massive paw prints pressed into the soil. Following them, he entered a dank cavern overhung by dripping vines. The lion emerged, its coat shimmering like steel. Arrows snapped against its hide, confirming the rumours. They grappled, the beast roaring with unnatural ferocity while Hercules wrestled in silence, locking powerful arms around the creature's neck. At last, he wrenched it downward, ending its life with a blow that reverberated in his bones. No victory cry escaped his lips, only relief. He skinned the lion with its claws and then draped the pelt over his shoulder. When he returned, Eurystheus balked at the sight of that massive trophy. Commanding the city gates shut, he insisted Hercules remain outside due to his displaying future conquests from a distance. Thus began a curious ritual. Each time Hercules completed a labour, the king would peer down from the safety of high walls, making excuses to avoid direct contact. The champion, calm in compliance, never argued. He found no pride in forcing an audience. Fulfilling duty was enough. Shortly after, he faced the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with 9 heads that regrew if cut. Hercules approached the swamp of Lerna, its murky waters stinking of rot. He attacked, but each severed head sprouted 2 more, only with the help of his nephew Iolaus, who cauterized each stump with torchlight. Did Hercules triumph. Lifting the central head, still hissing in death, he returned to Mycenae. The king, peering over parapets, dismissed the victory. "You had help," he sneered, yet the people watching from afar marvelled. Labourers mounted. The Cyrenaian hind, sacred to Artemis, tested his finesse. He chased it for a year across forests and streams before cornering the golden-antlered creature. Rather than slay it, he merely captured and displayed it, then set it free, earning grudging respect from the goddess. He subdued the Erymanthian boar, bringing it back alive. After each feat, Eurystheus found reasons to belittle it. Still, word spread, forging Hercules' name into a legend that outgrew even the king's attempts to contain it. Hercules tasked with cleaning the Augean stables, an impossible mass of filth left for decades, diverted 2 rivers in a single day, washing away the grime and exposing the stable's owner, Augeas, for his dishonesty. Along the way, the hero recognised these tasks weren't simply chores from a cowardly king, they served as rites of passage. Each labour illuminated facets of responsibility, cunning and mercy. Yet Hercules also sensed a growing gulf between himself and normal life. Day by day, the realm saw him less as a man and more as a living weapon. Behind the feats and rumours loomed an unspoken shadow. Stories hinted he was atoning for a private tragedy caused by a divine curse. He carried that burden silently, forging ahead on a path paved by others' demands. In fulfilling each new labour, Hercules grew ever more certain that his real battle lay within, a test to see whether monstrous foes or guilt from a past soaked in blood would claim him first. Over time, Eurystheus's list of labours seemed an endless well of peril. Some missions exuded a sense of malice, as if the king aimed to eliminate Hercules by challenging him to confront real-life nightmares. Yet it wasn't the magnitude of tasks that hollowed Hercules' spirit. It was the sense that each success fueled the king's resentment. Mycenae now revered a champion who strode in only to drop proof of another victory before vanishing again. At dawn one day, a messenger gasping for breath approached Hercules outside the city walls. A threat lurked by Lake Stymphalus, where ravenous birds terrorized farmers. Their iron-like feathers cut flesh, and the beating of their wings filled the sky with a menacing clang. Stymphalian birds were rumoured to be spawn of an ancient curse, feasting on anyone who strayed near the marsh. Eurystheus's decree was terse: exterminate them. Travelling to the lake, Hercules found the marshland choked with tall reeds and stagnant water. At dusk, he glimpsed shadowy shapes perched in twisted trees. Arrows alone wouldn't suffice. For every creature he felled, others scattered into the gloom. Recalling an old tale, he fashioned bronze clappers, forging a racket so loud it startled the flock skyward. As they took flight, he shot them down systematically. Their carcasses drifted into reeds, painting the swamp red under the waning sun. The few that escaped took the legend of this unstoppable archer with them. More labour followed. Fetching the Cretan bull, a massive beast rumoured to breathe fire, brought him face to face with an animal maddened by captivity. Rather than slay it, he subdued it and brought it to Mycenae, only to watch Eurystheus cower behind the gate. Later, capturing the mares of Diomedes required wrestling savage horses bred for violence. Some say Hercules fed Diomedes to his mares in a moment of grim poetic justice, ending their thirst for human flesh. Yet it was an act that left Hercules uneasy. Dispatching a tyrant solved one evil, but the memory haunted him. What lines separated righteous punishment from barbarity? In these wanderings, he discovered people who welcomed him as a living legend, yet recognised his underlying melancholy. Children peered around corners, hoping to see the giant who wrestled monsters. Old men offered wine, praising him as champion of the downtrodden. Occasionally, Hercules paused to help build a wall or fix a broken roof, acts of normalcy that anchored him to everyday life. But the moment always came when a new labour call or a rumour of a monstrous threat demanded his presence. At night, he grappled with nightmares. The unwritten story behind his forced servitude gnawed at him, a rumour that he'd once been driven crazed by Hera's wrath, causing him to commit unspeakable deeds against those he loved. Although few dared mention it aloud, the weight of that guilt never left his eyes. Even the unstoppable Hercules could not outrun sorrow that sprang from within. Eventually, Eurystheus delivered yet another test, to steal the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the warrior women known as Amazons. In a land beyond the Aegean, Hercules came upon a culture of disciplined fighters who lived independent of typical patriarchal laws. Initially, Hippolyta welcomed dialogue, impressed by rumours of a hero who balanced power with compassion. She considered granting him the girdle as a diplomatic gesture, but Hera, ever meddlesome, spread deceit among the Amazons, whispering that Hercules planned to abduct their queen. In the ensuing chaos, swords clashed, alliances shattered, and Hippolyta fell. Dying, she handed the girdle to Hercules, her expression etched with betrayal and sorrow. He departed with the prize, cursing the gods who twisted every peaceful solution into conflict. This pattern of tragedy bled across each mission. The more he accomplished, the less solace he found. The blame was easily laid at Eurystheus's feet, but Hercules understood that the seeds of discord came from the gods themselves, and from his heart, burdened by regrets. No monstrous hydra or invulnerable lion caused him as much pain as the memories he couldn't erase. Each labour, though celebrated by others, felt like an extension of penance. Still Hercules pressed on, partially out of duty and partially from an instinct that stopping might let darker forces run rampant. He was no politician, no orator, but people believed in him, and in their belief, he found a reason to shoulder his tortured past. So he continued, forging alliances with honest souls, meeting cunning foes in remote lands, and slaying nightmares so ordinary folk could rest at night. Through scorching deserts and perilous seas, Hercules roamed like a wandering guardian, his reputation derived more from his deeds than his words. Even so, a question circled endlessly in his mind. Would saving the world ever wash away the blood on his conscience, or was he doomed to carry his haunted legacy until the end? As the labours approached their conclusion, Hercules observed a change in the political landscape. Mycenae's commoners adored him, weaving new songs about his might, but the court seethed with jealousy. King Eurystheus, cornered by his decree, pressed onward with increasingly brazen demands. He ordered Hercules to journey to the far edges of the known world. Some suspected the king hoped the hero would never return, sparing him the embarrassment of living in another man's shadow. A test soon arrived in the form of the cattle of Geryon, the creature Geryon, rumoured to have 3 bodies fused into one, reigned over a sun-scorched land beyond the pillars marking the westernmost boundary of mortal travel. The prize, a herd of crimson cattle prized by gods and kings alike. Hercules set off, crossing mountain passes, scorching deserts, and nameless seas. He famously split a landmass to create a strait, some said in a moment of frustration, others as a statement of power, raising what would later be called the Pillars of Hercules. He eventually arrived at Geryon's domain, where a monstrous hound guarded the cattle. Battling Geryon demanded strategy, for each torso wielded a different weapon. Hercules exploited the confusion, striking while the giant struggled to coordinate his 3 minds. With Geryon slain, he herded the cattle through hostile territories, clashing with thieves and hostile kings along the way. His triumphant return to Mycenae, driving those surreal red-hided animals, caused a stir of both admiration and dread. Yet Eurystheus welcomed him only from a safe distance. Soldiers corralled the cattle, sacrificing many on Eurystheus's orders. The more the king tried to belittle Hercules' efforts, the more ordinary citizens hailed the hero as a saviour of the realm. Privately, Hercules remained unmoved by their cheers. Each new conquest carried echoes of moral conflict, as if he were a blade used by manipulative hands. Another monumental feat involved the golden apples of the Hesperides, guarded by a serpent coiled in a hidden orchard. Tales said the apples conferred immortality, though most mortals never reached the far-flung garden. Hercules travelled for months, uncertain if such a place truly existed. Eventually he encountered Atlas, the titan condemned to hold the sky on his shoulders. Seizing an opportunity, Hercules offered to take that cosmic burden temporarily if Atlas would fetch the apples. Atlas retrieved them, but then tried to abandon Hercules, hoping to free himself from eternal torment. Through a cunning ploy, Hercules tricked Atlas into reclaiming the heavens, walking off with the fabled fruit. When he presented the golden apples to Eurystheus, the king had no idea what to do with them. Legend says Athena herself intervened, returning the apples to their rightful place. In that moment, Hercules glimpsed the gods' casual involvement. They toyed with mortal affairs, granting fleeting favours or curses, shaping destinies as one might shuffle coins. He realised that each labour was less about Eurystheus' commands and more about the god's inscrutable agenda and his path of atonement. Only one task remained, descending into the underworld to capture Cerberus, the 3-headed hound of Hades. This final labour surpassed mortal limits, for no living soul dared approach that dismal realm without invitation. Hercules ventured down the dark corridors of the earth, guided by wailing spirits and the unrelenting pull of cosmic gloom. Before the throne of Hades, he offered to wrestle Cerberus bare-handed if permitted to bring the beast to the surface. The god of the dead consented, more amused than alarmed. Their struggle was fierce. Each of Cerberus's heads snapped and snarled, snake-like tails lashing in fury. Yet the hero subdued the beast, hauling it above ground to Mycenae's gates. When Eurystheus saw the snarling hound of death, he hid, trembling behind his walls. Hercules, mission done, gently returned Cerberus to Hades. With all labours completed, Hercules stood outside Mycenae's walls, eyes on the fortress that had dominated his life. He expected neither thanks nor release, for he understood his service wasn't to Eurystheus but to something deeper. Turning from the city, he felt both emptiness and freedom. He had conquered beasts and braved terrors unknown to mortal men. Now, the question loomed, could he conquer the shadows that clung to his heart? He walked away, the crowds uncertain whether to weep at his departure or celebrate their king's deliverance from jealousy. Quietly, Hercules carried with him the echoes of every monstrous roar, every anguished cry, forging a destiny severed from royal commands but still bound by the god's inscrutable design. Released from Eurystheus' demands, Hercules drifted. Some claimed he roamed until he found a remote valley, building a modest home beside a sparkling brook. There, he tried to cultivate olives and vine crops, as though seeking normalcy. Villagers in the vicinity grew accustomed to spotting a giant figure mending fences or hauling timber. For the first time, he blended into daily life, if only briefly. Yet tranquility proved elusive. Strangers arrived, testing the legend. Some wanted to measure strength against the famed demigod, brandishing swords or arrogant boasts. Others offered alliances steeped in hidden agendas. Hercules repelled them, but each confrontation frayed the delicate peace. Rumours circulated about a new champion who might best him, and with each rumour came another challenger. Tiring of this drama, Hercules took to the road, relinquishing the valley to preserve its calm. He wandered from city to city, forging a reputation as a roving problem solver. In Attica, he drove away raiders who preyed on vulnerable farms. In Aetolia, he mediated disputes among tribal leaders too proud to seek peace themselves. Some towns offered him gold or titles, but he refused, yearning for something intangible that mortal wealth couldn't provide. Whispers of his identity preceded him. Children recited his labours as bedtime stories. Local bars named beverages after him, and travelling minstrels twisted details for dramatic flair. Along the way, Hercules encountered Deianira, a woman said to possess both keen intellect and resolute compassion. She saw through the aura of legend, urging him to confront the guilt that shadowed him. Her strength of spirit matched his physical might, and their bond blossomed into love. For a while, he believed he might carve out a life of shared purpose, perhaps leading a small settlement or teaching others to defend themselves without tyranny. They married, weaving fresh hopes into days that felt gentler, yet the old cycles returned. One evening, while travelling together, they encountered the centaur Nessus at a river crossing. Nessus offered to ferry Deianira across the water, but partway he revealed his intent to abduct her. Hercules, swift to act, let an arrow fly, its tip laced with hydra poison. The wounded centaur collapsed, blood soaking the shore. In his final breaths, he whispered deceit to Deianira. Should she ever fear losing Hercules' love, a garment stained with his blood would bind him to her. Moved by desperation, she gathered some of that blood, too distraught to see the trap. Life continued. Hercules continued to be a wandering force, with Deianira either by his side or anxiously waiting at home. Over time, she worried about rumours of his infidelity. Travelling the world exposed him to temptations, and his legend drew admirers of every stripe. In a moment of fragile insecurity, she recalled Nessus's final words. She treated a robe with the centaur's blood, believing it a charm that would secure Hercules' devotion. When Hercules donned it, the old poison ignited like living fire, adhering to his flesh. He tore at the fabric, but the agony only worsened, ripping his skin away. Realizing the horrifying betrayal, he raged in confusion, not knowing the entire truth of why the robe burned him alive. Faced with the insurmountable pain, he sensed no earthly remedy could quell it. Deianira, horrified by what she had caused, either fled or took her life. Accounts differ. Hercules, in his torment, built a funeral pyre on Mount Weta. Step by tortured step, he climbed, each footfall echoing the weights he'd carried all his life. Guilt, duty, heartbreak. He stretched himself upon the wood, begging for an end to his suffering. Flames were lit, devouring mortal flesh that once battled monsters and kings. Smoke curled toward the sky, bearing the essence of a hero who had saved entire realms yet failed to escape divine cunning and human frailty. Some say that in those final moments, Zeus intervened, lifting his son's immortal spirit to Olympus. Others claim Hercules simply became ash, the price of mixing superhuman deeds with all too human vulnerabilities. Wherever the truth lies, the legendary champion's last mortal breath vanished in mere fulfilling of the destiny shaped by both triumph and agony. Even the wind seemed to pause in reverence. as though acknowledging that no beast or king had ever broken him as completely as love and betrayal. Hercules' end on Mount Weta thundered through the Greek world like a mournful lament. Those who'd admired him as a liberator stood in stunned silence, while others who had envied him spoke in hushed voices were at the cruel caprice of fate. Priests in local temples offered contradictory explanations. Some insisted his spirit rose to the heavens, others deemed it just another tragic demise, albeit of an extraordinary mortal. In the weeks that followed, altars across the Aegean bore solemn offerings in his memory, drips of wine, handfuls of grain, even small wood carvings depicting a lion's pelt or a hefty club. Ordinary folk struggled to reconcile the downfall of a figure who had bested lions, hydras, and giants. How could such a champion succumb to something as simple, yet devastating, as poisoned fabric? For many, it confirmed that no one, not even a demigod, was immune to the brutal interplay of divine grudges and human failings. At Mycenae, King Eurystheus' court reportedly watched the news unfold with uneasy satisfaction. Though the king had long resented Hercules, learning of his agonizing death offered no genuine relief, only a hollow sense that the realm's most potent shield was gone. Some whispered that if a champion like Hercules could be vanquished, perhaps the gods would turn a harsher eye on lesser mortals. Fear lingered in the corridors of their power, as though Hercules' fiery end had shifted the cosmic balance in unpredictable ways. Stories multiplied, as tales do. Certain bards favoured the uplifting version. Zeus, recognizing his son's heroism, welcomed him among the immortals. They spun visions of Hercules seated on Olympus, sipping ambrosia in the presence of swirling constellations. Others told the bleaker side, that the flames consumed not just his body, but every vestige of his once glorious spirit, scattering him into oblivion. Across the seas, foreign scribes embellished details, turning him into a half-legendary king in lands he never visited, or crediting him with feats he never performed. Amid these tales, Deianira's part in the tragedy sparked endless debate. Some portrayed her as a naive victim of Nessus's deception. Others painted her as a jealous spouse who rashly destroyed what she claimed to love. Still others insisted the real blame lay with the gods. To many listeners, it hardly mattered. Heartbreak had been the final monster Hercules couldn't defeat. Curiously, in small villages scattered near the sites of his labours, Hercules' memory retained a more grounded quality. In these pockets, older farmers recalled how he once repaired a broken dike or rescued a lost child in the midst of a colossal quest. Children heard bedtime stories of a giant who was kind enough to share bread with travellers in need. Here, the heroic feats remained awe-inspiring, but so did the everyday decency he displayed. Over time, that dichotomy, colossal strength paired with unfeigned humility, became the tapestry of his legend. Rulers from other city-states, seeing the potency of Hercules' name, erected shrines dedicated to him as a protective spirit. They wanted travellers to believe their territory enjoyed the hero's blessing. In some cities, small festivals arose, featuring contests of strength reminiscent of his fabled deeds. However, a whisper of caution permeated every public commemoration. Hercules had conquered monstrous beasts and overcome impossible tasks, yet a subtle sting from the mortal realm had undone him. Might alone could not outmaneuver fate or quell the complexities of love. For those who once knew him personally, warriors like Iolaus or local chiefs grateful for his help, his absence left an ache beyond description. They recalled the quiet convictions that guided him, the guilt that shadowed his eyes after each impossible feat. His final torment seemed a cosmic injustice, yet also a stark reminder that the line between divine and human was never clean. Hercules had walked that line throughout his life, wrestling monstrous forms on behalf of the powerless, while an invisible war of deities raged overhead. Over decades, recollections softened. Younger generations heard only the grand arcs, the Nemean lion, the Hydra, the unstoppable hero. Details of heartbreak and moral doubt vanished in the retellings, replaced by carved statues brandishing clubs or wearing lion skins. Yet in rare corners of Greece, the full story was preserved by those who had reason to remember. A titan among men who was neither wholly god nor entirely mortal, undone at last by the same vulnerabilities he had once tried to transcend. Thus, Hercules' flame burned on in the minds of those who found resonance in his struggles. even long after the funeral pyre's embers cooled to ash. Time and distance transformed Hercules from a man into a myth. Greek cities grew, allied and warred. New heroes rose and fell. In the retelling of old stories, his name emerged as a beacon of impossible feats. Philosophers invoked him as a parable, some praising perseverance, others warning against arrogance. In remote villages, older generations passed down more intimate accounts. How a colossal figure once mended a roof before chasing off marauders, or how he accepted a bowl of wine on a cold night without flaunting his stature. As the classical era gave way to Roman ascendancy, Hercules evolved into a Roman emblem. Soldiers prayed to Hercules Invictus, equating him with conquest and unrelenting will. Statues proliferated, from grand marble works in the Forum to tiny household shrines. Emperors, hungry for legitimacy, wrapped themselves in the demigod's imagery, hoping some shred of that timeless prowess might cloak their human frailties. However, the bragging about strength often overshadowed the deeper nuances of Hercules' trials. Centuries later, medieval scholars wrestled with pagan legacy, attempting to blend ancient myths into Christian frameworks. Hercules became a cautionary figure, powerful yet undone by sin and trickery. In the Renaissance, artists seized upon his heroic silhouette. Palaces displayed frescoes of him wrestling lions or heaving mountainsides, highlighting the human form in dynamic glory. Playwrights toyed with his persona, sometimes as tragic hero, sometimes as comedic foil, each era reinterpreting him anew. Despite these cultural metamorphoses, echoes of his true complexity endured. In certain monastic libraries, meticulous scribes noted lesser-known episodes. The moral agony behind his labours, the heartbreak that ended his mortal story, and the persistent question of whether he ever truly found peace. For some, he embodied the tragedy of a life shaped by the divine lineage yet rooted in mortal limitations. For others, he served as a beacon of aspiration, proof that mortal will could confront even the gods' designs and sometimes triumph. Beyond texts and statuary, Hercules lived on in the intangible realm of folk memory. Fishermen off distant coasts recited short prayers to him before braving storms, as if the old guardian might still shield them from the sea's wrath. Caravans crossing desert routes invoked his name for safe passage. Parents, uncertain how to quiet a restless child at night, spun lullabies of a gentle giant who once fought off wolves so families could sleep in safety. These understated tributes carried forward the essence of a hero who, despite divine drama, always answered mortal need. For a contemporary observer, perhaps in the middle decades of life, Hercules' tale resonates on several levels. There's the unbridled strength of youth, those unstoppable surges of ambition or optimism. Then there's the gradual intrusion of responsibility, regret, and heartbreak. Middle age can bring reflection, how even the strongest among us wrestle with past mistakes, unfulfilled desires, and the weight of moral compromise. Hercules, with his unstoppable arms and vulnerable heart, mirrors that universal dilemma. Overall, it's the dualities that define him. Saviour and destroyer, victor and victim, demigod and man. He soared above mortal confines yet remained shackled by the god's whims and his own remorse. Scholars today still debate the meaning of his final act. Was the funeral pyre a mere surrender to agony, or a deliberate transcendence of mortal bounds? Did the smoke carry him to Olympus, or was it a symbolic final note to the ballad of an exhausted hero? Some epilogues insist he found a measure of immortality, a seat among the pantheon, a cosmic nod to the labours he performed in the service of humanity and divine prerogative. Others claim his spirit roams the mortal realm, occasionally glimpsed in moments of dire need. Most accept that the ultimate truth, like so many ancient tales, remains wrapped in shifting layers of interpretation. And so Hercules remains, a fixture in the collective psyche. He stands for more than might alone. He stands for the cost of greatness, the fleeting nature of redemption, and the fragile boundary that separates gods from men. Whether chiselled in marble or accounted in a village tavern, his legend endures. He is the champion forever, forging new legends, even centuries after his final breath. In that sense, Hercules lives on wherever human hearts still strive, endure, and grapple with the powers, divine or earthly, that shape our destinies. Over 2,000 years ago, in 469 BCE, Socrates was born in Athens, Greece. Athens was a city at the heart of the ancient world, a centre of art, culture, and intellectual thought. Socrates' early life, however, was modest. His father, Sophroniscus, was a stonemason, and his mother, Phaenarete, was a midwife. From these humble beginnings, Socrates would grow to become one of the most profound thinkers in human history. As a young man, Socrates likely followed in his father's footsteps as a stonemason, learning the craft of shaping stone and building structures. Yet, even then, his curiosity about the world and human nature set him apart. Socrates was not drawn to wealth or power. Instead, he found fulfillment in observing life, questioning beliefs, and seeking wisdom. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Socrates did not write books or leave behind written records of his teachings. Instead, we know about his life and philosophy through the writings of his students, particularly Plato. Through these accounts, we gain insight into Socrates' unique method of teaching and his relentless pursuit of truth. Socrates' approach to philosophy was deeply rooted in dialogue and inquiry. He believed that wisdom began with recognizing one's own ignorance. To him, admitting that we do not know everything opened the door to learning and growth. This idea became the foundation of the Socratic method, a process of asking and answering questions to stimulate critical thinking and uncover underlying truths. Socrates spent much of his life walking the streets of Athens, engaging in conversations with people from all walks of life. He would approach artisans, politicians, and everyday citizens, asking probing questions that challenged their assumptions and beliefs. These discussions were not meant to humiliate or demean, but to encourage reflection and deeper understanding. Despite his humble appearance, barefoot, dressed simply, and often unkempt, Socrates' intellect and charisma drew people to him. Many young Athenians admired his wisdom and became his students, eager to learn from his insights. However, his habit of questioning authority and exposing contradictions in people's beliefs also earned him powerful enemies. Socrates believed that a life worth living was one dedicated to virtue and the pursuit of truth. He often spoke of the importance of the soul and the need to care for it through ethical living. To Socrates, material wealth and social status were insignificant compared to the value of living a just and honourable life. Athens, during Socrates' lifetime, was a city in flux. It faced political turmoil, military conflicts, and shifting cultural values. Socrates' teachings, which encouraged critical thinking and challenged traditional norms, were seen by some as a threat to the stability of society. His questioning of the status quo made him a controversial figure, admired by many but also viewed with suspicion and hostility by others. In 399 BCE, when Socrates was 70 years old, he was brought to trial on charges of corrupting the youth and impiety, essentially for not recognizing the gods of Athens and introducing new ones. His accusers painted him as a dangerous influence who undermined the fabric of society. During his trial, Socrates stood firm in his beliefs. Rather than plead for his life or renounce his teachings, he used the opportunity to defend the principles he held dear. He argued that his questioning and discussions were a service to Athens, pushing its citizens to think critically and live virtuously. The trial was both a demonstration of Socrates' unwavering commitment to truth and a reflection of the political tensions in Athens. Despite his eloquence and integrity, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to death by drinking a cup of hemlock, a poison that would end his life. In the days leading up to his execution, Socrates remained calm and composed. Surrounded by his closest friends and students, he continued to discuss philosophy and the nature of life and death. He viewed death not as something to fear, but as a transition to another state of existence, where the soul might find true knowledge. On the day of his execution, Socrates drank the hemlock with dignity and courage, accepting his fate without bitterness or resentment. His final moments were spent in conversation, a testament to his belief that the pursuit of wisdom and truth transcended even the boundaries of life itself. Socrates' death marked the end of his physical presence in Athens, but his ideas lived on through his students and their writings. Plato in particular dedicated much of his work to preserving and expanding upon Socrates' teachings, ensuring that his philosophy would endure for generations to come. Today, Socrates is remembered as the father of Western philosophy, a thinker whose commitment to truth and virtue continues to inspire. His life teaches us the importance of questioning, of seeking knowledge, and of living with integrity. As you reflect on Socrates' journey, let his story guide you into a state of relaxation and peace. His dedication to wisdom reminds us that the pursuit of understanding is a lifelong journey, one that brings meaning and purpose to our lives. Imagine the streets of ancient Athens, the soft light of the setting sun casting long shadows on the stone buildings. Hear the murmur of conversations as Socrates walks among the people, his questions sparking thought and introspection. Let this image fill your mind with a sense of calm and wonder. As you drift into sleep, let the wisdom of Socrates' life inspire your dreams. His legacy reminds us that even in the face of adversity, the pursuit of truth and the care of the soul are endeavours worth striving for. Let the story of Socrates settle gently in your mind as you relax deeper into rest. His life, though lived so many centuries ago, carries timeless lessons that resonate in every moment of reflection and inquiry. Socrates reminds us that the simplest question can lead to the most profound discoveries, and that truth, even when difficult, is worth pursuing. Picture Socrates standing in the agora, the bustling marketplace of Athens. The air hums with activity, merchants calling out their wares, philosophers debating ideas, and citizens discussing the affairs of the city. Amid this lively scene, Socrates stands calmly, engaging those around him with his thoughtful questions. His unassuming presence and sharp intellect captivate those who stop to listen, drawing them into conversations that challenge their deepest beliefs. As the sun sets over Athens, the city quiets, and Socrates continues his discussions under the glow of oil lamps. The stars above twinkle faintly, a reminder of the vast universe beyond, as his voice carries the gentle rhythm of inquiry and understanding. Socrates believed that philosophy was not just an intellectual pursuit, but a way of life, a commitment to questioning, learning, and living with integrity. Imagine his students gathered around him, their faces illuminated by the soft light as they listen intently. Among them are young minds who would carry his teachings forward, shaping the future of philosophy and ensuring that his legacy would endure. The scene is serene, filled with the quiet joy of shared knowledge and the timeless beauty of human connection. Socrates' belief in the power of dialogue teaches us the importance of listening as well as questioning. In a world often filled with noise and haste, his approach encourages us to slow down, to reflect, and to seek clarity in our thoughts and interactions. His humility, his willingness to admit his own ignorance, and his tireless pursuit of understanding are qualities that inspire us to approach life with openness and curiosity. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Socrates walking along the quiet shores of ancient Greece, the waves gently lapping at the sand. The moon casts a silver light over the sea, and the cool breeze carries the scent of salt and earth. Socrates walks slowly, his thoughts as calm and steady as the rhythm of the waves. In this peaceful moment, his dedication to truth and wisdom feels as vast and eternal as the ocean itself. Feel the serenity of this image envelop you as you rest. Socrates' life reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, the search for meaning and understanding brings us closer to the essence of who we are. His courage to stand by his principles, even in the face of great adversity, is a gentle reminder to live with integrity and purpose. As you relax further, imagine the soft sound of sandals on stone as Socrates ascends the steps of a temple, the sky painted with the warm hues of dawn. The first rays of sunlight illuminate the ancient city, a symbol of renewal and the endless possibilities that come with each new day. Let this image fill you with a sense of hope and calm, a quiet reassurance that the pursuit of truth is always worth the effort. As you drift into a deep and restful sleep, carry with you the wisdom and spirit of Socrates. His life teaches us that even the simplest questions can open the door to profound insights, and that the search for understanding is a journey without end. As the gentle rhythm of Socrates' life story echoes in your mind, allow yourself to relax even further. His life, dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom and the betterment of the human soul, is a profound reminder that every question we ask is a step toward understanding the world and ourselves. Socrates believed that knowledge was not about having answers, but about the courage to ask and to seek. Picture the calm stillness of ancient Athens at night, the soft glow of lanterns lining narrow streets, Socrates, with his simple cloak draped over his shoulders, moves quietly among the people, his presence as humble as it is impactful. Each conversation he sparks is a journey into thought, a reminder to those around him that wisdom begins with wonder. Socrates' approach to life was marked by an unshakable commitment to virtue. He often spoke of the importance of living a life in harmony with one's values, of aligning actions with principles. To him, the care of the soul was the highest purpose, far more important than wealth, fame, or material success. This philosophy reminds us that true fulfillment comes not from external achievements, but from inner growth and ethical living. As you rest, let the wisdom of this teaching soothe your thoughts. The idea that our choices shape not just our lives, but the essence of who we are, encourages us to approach each moment with intention and care. Socrates' belief in the transformative power of self-reflection invites us to look inward, to nurture our inner lives with the same dedication and compassion we offer to others. Now imagine the gentle breeze of a spring morning in ancient Greece, the hills around Athens bathed in golden light. Socrates walks with his students along a quiet path, the sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves creating a peaceful symphony. Their conversation flows naturally, filled with questions and ideas that challenge and inspire. This idyllic scene captures the essence of Socrates' philosophy, a life lived in connection with nature, community, and the endless pursuit of knowledge. As you drift deeper into relaxation, think of Socrates' courage in facing the end of his life. His calm acceptance of his fate, his willingness to stand by his beliefs, even in the face of death, is a testament to the strength of his character. He taught his students not to fear death, but to view it as a natural part of existence. A transition that, like life itself, holds the potential for learning and growth. Feel the serenity of Socrates' perspective as it envelops you like a warm blanket. His unwavering faith in the value of a life well lived reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, we can find peace by staying true to our values and seeking the truth within ourselves. His life, though marked by challenges, was ultimately one of profound purpose and enduring legacy. As the night deepens, imagine Socrates standing on a hill overlooking Athens, the city lights twinkling below like stars fallen to earth. The wind carries with it the faint sounds of laughter and conversation, the echoes of a city alive with thought and creativity. In this quiet moment, Socrates reflects on the beauty of a world filled with questions and possibilities. Let this image guide you into a deep, restful sleep. The story of Socrates reminds us that life's greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the depth of our exploration. His commitment to wisdom, his humility in the face of the unknown, and his courage to challenge convention inspire us to live with authenticity and purpose. As the soothing story of Socrates carries you further into relaxation, let the timelessness of his teachings resonate deeply within you. His belief